Hey y'all. I hope you guys are having a great Monday so far. You're going to keep me company. That's what we're doing. I've been sitting here just hanging out. I'll explain more what's going on. But I figured I'm just driving myself nuts just sitting here. I was reading, did some paperwork, but I figured I would come on and distract myself by hanging out with you guys. So we got some stuff to talk about, some stuff to finish up from last night, and then we'll get into what we've been talking about. Is it just me, or have you guys noticed that since the case in Canada started being discussed, and let me just say it's being exploited to the most degree, it's actually sickening to see what's happening. It's definitely jumped right from awareness right into exploitation, which is pretty typical. We all knew they were just waiting for another case to jump on to exploit, and wow, did they ever. But have you guys noticed since that case has kind of broken that now there's certain team members and certain groups around this case that are like really amping things up with really pushing false narratives? The few that have kind of decided to keep on keeping on and not try to mix up a bunch of different cases and try to, I mean, seriously, a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old, I think is what Lily and Jack are, 6 and 4, compared to, and they're the ones that are doing it are trying to compare it to Sebastian's case, a 15-year-old. Like, it's just absolutely fucking ridiculous. I'm sorry. I do not know in all the ins and outs of the Jack and Lily story. I'm not following that extensively. I do know that it's being exploited and it's disgusting. And I don't really have anything good to say about many people because the ease, like all of the people, all of the foundational pieces that did this in this case are now jumping into this one. I'm just over it. Driving me insane. There's very few that are actually bringing awareness. Very few. And it's all the same things. The psychic mediums are starting, the spirit box readers, the tarot card readers. We could do the exact same thing that we've done in Sebastian's case with that case. And it would be the exact same characters, the same playbook of sorts. They've got Facebook groups going where they're trickling out misinformation. Granny did a live stream last week and had a couple locals up. And one of the locals, her name was, I think, Nova. And she said, what we see isn't always, I'm paraphrasing, but what we see isn't always sometimes reality. And she was really encouraging people to pause, sit back, wait for evidence, knowing the area, knowing how Canadian situations go. And it was just, she had a lot of great insight. Okay. You guys are going to hear me kind of struggling today. I'm in immense amounts of pain. So I am here to distract myself. I had another procedure this morning, which always the first couple days after my procedures are really rough. So I'm distracting myself. So if I sound short of breath, it's probably because I'm taking deep breaths. I can't, I had it right in the base of my tailbone. So it's hard to sit flat. It's hard to lay down. It's hard to stand up. It's like one of those situations for just a couple days that usually ends up like that. I'm completely numb from like my hips to like my thighs. It's just a weird situation. So if I sound a little off, that's why. I'm also coming out of anesthesia because I was put under for it. So it's pretty much, I think, sweated out of me by now. But just in case you are wondering what's wrong with the nonsense, it's just because I'm struggling. But I need something to do. So here we are. Hey, Chris, Toby's mom, Lindsay, Steph, Music City mom, Candace, Bree, Brianna. Who's the blonde between Hong and Spanky? Let me look at my thumbnail. Hong and Spanky. Oh, that's Chasing Crime from TikTok. Hey Tobeans. Hey Music City Mom. Thank you for gifting a membership. Welcome to the cabana. Yeah, that's Chasing Crime. Momming It Up is on there because she's in these chats. You guys are kind of gonna see why the people are selected to be on the thumbnail that they are. Hey Duchess. Sorry, I haven't responded back. I was getting this set up for this stream, but I will message you after a while. But thank you for checking on me. Hey, Emma, Marcy, Hetty, Tebow, Cheryl, Running Bear, Earth Angel Travels, Michigan Wifey, Angel, Buck Cherry, Mama J, Michigan Wifey, Love You 67, Moxie's Mom, Petunia, Krama Chronicles. You guys are doing some good clipping. Hey, Sheila. Hey to Jennifer. I can't watch that stuff. Like I know myself well enough to know that if I start paying attention like in depthly, I've watched like 10 to 15 minutes here and there of some of the coverage of it, but I can't because I will start ripping people to shreds. And because here it goes again, the exact same thing that they're doing. And they think, and a lot of people think because this situation is in Canada, that there will be no repercussions for their actions. Like it's almost giving some of these people like a safety net because they are Canadian. And it's just disgusting. Hey, Betty Hughes, Angelina. Yep, Chai, they sure did. Yeah, it's the whole thing. And it'll just keep happening. Hey, Eastern girls. Yeah, it's bad. Hey, Ava. It's the same people every time. Hey, Shaby. Hey, Kay. And this is not true crime. There's a few true crime channels that are covering the case out of Canada, but that's it. There's very few that are like sticking to the facts that are known. Most of it's instantaneous speculation, rumors, pointing fingers. Oh, Tobians, I'm not shocked. Hey, Beth. Hey, Thor. Amber. Amber, I will try to get to them. I still haven't even really opened my emails. It's, yeah, it's been a lot. Hey, Kimberly. Hey, Shauna, Amy. Sorry, I'm going to say hi to everybody right quick because once we get into this, I probably won't do very good at bouncing back and forth today. Hey, Vanessa. Hey, Lavender. We knew. Yep, Ari. Yep. Hey, Outer Banks. What are you doing? You got let out today? Do I have one of your buddies on my thumbnail? It's good to see you. You didn't even have to sub up today to be in my chat. You got let out? Did your puppet master say you could come hang out? Hey, Sherry. Hey, Agent 99. Sophia. You have your, hopefully it goes well, Angel. Hey, Teresa. Roberta. Bombs Becca. Coffee Addict. Naomi. Yoga Mom. I'm good, you guys. I'm good. Alyssa, I just wanted to tell you guys like why I sound a little bit. Yep, and I hope there will be again. I hope the ones that continue to push it. Yeah, right. Cinder, yeah, right. Petty, thank you for being a member for 7 months. Yeah, Outer Banks is a Betty stan and can be found in all the Tragedy of Vultures chats usually. I'm surprised she was let out to like go mingle in other places. Hey, Sophia, thank you again for the gifted membership. Welcome to the Commanda. Oh my gosh, are you joking? You want to see that? Okay, I can play that for you, Music City Mom, but that's hysterical that Dick's Enormous is the one that got the. I can play that for you. Here's the mattress.
Hit the road, feeling free with my mattress right next to me.
Hey, not that Karen, Cheech Brown. Thanks again, Music City Mom and Sophia. Hey, Cat Reflex. Lala Lauren, Texas Tornado, Gigi. Exactly. Little horses. You can wash, rinse, repeat in the same characters too. Duchess is feeling spicy. Hey, Tara. Hey, Shelly. Okay, let me see. Haley. Oh, well, I don't really care who you talk to. That's just the chats you hang out in. You don't have to talk to these people. You're allowed to be in here. I didn't know I had to. Can you tell me where I'm supposed to email to get approval to go live? Outer Banks. If you could let me know who is the top of the food chain where I have to ask who I'm allowed to go live when, please and thank you, or get the schedule. I'm not a part of the packet receiving group, so I don't know like the timeline of when I'm supposed to go live to make the team look like the idiots that they are. If you could let me know how that fits in, I would gladly let you know what my schedule is like. Enid, hey Lauren. It's Monday, you're spicy. Hey, I'm good with it. Hey Wheelbee. Hey Red. I guess so. We need approval now. You listen to all of us crazies? Well, fuck. Thanks for listening to all of us. So, Outer Banks, well, I have a captive audience. You. Tell me, who do you think is at the top of the food chain of this cult that you guys have going on over there? Which one would you assume? If and chat, feel free. Who's at the top of the food chain? Baby shark, do 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 do. Baby shark. It's not really a baby, but who is the one at the top of the food chain? When you answer that, you think Betty? Betty ain't at the top. Sean, no. Sean's propped up, Jackie 215, but Sean is not. B fam to Jennifer. That's where I'm at with you guys. You think Lesniak is? I think they have something on Lesniak. You think Nick is? Well, that's interesting because Nick, before Nick came in to this whole pyramid of sorts, the pyramid was already in full display. So we have been taking it back. So we are on part 3 of watching how this all came to be. So part 1, we did the introduction of Tony when he came in, how he presented himself, the first interviews that he set up for Seth, how those interviews went. Again, they were predetermined question and answer sessions. So it's really interesting. And I'm going to take us back a little bit. So we're going to open up with finishing the bullshit, just a tiny little bit of what Lolly did. Then we've got another team member in high gear today. And then I'm going to go into AtNight's new bullshit that they're releasing to get everybody hyped up and think there's some infiltration. And then we're going to take a look at the following when AtNight came in, which would be Nick. We've already done a little bit of the Nick portion, but now we're going to introduce Hong and Dog, the AtNight characters. And then pretty soon we're going to have Tony alongside the AtNight characters and all of them together. And I think you'll get a big picture of who these people are. All right, let's roll. Thank you all for joining me.
Okay.
Outer Banks, did you answer? By the way, this is Lolly. She is a useful idiot for the team. She is at the lowest level of the pyramid scheme. She is, again, just a useful idiot when they need people to come out and make up egregious lies or insanity. Lolly fills in that void. Lolly today is doing a live stream about threats. You think Lore Lodge? No, Outer Banks. Outer Banks. Come on. That guy couldn't be the top of anything, even with an extended ladder. I mean, maybe the top of the misogynistic tree of men. Maybe the top of the pyramid of little man syndrome. Come on now. Lore Lodge is just a storyteller. He's just useful in his storytelling ways for the team.
That's what I say too. It's cross state lines. But yes, U.S. Marshals is the one. And he has that information. Because, folks, this man is still trying after all this time to get custody of his daughter. They don't need another child in that home. Could you just imagine if he got pissed off at her one day and snapped?
So if you didn't watch what we watched last night, a lot of you guys have been doing the replay. Thank you so much. Like, that's amazing. It's somebody recently sent a message and said, I see your numbers really dropped. Actually, my rewatch has been wonderful. And the message is still getting out there wide and far. So I'm good. I'm good. You keep watching though. But Lolly had a message for Katie yesterday that was especially vile. We did it last night. If you didn't watch it, might be worth a watch. But this is the end of that stream.
And I mean, she'll be right there in their home. Brittany J's not even in their home, and look at how bad he went off on her.
Oh, poor little baby. Poor little baby. Woo.
Do you imagine? Ugh.
Can you imagine if he would have said what he really felt and didn't apologize for what he said? Can you imagine what he would have said to her in face to face? Rightfully so, because of the nonstop continued attacks and re-victimizing his wife. A real man doesn't sit by silent as their wife is being dragged through the mud based on speculation and or bullshit. Real men don't do that. That might be what you're used to, but that's not a real man. A real man will stand up for their family. And BJ is probably lucky it was done over live stream, because I think he would have said the exact same things to her face.
Hey, Janice and Napanat, how you doing? Everybody that's coming in, thank you all for being here. I do appreciate y'all.
Yeah, you guys
started, this whole conversation out with
the replay gang has been amazing on my videos. And I know it's because I've been going live at all different times. Then here, there, just fitting it in. Again, the end of the week, I will be gone again. I'm flying out Thursday, so it's going to be a little sporadic, and then we roll right into summer. So my schedule will be off for a little bit, but I appreciate you guys just bearing with me.
Thinking about my Mother's Day and the fact that I don't have one of my children here to even tell me Happy Mother's Day.
Bombs, Becca.
And I wonder what Katie's going through.
Bombs, Becca, you unsubbed me. No, I'm just joking. I've had that happen too, actually.
Because I'm going back and recalling that very last time, about a year prior to him, almost a year prior to him, in his car accident. But I can remember him dogpiling me on the bed, and I love you, Mom. Today's all about.
She's using, once again, her own trauma and her loss in her life, which I don't wish on anybody, to continue to target and harass this family.
You deserve it, just on and on and on. And I wonder what Katie's thinking about. I wonder if Katie's thinking about the last time she actually had a conversation with Sebastian. I don't know. Okay. Town chat. Cool. Awesome. That's it, Alicia. I hear people say it all the time. She's living her best life. I don't know. I'm not there. I'm not her friend. She doesn't call me and talk to me like she does people on the other side.
Oh, is that jealousy? Duchess, do you sense a little jealousy right there? Sounds like a little jealousy. Tara, I'm going to be with Chapped for surgery. I'm headed to be with Chapped for her surgery on Friday.
And I'm fine with that. Because I'm not here for Katie.
Hello from
I'm here
the
for
other
Sebastian.
side.
I feel bad for Sebastian's father because he didn't do nothing to be attacked the way he is. And y'all, Miss Skolnick has decided I am a biatch. I heard that's what she said in her live the other day about me. And she is a psychopath. She is now having conversations on her live about Sebastian's medications. She's putting them up on her screen, showing the names, dosage, all these things, and attacking Seth because he said he didn't give Sebastian all of those medications.
Okay, let me talk about the Julie situation. I know some people really like Julie. They think she's funny. They think she's got a good heart. I can see that in Julie. I've actually said that from jump until Julie came out here and refused to listen to anybody that tried offering helpful advice, logic, anything like that. And the vile, vicious attacks that she felt she was entitled to do against people that were just trying to tell her, look, they're emotionally manipulating you. These are not the facts of the case. We're disgusting and vile and unforgivable, to be honest. If other people want to forgive, forget, move on, have her in their places, please feel free to do as you wish. I'm not going to shame any other creators. But I know what I was on the receiving end from Julie when I tried to. In the beginning, I was pretty nice. Yes, I was absolutely factual. I might have called her some names. That's pretty easy when you're coming out here and you're showing pictures of their home and you're saying, look, there's cameras. They got cameras. Yeah, no shit. Rocket science. And then you're encouraging people to drive by their home, keep them under surveillance on holidays, doing parodies of them. And then when you're called out on those things, you come out and mock me for having a brain injury. You threatened to sue me, which we turned into an incredible fundraiser. Feel free to do that again. You are so wish-washy. The one thing I think, and people continue to mix your situations of your home situation with what you do to missing children. No, they're two separate and they need to be treated as such. What you do to other people's families and they're missing because of your own experience is disgusting. You overstep, you're over emotionally involved. You think because of your experience, then you know exactly what goes on in every person's home. That's not it. None of us do. Autism is a spectrum for a reason. You diminish other people with children on the spectrum. You mock them if they disagree with you. And it hasn't changed. Nothing has changed. You flip-flopped from one side to another. That's it. I'm sorry, I got no use for it. But they were all like cheering Julie on majorly. Majorly. And again, here goes Julie inserting herself in the newest case in Canada. Again, talking about things she doesn't even know if they're fact. It's wash, rinse, repeat with these people.
That woman needs to be slapped upside the head. Holly, thank you for.
And I do fault some of it on her, but I also fault the fact that these puppet masters know the exact personalities to pick. They know the people like that who will easily be emotionally manipulated. They feed them enough garbage. They get them emotionally invested and amped up. And these people they throw logic out the window. Oh, Bella's sneezing.
The super sticker. You are so sweet. I appreciate you so much. Let me see if we can make it happy dancing around here. We need some happy dance. Thank you for that, Holly. We love you. So I don't know what she's doing, but a child's medication is no one's interest, no one's information they need ever outside of his family.
But you and your team members were throwing a fit when they wouldn't give you all the information that you felt you deserved. Aren't you one of the ones that says you have the hard questions there, Lolly?
And then to use that to intimidate Sebastian's father is criminal.
Oh, it's criminal, huh?
They don't they, they don't see it.
Anybody have fucking criminal charges on them yet, Lolly? Or are you just still running your mouth?
They don't get it. She's trying to file charges on Betty because Betty mentioned her in one of her lives. Oh my.
No. Don't even try to diminish what Betty did. Now, that's a whole different situation. I am fully supportive of Julie handling Betty however she feels is best for her and her family, because Julie needs to handle Tony and Betty and those people, because they will absolutely destroy her. They were the people that she sat by, and they will be the ones to absolutely destroy her. That is a whole different ballgame, and Betty runs her mouth and says a whole lot of disgusting shit.
My God. Grow the hell up, people. It's this thing called social media. We have a right to our opinion. We're able to talk and say things pertaining to what our topic is of the day. And most of us have class when we do.
Emma, Julie just lies about me. She's made statements such as nonsense is reviewed every. No, I have not. I have barely given Julie any attention because I can't. The emotional manipulation, the constant tears. To me, again, she's a true case of caregiver burnout, but at some point in time, I will not give excuses for her poor behavior anymore. I'm a grown-ass adult, and so is she. I live a life similar to her in different ways, but I will never use it as a crutch to come out here and fucking, oh, well, because I know this is how those parents should have acted. No, I actually have more empathy for these situations because of being in those worlds, and she uses it as a crutch to attack. It's fucking disgusting.
Do it.
But let her lie. I don't
Most of us will sit here and say, now I don't have proof of this, but this is what's being said. Unlike some who listen to every tiny word that is being said over on Brittany J's channel, and when her husband said something about a bad kitty, they thought he said black. He called their kitty black, and it turned into a racial issue.
Her husband was also fucking trolling her, Lolly, about her dead pussy. You gonna make excuses for that too? You gonna make excuses, more excuses? Come on now, you just look stupid.
It's the most stupidest stuff I ever heard in my life. These people are insane. Yes, Shelley says, in my opinion, Sumner County will say whatever they need for people to back off. That's a thing. It was quite funny when, all of this is Betty's fault. She's deserving all of this and all these things. And then when it gets taken out of the Sumner County, that little area there, and goes to an appellate court for the state of Tennessee, mommy didn't have connections there, I guess, because they looked at the whole thing and said, this isn't even worth our time.
You're a fucking idiot. Can you follow a story at all, Lolly? First and foremost, it wasn't the appellate court that determined anything. It was the grand jury. The grand jury, not the appellate court. The appeals process is still in play. That's it. But you have these, once again, mixed up because you don't follow facts of anything. So the grand jury decided not to indict Betty on those sole 6 violations that were initially filed in August. They can refile those. They can take it before another grand jury. They can refile new. They can redo all sorts of things if they so choose, and if they have evidence to support anything. The appeals is still in process. But carry on, Lolly. You're so intelligent, right?
And they threw it out.
They didn't throw it out.
Yeah, TJ, that's what I'm hearing now. She is refusing to say now that she is related to Katie in any way. She's the one that started all that mess. She's the one that started it. But that's what some people do. They start something. They want to feel important. They need to be included. They need to be accepted. They need all the things. I just, guys, I don't need all that crap. I don't want all that crap. I want to sit here with you guys and talk and do what I wanted to do when I first started my channel. That's what I want to do. And if somebody doesn't like me, hey, newsflash to y'all, you don't have to listen to me. There's a thing called block me from you. I'll never know, and it ain't going to hurt my feelings. Really, it's okay. So IML says, I have 4 black cats. I'm telling you, they took that and he was like, she is such a bad kitty. And they're like, oh my God, did you see what he heard? He just said, their cat was bad. It was black. I'm like, there are black cats out there. I'm like, oh, these people are stupid. And then Brittany's cat died and they are wanting to call in the Humane Society because her cat died. Lord help them. That's all I can say. They need some help. Let Jesus take the wheel over there. He's either going to run off into the ditch just so we don't have to listen to him anymore, or he's going to get it all straightened out. Okay? That's my thought process. That's what I think. That's what I hope. And that's it, Deanna. Betty ain't going to give her the time of day. I don't know. Hi, Donna. Thank y'all for being here, everybody. I'm so proud to have y'all here with me today. Y'all always make me feel better.
It always makes her feel better and just makes her day when she has the mother of a missing child that she can cut down and be extremely vile towards. That is absolutely day made. You guys joining along with her and saying the most vile things about a complete stranger going through their worst time is chef's kiss. The perfect day for Lolly.
I've been struggling a lot lately. I keep trying to apply for jobs that don't go through, and then I spent all my money on my kneecap. It looks so pretty. Oh, Lord. But I can bend it today, so, hey, it was worth it. It was worth it. But I just get to a point where I just kind of, but getting on here with you guys.
Every day we have heard something about this being her support system, jobs, this being her only income. She's starting to sound more like BJ every day.
Y'all always make me just smile. Yes, TJ, y'all are my therapist. Yes. Yep. And I'm keeping everything real with y'all. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say I live this perfect life because nowhere close. Oh, thank you, Town Chat. Oh, it is the saddest thing. We start out talking about a missing young man, teenage boy, and we learned he had autism. We learned that he was very young in mind. We learned that, he ate and it was like horrible. You're just almost embarrassed to take him out to eat anywhere.
What? Where do these assumptions come from? Again, if you missed it last week before, I don't know what it is at this point. She is the one that doxed a random a real estate attorney from Pennsylvania that she claims is the guy in the yellow jacket at the Texas Roadhouse, even though, the guy's in his 70s at least. And she's got it all connected back because he's a real estate attorney in Pennsylvania. Somehow he's a part of Kathy Bowersox, and he happened to be moonlighting as an Uber driver in the yellow jacket at the Texas Roadhouse that night in Hendersonville, Tennessee. All of it's connected in Lolly's little pea brain.
And then we hear from his father. And it wasn't nothing like that. His stepfather told us how he liked to defecate and pee in his pull-ups. And he just...
Outer Banks, are you still here? And please don't leave. Please don't have anybody dogpile. I appreciate when people from their side will come over here. How do you reconcile that stuff in your head when she outright is lying to find connections? How do you reconcile the things that the team is telling you, such as Smiley is saying that Chris had a child when he was 7 years old and they doxed somebody from California? How do you reconcile this real estate attorney being the guy in the yellow jacket that's in his 70s? Can you explain? I would just love, and please don't dogpile the person or jump on them if they answer. I would really like somebody from that side to come tell me, how do you reconcile all this bullshit?
Thought if he wants to do that and likes it so much, then leave him in there all day, sitting there in it all day. It is rough. Thank you, Bo. But we hear two different versions of Sebastian's life. One when he's at his dad and he's so comfortable and just laid back and chilling. One over here where he gets the thinking and he's in trouble because he didn't have a belt on. that morning. He got a whack across the butt. A whack. Why? Because he didn't have his belt on. Seth says when he starts to give him attitude, he turns it back around to him and says, okay, I thought we could do this, or we could, do that. But if you're not going to get up and do what you need to do and take care of the things you need to take care of, then no, we're not going to do those things. And according to his dad, he'd get up and slowly get up and about doing it. It's a way to talk to these kids. And I do not believe at his home with his mother and his father that he was ever talked to in any type of respectful manner. Yeah, Michelle Wilkie. Oh, yeah. There is a common denominator when it comes to all of his exes. After, I look at it this way. People remarry, they get married. If they get a divorce, they remarry second time. If you have to go to that third time from there on, you're the common denominator in the issue portion of.
So now relationship status is back on the table for you to discuss. Okay.
Of it.
Who cares at this point?
I don't know. I just know this, guys. Sebastian is still missing. His father was at work. He's seen on camera. If he's not directly on a camera, there are workers that have said, yes, he was here all night. He never left. He did not get someone to go pick up Sebastian. He didn't take a 2-hour nap, which was plenty of time for him to go there and get back. I mean, these are their words over there. Seth didn't do anything to his son or with his son. But his mother and his stepfather, who seem to think it's okay to take vacations, not be at the house, because he could be anywhere. He could be in any state now. How do you know, Katie? If he just ran away, he's probably over there hiding out, got him a little fort or something like that till he calms down.
So how can you guarantee that Seth didn't do anything? Just like we can't guarantee that Chris and Katie didn't do anything. How can you guarantee that Seth wasn't involved in anything? You can't. You have no idea. How do you know if he took a 2-hour nap? You don't. Neither do I.
And comes back to your home where you weren't at. Folks, his mother left because she knew he wasn't coming back. She knows exactly where he is. And sadly, even though it is
Mother's Day, I wanted you to make sure you heard that. She knows exactly where he is.
His Mother's Day. I will call it for what I see it. Katie put herself in that home with her son all night. Her timeline.
Outer Banks, and that's by design, just so you know. And again, I thank you for answering me and having a conversation with me. That's by design. A lot of the people that follow these guys, there's so many of them pushing different aspects, but they all connect in different pieces. They push crazy narratives. But if you don't have time to keep up on all the different team members and the trickle down effect, you miss a lot of it. They are doxing innocent people from Pennsylvania because of this attorney's involvement with Penn State, the horrible hospital, Eastern State, I think it's what it's called, the asylum in Pennsylvania that was shut down. She has connected all these people. Do they connect? No.
Starting at 6 a.m. when she woke up and went straight to his room. All of that goes down. All of that searching. And it's all in 3 minutes. It just doesn't make sense, folks. Town Chat Cafe, thank you for gifting a membership. If you were the lucky giftee, will you make sure to tell Town Chat thank you for that? I'm telling you, I'm so proud and lucky to have you guys. Holly says they don't even know how jobs work 2-hour naps. I'm telling you. They're.
Do any of you fucking have a job? Not the chat. Do you have a job, Lolly? No, you've been sitting here saying you don't have a job. Well, those of us that are employed know how this works. And again, law enforcement will have his employment records, and if there's discrepancies, they will figure that out. But you can't guarantee shit, just like I can't guarantee shit. None of us know anything outside of what law enforcement has stated as fact. Other than that, it is rumor, speculation, and theories. And you are claiming very openly that Katie knows where her son is. That's your words. Nobody else's. Sorry, I am not paying attention well. Sophia, yeah, there's a lot. And thank you for the support. We're gonna get into, okay, so let me switch gears here for a moment.
Goofy. Let's play a little
I'll let this finish out for a second, and then I'm gonna switch gears.
happy dance, and then we're gonna go straight to Welcome to the South.
Yeah, we're not doing that. No, thank you. I want to show you what Hong did yesterday on X, because part 3 in our look back at how AtNight, the similarities between AtNight, Tony Mathis, we've gotten to the point where Tony Mathis is involved, how much the narrative has changed. Then we have Nick the Hat coming on board, which is AtNight Media, and Hong. So we are at the point in the timeline of that where Hong's going to kind of take over for Nick. So yesterday, Hong makes a post, Happy Mother's Day, unless you're Katie Proudfoot or Kathy, you aren't mother, you shit. And more just random BS. Just more attacks. Per usual. This is an AtNight agency, an intelligence agency. Hank, please quit. That claims that they are in this for the missing. Before we head into the Hong bullshit, though, I want to show you one more team member from today. This is what I was listening to before I came on. The team members, the useful idiots, the team members are a little pissed off because some of their creators are now covering missing children out of Canada. And they want to make sure that they are doing what is allowed. So here is Smiley from earlier.
Hello. So, yeah, it don't hurt. It don't hurt a thing. In fact, I wrote a professional one to Brandon Carter the other day. Very professional, very nice. I sent it email though. Governor Bill Lee's, I sent through the mail. I sent it. Some of this has to be blacked out. I got a copy. But I sent it through regular U.S. mail. Mine's done. Mine's definitely done. Hey, Manis. Hello.
So once again, what the team has decided to do is take things into their own hands. So they have been posting in their Facebook groups asking everyone to please write a letter to Governor Bill Lee, state of Tennessee, and ask for an investigation into Sumner County regarding their investigation into the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. We must demand answers and justice for Sebastian's disappearance. I don't mind people calling the governor. I've done it myself and left a voicemail on his little line. I think that that's great, but I think it doesn't need to be into Sumner County. I think it needs to be into the characters that have inserted. Hank, sorry guys, Hank is here. Hey, bring me your toy. Can I have your teddy? He's so excited. He's bringing. Oh, you got to get it though. You got to bring it up here to show him. Go get it so you can show him. Thank you for the kisses. But they are trying to, once again, Sumner County is corrupt. They're not doing enough. They're not doing their jobs. Somebody else needs to take over. Same song and dance. Wash, rinse, repeat. Regurgitated once again. Hank does have a lot of opinions. He's actually swatting my computer right now. He's like, get these assholes out of my ears, Mom.
It just takes a minute. Hi, Mom first, always. Hello, welcome. I'm tired of this. I know many people's tired of it. So many people in that community's tired of it. I know they tell me, they email me. They're tired of it. Hey, Ann. Hello, good to see you. Peggy, nice to see everybody.
Smiley also is putting it out there to the public. What is this gap thing we got going on with the brow today? Did we decide to do like a median in between the brow here? Are we trying to do like a roadway? Is that's what your inspiration came from? There's a little median gap, a divider gap in your eyebrow right here. What's up with that? I'm trying to figure out where she gets the inspo for her brows lately. I'll put her fuller screen so you can see what I'm talking about. She's got like a divide halfway through her eyebrow. Don't ask me. I'm sorry. But she pretends that she's got information. You'll hear some of that coming up.
Yeah, hit that like button. Hit that like button. Don't do it for me. Do it for Sebastian. Hit that like button for Sebastian. You know, we don't want his name and face. We don't want him to get lost in the shuffle. We know, there's others. Hey, Katie, sometimes watch what you wish for. Wasn't it Katie that said there's other kids out there that need you? We know that. Now, even the hate channels are going for. Everybody's going for these two kids. Tropicana. Not to say that they shouldn't. Just saying. All eyes off Sebastian right now. They must be liking that. They must be liking that a lot. Can't let that happen. We cannot let that happen.
And see what I'm talking about? They're in high gear. Oh, we can't let that happen. And it's disgusting to say hit that like button for Sebastian. Nothing you do is helping Sebastian. You don't know.
Share his name, share his face. I don't care if you don't have nothing to say. If you don't have no content, creators get on there and 5 minutes and put something out. Who cares? If you're doing it for the right intentions, do it. Do it. We're not going to let Sebastian fade away. Do it. That's right, Laura. They thought that's what was going to happen in the Raleigh strain case. Hey, peace is needed. Hello. Hello, welcome. Everyone here is good. You're welcome. Welcome to be here. Thank you for coming in. Mama did it up. Good evening. Hello, hello. Great to see you. You won't be forgotten on my channel either. Ma Duke, hello. Hello. So glad to see everybody. I am. I'm sure everybody knows, but those of you coming in or new to this channel that don't know, GA64, hello. I'm sorry, love wins if I missed anybody. I'm sorry. I'm sure you know, but if you don't know, this is Sebastian.
One thing I do kind of find kind of funny though is she went live over the top of her buddy Lolly. Lolly's not doing enough, or Smiley can't let somebody else take her spotlight. Smiley got an honorary position in the team because she hosted a roundtable meeting at her house after the last shenanigans by the team. So she hosted the roundtable meeting, but Lolly's really trying to push narratives and help out. She's trying to misinform as much as possible, but Smiley can't let her take her shine. They're supposed to be friends, but she went live right over the top of Smiley, or over the top. Smiley went live over the top of Lolly. I was like, ooh, isn't this interesting?
Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. We'll start out with that.
Smiley's like, you ain't taking my position, bitch.
Gina.
I'm a bigger useful idiot than you.
H, hello. Sebastian's been missing since February 25th, 2024. The last time he was seen on camera was with his mom at the Texas Roadhouse in Hendersonville, Tennessee. The last known place he was at his house on Stafford Court in Hendersonville, Tennessee, Sumner County. 15 years old. Autism. He has autism. Male, white, brown hair, brown eyes. He wears glasses. 5'5", 120 pounds. Sumner County is the lead investigators on this. And TBI is right under them. If you have any information, call 615-451-3838 or 1-800-TBI-FIND. You can call FBI, and you can call Dog the Bounty Hunter at Night, who is on this also, at 1-833-TELL-DOG. There's a $50,000 reward from FBI, and there is another reward from AtNight and their team, making this reward $500,000. Nobody.
Where is that information? Again, maybe read the reward from AtNight, because it's up to 400,000 on their website. Hank, shush. Hank has found his voice, and he doesn't know when to properly use it yet. He hears anything and he's like, wait, are you talking to me? On their website, again, I don't believe any of it's true until we see something, and the breakdown of the reward from AtNight is absolutely astounding. Like you'll never get it, period. But these people are misinforming based on what they even claim the reward is. It's 400,000 on their website to Sebastian, 47 to Summer Wells. So they, once again, continually misinform. Truthfully, the only reward offered is up to $50,000 by the FBI. That's it.
Nobody's come forward. Nobody said a thing. Very suspicious case. If you're not familiar with it, just type in Sebastian Rogers, missing child in Hendersonville, Tennessee. It is frustrating. It's very frustrating. But we got to keep him out there in the forefront, period. It's been 14 months, 3 weeks, 443 days, I believe 42, 43 days. It's okay mumming it up. There's a lot that believes that. There's some that believe that. Hey, not seen too. One thing that we're being told is Ellie had Katie's dash cam and said that he did make it home. So on one hand, I want to believe Ellie, but on the other hand, I'm so absolutely freaking tired of Ellie. That's just me. And I began to wonder as well, did he even make it home myself? Because I wonder a lot of things, momming it up. I wonder.
Oh, I want to slow that down so you can see that in real speed because I have her sped up. But look at this. I swear these people just.
I'm so freaking, absolutely freaking tired of
Look at
Ellie. That's just me. And I begin to wonder.
I found us a new clip from Smiley.
Momming it up. There's a lot that believes that. There's some that believe that. Hey, not seen too. One thing that we're being told is Ellie had Katie's dash cam and said that he did make it home. So on one hand, I want to believe Ellie, but on the other hand, I'm so freaking, absolutely freaking tired of Ellie. That's just me. And I begin to wonder as well, did he even make it home myself?
I can't help it. I'm clipping that. That will be another button. We've got a whole.
Making money 12 hours a day. Hey, you can't go wrong with that. Hey. Make that moolah. Make it rain. Make it rain. Make it rain.
Bitch, what the fuck, 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 bitch.
We've got a whole smiley roll of buttons because they're just too good. She does the weirdest shit. Here's one more, just because it's your favorite.
Did y'all not see it? It was Duchess. See it. It was Duchess.
Now we've got this one to add.
And said that he did make it home. So on one hand, I want to believe Ellie, but on the other hand, I'm so freaking, absolutely freaking tired of Ellie. That's just me. And I begin to wonder as well, did he even make it home myself? Because I wonder a lot of things, momming it up. I wonder. I'm starting to wonder a lot of things. I'm starting to wonder a lot of things. Let's put it that way. I'm starting to wonder a lot of things. I think Ellie, I think Sumner County, I think Craddock, I think Carter, who's on this case. I think somebody needs to get their asses out here and tell somebody something. That's what I think. You don't like what I said? Do I look like I care? Do I really look like I care? Because I don't. Yeah, what if it was just a ruckus and a distraction? See, I don't have to be Katie, and I don't have to be Seth. I work by myself. I ain't signed a damn thing. I ain't going to sign a damn thing. I work on my own. I listen to all aspects. I listen to everybody. I share everything. I do me, though, okay? And just because one day I might appreciate what Ellie does or whatever, don't mean the next day I'm going to believe in whatever the same damn thing, because I get thinking about this stuff and it makes me mad. It really honestly makes me mad.
So just whoever asked if she's reading a script, she does notes for every one of her live streams. She makes notes and usually writes herself out a script. But she is directly in contact with Tony. She is also directly in contact with Nick. And she's admitted these things herself and shown proof of said things. So I believe that her notes circle around what their talking points are.
In my opinion, Katie, where's your son? It's time to start talking. It really is. Hello, everybody coming in. Hello, welcome. If I missed you, I'm sorry.
Did you see that comment she just pinned right there? Let me take that back just a minute because that was disgusting. You see that one? From Kaz. Where is Seth's son, Katie? You know what, you fucking ignorant bitch, Kaz. 1888. If it wasn't for Katie giving birth to Sebastian, you know, it takes 2 eggs and sperm, biology, anatomy. Sebastian wouldn't have been brought into this world. So whether you like her or not, that is her son just as much as it is Seth's son. I can't imagine if you had a child that went missing and people tried to say that wasn't your child because of something they saw on the internet that they didn't like and decided to target you. And you see who the people are that hang out in Smiley's.
I miss you. I'm sorry. And it wouldn't have took long to switch. If you look at it from that angle, excuse me, if you look at it from that angle, it wouldn't have took long to switch him to another car. It wouldn't have took long to have a drop-off point. There's so many ifs. It wouldn't have took long for him to be long gone.
Have you had yours touched up, Outer Banks? I need to do a touch-up on mine. I love it too.
Word have we got? Chris, that he was on the phone with Katie and he saw him on a Facebook thing. That's if Chris wasn't home that night.
Outer Banks. In fact, you might, I don't know if you've heard me say, but Duchess and I will be doing a game show coming up soon. I've been clipping even my own. I will be making an appearance in the bad brow section too, because, you know, we all have days where one's on and one's off. But we have a collage of bad brows and it'll be pick the brow for the character. And a lot of your favorites that you said you watch all the crazies. So chances are that you might be really good in that game. If you want to play along with us, we'll be doing that. Come into a YouTube live stream near you in the next couple of weeks.
I'm just saying. If we're going to inspect one thing and have a microscope on if he was there, if there was a...
And the winner might get eyebrow tips from Smiley. I've got to work that out yet, but I think we could probably get her to give you some eyebrow lessons of how to draw them on.
Why didn't she get up? Why did she? Then we got to look at what if he didn't get home? Nobody saw him. She pulled in the garage. So nobody saw him, right? Who saw him? Come forward. Did any neighbors see him? For a fact, did anybody see him? My panel's open if you did. If you saw him in the car with Katie, because right now I'm not relying on LE. I want to know, did you physically see, or do you have camera that you sent into LE that you saw Sebastian get home that night? I'm tired of taking everybody else's word for it. And what was she telling Sebastian? And what was she telling Sebastian that made him so nervous and start biting his nails and start fumbling with his nails that night? Hey, Hindsight, hello. Gina said, let's see, let me think about this a minute. Do you think they gave Seth some serious information for his attitude to change so drastically on Sebastian's birthday? A couple of things. I think they told him something that gave him hope. And I think he's always wanting hope. This is my opinion. And I think because he was so outspoken, maybe not. But
if you hear a bunch of thrashing around in the background, he is beating the hell out of the stuff he is. He stopped as soon as I went over there because he's like, I'm not doing nothing. He's taking laundry out of our laundry hamper. He doesn't take it to the laundry room, but he's doing all the things. So if you hear a bunch of, it's just Hank entertaining himself for a minute.
But I think they got his hopes up, in my opinion only. I think And again, but what's been produced, I think, and y'all, I'm talking about Seth right now. I don't know. I just, yeah, to pacify him maybe, and to get everybody off of their ass. Get everybody off of their ass, maybe. Do I think they're working, and do I think they have some stuff? Yeah. Do I think they're building case? Yeah. Do I think they could do better? Yeah, I think they could do a lot better. Am I at the point now? I think they need to turn it over. I think they need to stop this stuff. This is my opinion. They just need to stop this.
Why do they have to stop anything? Sumner County has asked for assistance from Jump. The TBI has been involved, the FBI, the Secret Service, any law enforcement agency that they've tapped into. Eric Craddock was very upfront about anybody that he thought could be useful or beneficial with suggestions he has been in contact with. The FBI has up to a $50,000 reward. They're obviously involved. What more do you want? And here again, they start the bullshit. What happened to the ease source at law enforcement that said an arrest would be made in 2 days? What happened to that? Where did that arrest go? That was right before the anniversary, the 1-year anniversary of him being missing. That arrest was supposed to be made. Supposedly, according to Crime Time Buzz, they were convening a grand jury to indict Chris and Katie. Where did that come from? Remember, the Secret Service, according to Crime Time Buzz, was swarming around in helicopters above their house, and black SUVs were out in front of their house. Meanwhile, it was likely Clue and Cletus, but hey, top secret CIA. I mean, these people are fucking ridiculous.
It needs to stop. They do. I feel like that they do. And they're like, what now? What now? Yeah, they want her off their ass. And then they had to contend with all that mess. Not Bullhorn Betty being a mess. I'm just saying with all the stuff going on there. And then, you know, when people like us go on the jury and say, that wasn't stalking, that was confronting your stalker, and look at the stalker going back and forth, and there's no way we're going to prosecute this lady.
People like us, when's the last time you got asked to be on a jury there, Smiley? People like us, Smiley, you're not in that county. You might have grown up there. You have family members there. That would be an interesting thing to see if any of your family members served on that grand jury.
So now we're back to square one, in my opinion. In the meantime, hey, Garrett, it's not good. No, it's not good. It's not good. So then in the meantime, they don't know what to do because they freaked it up. I mean, I know what I can tell them to do, but I can't tell anybody to do anything in law enforcement. Who am I? I'm not the cops. I can only speak my mind.
She's been contacting Brandon Carter in this case from the jump. And the reason for that is because she got pissed off because Duchess was the one that they chose to go on a live stream with and bring awareness to their missing son. Smiley got completely pissed off and started targeting Duchess, sent the interview to law enforcement, and started her bullshit. Started calling the police department, recording the police department, playing the calls. She is also the source of the one that came out and was proudly boasting that there was an arrest warrant for Katie when it was in regards to the ROs for Betty. That was all Smiley. She again said she had contacted law enforcement and got that information from them.
You know, they need to go back and, first of all, lawyer or no lawyer, they need to go question them, or they need to hold them for 72 hours. You can still do that, I believe. Attorneys are not. But they need to go back from square one and do all the things they didn't do before. The luminol, all the things they didn't do, and get a warrant to do it or whatever they need to do. They need to set aside their pride and allow others to come in, ask for the help. I don't care who they ask. I don't think that community cares who they ask. Again, it ain't up to me, but I think that they need to ask for more help. And yes, FBI's been on this case. They are in on this case, but they're limited. They're limited on what they can do, right? Yeah, get their pride out of the way, right? Craddock's ego is way too big, you know, in my opinion. It's been too long now. Hey, Mama Bear. Prayers for Sebastian. That's right. That's right. And Devlin Tate still missing. No updates, no sighting in Michigan. Kids, man, they don't just go missing. They do, but trust me, there's a reason behind it. Oh, thank you, Momming It Up. I'm back in here. I can give you, woo! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you so much, Momming It Up. Yeah, there's always a reason. These kids didn't do, and I think after that big supposed day, that weekend, in my opinion, just being a mother of autism and being a mother, period, that was just over exhausting for him. And I don't think he had any plans to go home and run away, in my opinion. He did not plan to go home and run away. I think he planned, I don't even think he planned it, but I think he wanted to go home and zonk out and go to bed. Maybe he didn't want to take a shower. Maybe he didn't want to take a bath. I think he was so tired. He looked so tired at the end of that Roadhouse picture. I think he just wanted to go home and go to sleep, honestly. That's what I think, D-Real. I've said that from day one, and I'm sorry.
All these people with his face as their avatars just disgust me as they sit there with his face as their avatars talking shit about the mother of a missing child. That comment says that weekend was her final goodbye, in my opinion. Meanwhile, their avatar is Sebastian's face.
I know it's hard for people to hear that, but that's what it seemed like.
And again, you don't know this child. You don't know what he was thinking, what he was feeling, his moods, any of his facial expressions, what his baseline was, anything. So you're just making up assumptions again because you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
In my opinion. I mean, it seemed like that to me. It'd be over exhausting for anyone, Kiki. I know it'd be over exhausting for me, you know. Why would he run away if he, and yeah, Cass, why would he run away if he had a super great day? I mean, a real great day. I don't get it. Why would he run away? Yep, you could call it laziness on Ellie part. Tam here said, good afternoon, Smile. Hey, good to see you. Good afternoon. No, nobody understands this. Nobody. Yeah, and I have a feeling, it's just me, and I don't know, but I think there's more video to that Roadhouse photo or video, because a little bit came out here and a little bit came out here and a little bit came out here.
Oh, so now we're going to start trying to push people to believe that there's more Roadhouse footage. Again, whatever law enforcement has, it's not up for you to gather or dissect. Law enforcement had the Texas Roadhouse video from jump. Everybody knew that. They were aware of that. And then Nick and the team came in and stirred shit. We're going to bump it forward to about the 1 hour mark. This gets gross. And then we're going to get back into AtNight and Tony and the teams.
Stuff you can't put out. Things you can't unsee.
Oh.
You know.
Actually, let me back that up a little.
As updates.
Let me back that up.
Anything. Even Brandy from Michael Monkey Vaughn did. As far back as I can remember, Casey Anthony. Regular news has updates. Newspapers has updates. It's bullshit when they say they can't update. They don't have to give information to hinder the case. They don't have to give out names. They don't have to do that. But they can come out and say something. Yeah, Lisa, yeah, it's obvious. That's how they do in Tennessee. It's crazy. It's just crazy.
For those of you that are talking about microblading, it is amazing. I actually have a partial powder brow and microblading. There's different combinations for different skin types, age, everything like that. Please find yourself a great artist and go have a consultation, do some mapping so you can wear them how they would sit before you commit to it. You can also at times find Groupons for really good artists at a huge discount during their off season. Like they have peak seasons during Valentine's Day, Christmas, holidays like that, because they're often given as gift cards. But make sure you trust your person, wear them, and ask for their advice. They know what they're doing. This is what they do. There's different combinations. There's powder, there's combo, there's microblading. There's all sorts of different variations. So just ask all the questions and find somebody that you're comfortable with, depending on your area. In my area here, for a good set, you're looking at close to $1,000. That's reputable. Again, remember, cheap work isn't good and good work isn't cheap. You're investing in your face.
They have threatened and harassed so many of the neighbors. Yes, searchers, and I'm sure more. What kind of family has that kind of power? You'd be surprised. I don't like calling it power, but that's what it seems like. You'd be surprised how far this goes. I'm just saying.
They do last for a couple years, and then you can have a touch-up, which usually sometimes the touch-up's included in the initial fee, and sometimes you pay just like a quarter or an eighth of the initial cost for the touch-up. Just really do your work, because again, this is going on your face. You want to make sure you're comfortable with it. So although deals are great, yes, you can still get great deals for some reputable, amazing artists, but don't go for the cheaper is better on something you're getting tattooed on your face.
Again,
or do what you want.
There's so much that has been researched 24/7, day and night. Things, places, rabbit holes, stuff you can't put out, things you can't unsee, all of those things.
Things you can't unsee. She's trying to allege that she knows something. Music City Mom, thank you again for another gifted membership. Welcome to the cabana.
And it's unbelievable, unreal. Again, they know. Mama Risa knows. She's like, bingo, 100%. See, y'all don't know what we know and it's not because we work together or anything like that. It's because when you're in this, you do your homework, you do your research.
Bitch, please. Every time we've seen you do research, you're doxing somebody incorrectly. You're spreading misinformation. You're doing the most. Where is this research you guys always talk about? Because every time you do research, it's wrong.
And it ain't just on one. You do it. You can't, Lisa, you can't always do that. Because I'm not willing to hurt the integrity of Sebastian's case. You can't. There's some things that's not for the public ears, but there is some things that you come up with and that I know I have, that has went over to law enforcement. What they do with it is on them. What TBI does with it is on them. What FBI does with it is on them, because Smiley goes all the way. That don't mean it needs to come out here on YouTube. But I can tell y'all, if you knew things, you would be so flabbergasted. You can't do that. You cannot put certain things out. Not in fear of anything or anybody, but for the integrity of whoever it is you're looking for that's missing. You can't. It can get thrown out in a court of law. You can't.
You don't know shit. Stop acting like you do. None of you do. You've been saying the same things for months on end, and none of it has came true. You started this before the 1-year anniversary of him going missing. Every holiday, every time you need a distraction, you do the same things. Where's the proof?
I know. See, Mama Risa's saying the same thing. You can't. Some things you just cannot. You just cannot.
Duchess, are you doing a pour? I can't imagine what listening to this one and pouring paint might turn out to be.
No, this is not the only case that it happens in, or it probably won't be the last case this happens in, but by golly, this is the far worst case that I've ever saw. Darn, somebody asked, I especially now think this way outweighs Summer Wells' case. And I'm not talking about no physical abuse. I'm talking about the case in general, in my opinion. It'll come out. Yeah, it'll come out eventually. They do have serious issues in Tennessee. They absolutely have some of the most serious, horrible issues in Tennessee. Thank you, BMW. Thank you. And y'all want to say give us breadcrumbs, but I'll tell you something else. There's some things, let me put it to you like this, that I said you can't unsee. You don't want to leave no breadcrumbs. It can literally get you killed. I'm not willing to die for this.
What the fuck dramatics is this? Y'all see why are you guys doing this to me? This is what I've been watching today. Don't ask me what's wrong with me, because these are the things I watch. I torture. It's like a torture test. How much can I take? Smiley and Lolly were what I was watching today. And this is the shit they do and say. Like, what are you doing? This is like Betty saying that they were going to do to her like they attempted to do to Trump. Like, where do these people get this shit? Let's hear that again.
And y'all want to say give us breadcrumbs, but I'll tell you something else. There's some things, like let me put it to you like this, that I said you can't unsee. You don't want to leave no breadcrumbs. It can literally get you killed. I'm not willing to die for this or have my family to die because I threw y'all some breadcrumbs. I'm just saying. And you can take that however you want to take it. Take it however you want to take it.
These fucking people are so dangerous, right? They're so fucking dangerous. You know what I woke up to? Duchess and I both woke up to? This man that she has had it out for is such an evil, vile piece of shit that the first thing I wake up to yesterday morning is a text message. And I'm saying this publicly because I'm so sick of people degrading these families for no reason. It was a Happy Mother's Day text from Chris. What the fuck? What the fuck? These are normal people. Normal fucking people that you've chose to develop a fucking narrative about. We don't know these people, but they're normal people. Very thoughtful and kind. Extremely thoughtful and kind. I was stunned. I was like, well, how fucking sweet is that? I've only talked to him one other time. I thought that was extremely kind. Oh, Outer Banks, thank you for joining us in a conversation. You've been great in here too, as long as we can have open discourse any day. And I appreciate the support, but you're welcome here anytime. Ask any questions. You know, we don't have to agree on everything to like have common decency to each other at times. So thanks for being a part of the conversation today. I thought it was very sweet. And the reason I say that is because these are typical, normal human beings trying to live their lives, thinking about other people. Like, if you don't fucking attack these people and blame them for everything, they don't even care if you have opinions. They're just normal. I don't get it. You don't have to like them. You don't have to agree with their lifestyle. They're not asking you for fucking permission to live their lives. Ordinary people in extraordinary situations. Absolutely. And I think for me, like, I say that because it was confusing to me, because that day has to be so hard on them. And to even have the kindness or the thought process to think about other people, you know, it just said a lot to me. It says a lot to me about and I've never done anything to benefit them. I've never been asked to do anything. Nothing. Duchess the same. These people just get it so fucking twisted and they don't fucking stop. Yeah, exactly. And the first thing I thought was, oh my God, I can't even imagine. And I knew what was going to happen to Katie yesterday. I knew what was going to happen because they do it over and over and over again. Same to me, Duchess. It was like, just was one of those moments for me that was just, it really humanized these people. These people are humans. Seth is a human too. He chooses his behavior out here publicly too. They all do. Do I agree with it? Hell no. But do I see the people that are surrounding him as opportunistic? Yes. And then you have people like Smiley pretending that her life is in danger. Jesus Christ. We talked about this too, about how these people have to become the victim. They have to become the victim in these stories to replace the victim after they've smeared the victim's dignity. BJ is a prime example of that.
I don't know, Holly. Somebody was asking this morning, and about them being taken down. The couple people that said they took them down. I don't know, because I think a couple of them did. I don't know if they all did or not. I honestly don't know. But
Vibrator, it's the same situation every time. Facebook groups formed with misinformation, disinformation, speculation that people could build stories out of. it's easy content. When you get a couple of the bigger true crime channels that are bringing awareness to it, then it trickles down. And people like BJ use people like Plunder for content so they don't have to do any research. And then they regurgitate all the rumors and speculation. And they go as far as they possibly can, degrading these families with no proof. It happens every time. You can pick the same people, wash, rinse, repeat. It's horrific, but we've known that this was going to happen, and here they are.
Why you would want them taken down, even if they rattled you, that just shows me whatever is on them, whatever said, however it said, it must be rattling your cages for a reason. And if they did get took down, that says a whole lot. I haven't heard any more about the billboards. I honestly don't know. I don't know. I really don't. But it don't say too much for the people having helped took down, because oh, you'd be surprised, Lisa. You'd be surprised.
What did you just say?
What would make them cut tires? I don't know. I really don't.
What are you trying to say?
Down, even if they rattled you, that just shows me whatever is on them, whatever said, however it said, it must be rattling your cages for a reason. And if they did get took down, that says a whole lot. I haven't heard any more about the billboards. I honestly don't know. I don't know. I really don't. But it don't say too much for the people having helped took down, because
it's a breach of the policy of Blipboard to have targeted harassment campaigns. I know that's hard for you to fucking understand, you ignorant bitch, but it goes against their company policy, what they're using those Blipboards for. If what is pictured on X is posted on those Blipboards, it's a direct violation of Blipboard's own policies. And misinformation is not something they stand for. And the $447,000 is a direct bullshit story compared to even AtNight's own reward on their website.
Oh, you'd be surprised, Lisa. You'd be surprised. What would make them cut tires and give threats and do all that? What makes them do any of this crazy shit that they do?
Where's the proof of any of that? Lolly tried that again yesterday. We watched that in yesterday's live stream. She tried regurgitating that there was all these threats and things being done. Okay, let's kick gears. You've seen enough. Let's go back to this part though, just because I want to see it before we venture out, because this is my favorite part of this live stream. I've already clipped it and I will be making us a button out of it.
And said that he did make it home.
Lippy,
so on one hand, I want to believe Ellie, but on the other hand, I'm so absolutely freaking tired of Ellie.
What is this? What was that? Malfunctioning? Lippy, thank you again for being a member for 3 months. Revival, did I see you climb in here? Oh shit, now we're spinning. She broke the internet. Did I spin? Hold on. She's spinning now. Let's see. Let's go back. Did I break her? Did she go edit this out? Too bad, I already got it.
Oh, thanks, momming it up.
Now my computer is glitching at that spot. What the heck, Smiley?
It is frustrating. It's very make it home.
There you go. Why is it glitching? Did she take it out? What's happening right here? Why is it just that spot?
Liking that.
We'll come back to it. Okay, never mind. We have to come back to that one because, well, she broke my computer. All right, let's go into, so we left off in September with the clowns. We're going to go right back into when Dog the Bounty Hunter joined. So AtNight, we finished off part 2 with AtNight Media joining in the beginning of September. We did Nick's first live stream. So we have Tony in play. We have Nick coming on as the face of AtNight Media. Now we have Dog the Bounty Hunter, and we're just going to kind of roll, and I'll wrap it up at the end with some of these. It's the smiley curse, right? The demon possession in my computers again. So just for transparency, for anybody following it, this is from September 19th, 2024. For anybody that is new to this timeline, what we are doing is we are comparing things between AtNight Media and Tony Mathis when they came in as spokespeople and or representing the father of the missing child, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. We've looked at Tony extensively, and now we're going to add in more of AtNight and the players around AtNight, and then we're going to mix them all together by the end of this. Let's go.
Welcome back to Opening Statements. I'm Julie Grant. This morning, we are shining the spotlight on the search for missing teen Sebastian Rogers. In just a moment, we're going to be talking to Dog the Bounty Hunter, who is helping in Sebastian's search. He's helping Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, look for his missing son. And a little later in the show, I'm going to be speaking with...
Which, as of right now, Dog has never been to Tennessee and taken part in any searches for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. He is somehow connected to AtNight Media by name only. My opinion is that they pay him to use his recognition. Sorry, I'm sitting outside because I needed to smoke. And it's windy. They needed to use his name and face, his likeness for attention through AtNight. I have a feeling that AtNight probably has him on contract to use his name and his image for attention seeking. That is basically it. But Dog has not done anything, and you will see how much he gets wrong. So we're going to go from this to the Jennifer Coffindoffer with Dog on, and that's very enlightening too. Let's finish it out.
Seth Rogers, who has not given up on finding his son.
He needs to call 911. And if somebody has him, you need to give him back. He's my son, and he doesn't belong to nobody, but damn it, he's mine.
Now, the teen with autism has been missing since February from the Hendersonville, Tennessee home that he shared with his mother and with his stepfather. I want to welcome in now our very special guest, Dwayne Chapman, a.k.a. Dog the Bounty Hunter, and he's also accompanied by his attorney, Bruce Castor. Good morning to you both. Dog, I want to begin.
So Bruce Castor is the one that they tried to use his name to bolster the complaint in Pennsylvania when he, once again, was not actually attorney on record. They consulted with him is what come to find out, but all of the plaintiffs used his name and the team members to try and intimidate the defendants even further. Bruce Castor, from what we have learned, represents Dog the Bounty Hunter in a case in Texas. What it's in regards to, I'm not really sure of, but that is his involvement whatsoever with Dog. Other than that, nothing more. But they thought this was going to lend credibility or scare people into something.
Would you please, when you think about, all of the things that could have happened with Sebastian, I want to ask you, based on all of the facts and information that you know, what is your theory, the theory of the case that you have, and what is helping you and aiding in your pursuit of him?
Well, two questions. The theory is, my theory, the only theory that I have is he's missing. Whether he's still alive or not, that's not, I thought in the beginning that he might be alive, and the more tips we have, the more people, the more things we're figuring out, he might not be alive. So, it's not my theory of how I find people. Sometimes it's completely different than what I think. And the way we find him and help is someone, we know there's two people that were involved in his disappearance, but someone else has to know. And $100,000 reward that's been put up is,
So they came in and added to the FBI reward. The FBI reward came out first on the 6-month anniversary of Sebastian being missing. The FBI offered up to a $50,000 reward. That is when AtNight started we're going to add 25. We're going to add 50. It was actually said by some people that it started to become a reward auction of sorts.
Has to know. And $100,000 reward that's been put up is, $1/10,000,000. That's a lot of money. So we're waiting on we have 833 Tell Dog. My partner, Nick the Hat, has got his number out there. We're waiting for someone to.
My partner, Nick the Hat. That's an interesting choice of words.
To call in on the tip line and give us a real live tip.
Doug, would you give us an update, please, on any good information that's come in so far? Has anything you've received in the way of tips been at all viable?
Well, my lawyer's giving me stink eye. I better watch my mouth because, allegedly, that's the word. Allegedly.
Sure.
Allegedly, it was people need to read the facts. How'd the boy get out the back? How come no one did anything? Why was the stepfather threatening people that were out looking for the boy? Volunteers were out there and he was threatening them. Is there a family tie between either side of the family, between sexual perversion really bad? I mean, there's a lot of things that the public can look at before, it goes to a jury. And all roads lead to Rome.
Doug, tell us.
I'm going to back that up, and I want you to hear that again, because as we go through this timeline, you are going to also hear Tony Mathis state that when they first talked to Nick and Dog, that Nick and Dog were suspect of Seth. And then you mix that in with the things that Dog is saying here, and you start questioning, who is Dog and Nick and those guys actually going after? How and why did they target Seth and think that he was the number one suspect when he's never been named a suspect by law enforcement, neither of Chris and Katie? Their own words really come back to haunt them when you put this stuff in timelines and listen to them, because it's very damaging.
Bad. I mean, there's a lot of things that the public can look at before,
Sorry, I didn't go back far enough. Hold on. Let me go back even further.
Sure.
Allegedly, it was people need to read the facts. How'd the boy get out the back? How come no one did anything? Why was the stepfather?
It's not assumed that he went out the back. It's assumed he went out the front.
There's threatening people that were out looking for.
Where's the proof of Chris ever threatening anybody? Again, that was a rumor that Seth repeated to his mother on the phone, and his mother repeated on live stream to CJ's media, and it got dissected, but there was no proof of Chris ever threatening anybody.
The boy volunteers were out there and he was threatening them. Is there a family tie between?
Where's the proof of that?
Either side of the family, between sexual perversion really bad. I mean, there's a lot of things that the public can look at before, it goes to a jury. And all roads lead to Rome.
And this was after Seth had made his appearance on Brittany J's stream, saying the very interesting, humorous, I guess is what they were trying to make it out to be, but very disgusting statements that he made on BJ's, and they just thought was so appropriate and funny while using his missing child picture as his avatar.
Doug, tell us about the roads that you've been walking along in your search. Would you kind of bring us into your world? What have you been doing on the ground there? Tell us a little bit about how your searching process goes, if you would, please.
Well, we don't have a crystal ball. I'm follow the words of Jesus. So, I can't look and say,
Pointer lover, I can. Sorry, you guys. I'm just mostly on the other screen right now, going back and forth. And then I was clipping that lolly section out for us so I can use that as the button. I can see you though. Sophia, thank you again for the 5 gifted memberships. Y'all, welcome to the cabana. Thank you. You guys are amazing.
Jesus, where is he? So the only roads to Rome are people that call in and leave tips. Someone else knows what happened. Absolutely. In a 10-year career, I've captured, or a 48-year career, I've captured more than 10,000 fugitives. And this is not my first rodeo looking for a lost child.
Misty Blue, you need to take care of you. I'm glad you're okay, but please take care of yourself. He hasn't been on the ground searching at all. This is such bullshit.
We've been 100% successful.
What missing child have you ever searched for? Because we've looked high and low for documentation about any missing children that Dog the Bounty Hunter has been involved in, or missing persons cases. He tried to get himself involved in the Brian Laundrie, the hunt for Brian Laundrie, and because there was a reward offered. And then he attempted to get involved, or he was asked to get involved in the Kylie Rodney, which he declined because there was too much going on in that. But where's the proof of any of these missing children that you've ever found, or missing persons? You've hunted as a bounty hunter on an island.
In that. And the reason why is people need to call in and to tell us what's going on. We've got leads. A lot of leads are credible, and some leads are, Dog, when are you going to get a show? We love you, Dog. We love Francie. We love that.
Dog's tip line is being flashed across the screen. Not the TBI, not Sumner County, but Dog's tip line. Casual Art, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Y'all, welcome to the cabana. You guys are shaking the bushes today. Thank you guys so much.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games.
Thank you.
We love you too, but stay off the line. We need credible leads.
Absolutely. Well, you are beloved, Dog. I know you don't need me to tell you that. And
Thank you.
believe me, everybody has the world of confidence in you. When we found out that you were joining the search, I was asking my power panel on the show, who are you going to bet on finding Sebastian, Dog or the FBI? And everybody's saying you. Everybody wants to take that bet with you. And so tell us, does that put any pressure on you?
Is Dog still hiding from the IRS? Asking for me.
Tell me, does it fuel your fire? What do you think when you hear so much confidence from the public in you and in the work that you do?
Well, that incites me. I get all excited because I am the greatest bounty hunter in the world.
I am the greatest bounty hunter in the world. Bree, thank you for the support. He claims that he has found 10,000 people. He has 10,000 bounties, but guess what the source is of that? Him. Every single place that gives a number, it's 10,000, and the source of it is Dog the Bounty Hunter. Every time. And none of them are linked to any missing persons cases whatsoever.
No one can ever catch over 10,000 fugitives.
Sounds like a good number just to run with, right? Perfect.
No one. FBI works Monday through Friday. The marshals are the only ones come close, and they got to have 12. I'm sorry, marshals, but they're the more.
He calls his buddies that are the retired law enforcement officers and people that he is connected with the essentials. It's Dog in the essentials. All these retired people from the FBI and law enforcement. We have no idea who he's actually contacted or connected with besides some extremist preachers and ministers and his merch company and AtNight.
It just gets us excited, gets us crazy. And I have a team. My Francie helps me. Many people help me, Nick the Hat, my team. And then I have one of the greatest lawyers in the world for this particular subject. I mean, this guy is like, it's just incredible. So anywhere you go, you must have a good lawyer in this business. So please, let's pass this on to him.
Isn't that the truth? Well, and Bruce, I'm not just saying this. I said to Dog when we were doing his mic check right before the show, what a fine lawyer he has in you. So I know legally he's in great hands. Bruce, anything that you would like to add? I know you're here primarily to accompany Dog with this appearance. Is there anything that you think that's important to note with respect to the search and Dog's involvement in leading the charge to help Seth Rogers find Sebastian?
Does Court TV vet info? You tell me. They've allowed some hefty allegations to be made by Tony, Seth. Seth got up there in his professional opinion. I think we watched that in part 1 of this. But no, the answer would be no. No.
Well, as a more than.
And this is very interesting because why did Dog the Bounty Hunter need his attorney who represents him solely in a case out of Texas to involve himself in this? Again, to me, this was a way of their attempt to strong arm and make people believe that they were coming in with all these resources and just to shut up if you didn't go along with what they said because they have all these attorneys willing to do stuff. Bruce Castor is the very same person who gave the opening statements in Trump's one of his trials, and Trump was at Mar-a-Lago throwing shit at his TV because he was so pissed off at Castor. Yeah. There's that. And they've all been like, oh my God, he was a Trump attorney. Yeah, Trump was so pleased with him that he was throwing shit at his TV. Carry on.
Been 3-decade law enforcement official myself in Pennsylvania, a former district attorney and former attorney general. I know what the local authorities must be feeling and the frustration they must be feeling. And I know from my own experience that sometimes you need to rely on people like dog experts that are willing to give their time and energy to come and assist law enforcement in doing their job. And, you know, I'm stunned when I learned about the facts of this case that, you know, the young boy has left the home.
Trisha, thank you for renewing. Welcome back to the cabana.
Of his mother and his stepfather, and they don't seem to be particularly broken up about that. I'm sure that that is sticking in the minds of a lot of people and want to know what the answer to that is. I also was struck by the fact that the people doing the search, Dog, Nick the Hat, and some of the other people are facing death threats and
Sophia, sadly, it has been from the very first week, and that's what's happening to the case in Canada too. They become mockeries. They become such targeted hate campaigns. It's not about awareness for missing. It's about picking a villain and running with it and trying to demean and diminish families going through their worst times, including re-victimizing the victim. It's over and over again. And you do not say forgive me, because you're spot on. It's exactly what it is. And this is the same thing that they do in every one of these cases. And when the Canadian case is done, they'll find another one, and over and over and over again. Wash, rinse, repeat.
Other problems against their safety. And these are things that just can't happen. I mean, we need to encourage people when they put up money for reward to try to get people to call in. That's not any kind of impropriety. That's good citizenship. That's what we want to encourage. And people who do things to deter that are, in my judgment, not being good Americans.
It's the idolization, Terry, of these reality TV stars, right? People have gotten to this. They infantilize these reality TV stars as they're subhuman, that they have some superpowers because on TV they're doing these, you know, oh, they're hunting. He targeted Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders that were suffering through addiction, poverty, and they made him out to be some hero that was paying people to turn family members in. He caused so much havoc in Hawaii. He was basically ran out of Hawaii and told, don't ever come back. The aloha spirit that he was racist, all the just horrific things. But he used real life pain of people to profit off of and make a career out of. How many other people have we seen the same exact thing from? Tony Mathis is doing, you know, the same thing, if you ask me.
And we have very fine people, Dog and Nick and the whole crew are doing a tremendous job. And from where I sit, if it gets any worse.
It's scary, though, because some of you were around and some of you still are in the mind frame that what Tim Ballard and crew did was hero type bullshit. Tim Ballard did nothing but set what true trafficking victims go through back decades by what they did to the movement of around human trafficking, sex trafficking, and what they made people believe it actually is and what's going on. And they were a bunch of wealthy white men flying to third world countries to pay for sex. That's true. But people still believe it because he is on TV. He was doing B-roll footage. He's been aligned with people like Tony Robbins and Glenn Beck and other people of power and influence, Dog the Bounty Hunter, Sean Reyes, the Attorney General. They elevate these people that they think are doing something good because of what you're told on TV. They don't take research any further. They don't go look for themselves. And when you try to push back and say, please go look for yourself, this isn't what it is made to be. These people are doing damage to people who are really trying to push for change. People get pissed. They don't want to hear it.
I'm going to recommend that they take legal action because this is totally unreasonable. And law enforcement and the community working together will solve this crime.
Right. Oh, amen. Bruce, I am with you 100%. When you said death threats, right away my jaw dropped. That is criminal to do that, as you know. I, like yourself, served in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania as a prosecutor, and anybody making those kind of threats should be held accountable legally. You are
Where's the legal charges?
right. And the threats don't solve the problem, do they? All they do is take everybody a step back, the good people who are searching for this young boy. With respect to Sebastian, Doug, I want to ask you, realistically, how confident are you in being able to bring Sebastian home?
Well, again, in the very beginning, I thought he might still be with us. It seems like, Sebastian has to have medication for sleep and other things, okay? And we have checked everywhere if those prescriptions have been renewed. And so far, they have not. So, again, everything is up in the air. You hope, I lost a little girl, Barbara Katie, and I, hope that she wasn't gone, and she was. So I don't, it is, who knows? We all pray to God that he's, somewhere safe and we'll find him. But when someone gets on whatever it is, TV, internet, and everything, and says, I guarantee you, Dog will never, never find Sebastian. So many series on A&E, CMT, WGN, my show. We never missed one guy. A couple have gotten away because they died. So never have we ever missed. And for someone to come on and say, Dog will never, ever find him. Yeah, why? You're guilty. Why? Because you did something to him. Why? You again, allegedly is soon to become, with the jury of their peers, a conviction. And so I'm maybe more after that than I am anything else. We've got to find out who was involved in Sebastian's disappearance.
Okay, I'm going to back that up. I want you to pay attention to Bruce Castor's face during this, because Dog is basically saying what they're doing. This has been the narrative and the motive, in my opinion, all along. I've been saying this for a long time. I believe that they are trying to build a circumstantial case without a body to target Chris and Katie. I believe that is why the public optics are so important to people like Tony Mathis, AtNight Media, and the crew. They need to control the public optics because they are hoping to push this to a circumstantial case that gets it in front of a grand jury, and they've tainted the local perception, the public optics of this while they try to do that. That is what I genuinely believe that they're trying to push for, and I believe that that's what Dog is saying right now.
So many series on A&E, CMT, WGN, my show. We never missed one guy. A couple have gotten away because they died. So never have we ever missed. And for someone to come on and say, Dog will never, ever find him. Yeah, why? You're guilty. Why? Because you did something to him. Why? You again, allegedly is soon to become, with the jury of their peers, a conviction. And so I'm maybe more after that than I am anything else. We've got to find out who was involved in Sebastian's disappearance.
Preach, Doug, preach. And we are so sorry for the loss of your beautiful daughter, Barbara Katie. That is a pain that I think is unimaginable unless you've gone through it. And you certainly understand that enormous pain that comes with burying a child. And so our hearts go out to you for that, and continuing with your resilience in life and in your profession. And speaking of parenting, we're going to be welcoming in.
And again, him using his child, again, I don't wish the loss of a child on anybody at all, but I believe Dog uses that, or used that in that particular incident, to amp up the emotional manipulation, because his daughter was not a missing child.
Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, in just a couple of moments. Dog is going to stay with us. Seth is going to be joining us. We're going to hit that break and be right back. And later in the show, we're going to take you to Mississippi, where the state's rebuttal case begins in the deadly daughter murder trial.
Particles of gunshot residue were positively identified on the right hand. The label was coming from Carly Greggs, and the left hand.
That was a really hard case to watch too. Let me go forward to where they come back. Here we go.
TV.
He decided that he wanted to step into a mound of what he thought was dirt, and it was fire ants. And since then, it's always been, he doesn't like to get his feet in the dirt. He likes to have his socks and shoes on.
Welcome back to Opening Statements. I'm Julie Grant. We're talking about what, if anything, can tip the scales of justice when it comes to finding missing teen Sebastian Rogers. Will somebody come forward with some new information? Will Dog the bounty hunter and his crew find some important clues? Still with me, Dwayne Chapman, aka Dog the Bounty Hunter, want to welcome in also Seth Rogers' attorney, Tony Mathis, and we're working on getting Seth Rogers reconnected. Full disclosure, my friends, this is the world of live TV. We had Seth with us a moment ago and his signal dropped out, so we're going to be welcoming Seth in as soon as we can. Dog, let's kind of pick up where we left off in the last segment. You and your attorney, Bruce Castor, were sharing how with the tip line, there are also some death threats that are coming in. And so we wanted to kind of clarify that, please. Are they coming in on the tip line, or are these death threats coming in other forms?
Really, I don't know. I mean, that's one thing my whole career people have.
Let me go back to play that again, just because I think you guys are right. I think he did say he was an attorney. Sorry, I'm feeding my dogs right now. I had to get up out of bed, so let's go.
Find some important clues. Still with me, Dwayne Chapman, aka Dog the Bounty Hunter, want to welcome in also Seth Rogers' attorney, Tony Mathis, and we're working on getting Seth Rogers reconnected. Full disclosure, my friends, this is the world of live TV. We had Seth
He does, and I think Tony corrects him actually.
With us a moment ago, and his signal dropped out, so we're going to be welcoming Seth in as soon as we can. Doug, let's kind of pick up where we left off in the last segment. You and your attorney, Bruce Castor, were sharing how with the tip line, there are also some death threats that are coming in. And so we wanted to kind of clarify that, please. Are they coming in on the tip line, or are these death threats coming in other forms?
Really, I don't know. I mean, that's one thing my whole career people have threatened to kill and destroy and this, and I'm a this and I'm a that. So I really don't pay any attention to that unless they're within 100 yards. And then my wife, Francie, she's a dead shot. So, really, we don't care. Everywhere she goes, she packs a real gun everywhere. We're in Florida. We go to different states. That's a pistol packing mama. So, and there's more than 9 shots in her gun. So we don't worry about that, because God, I'm on a mission from God. And if someone takes me out, then the next breath I have will be in the arms of Jesus. So come on with it,
You're unafraid. I love it. Unafraid, and such a man of faith. That's really admirable, Dog. Tony Mathis, let me talk to you, please. As we're working to get your client, Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father, all ready to join us, what do you think is important for everyone to know at this point in the search for Sebastian, Tony?
Julie, first off, let me correct you. I am his spokesperson. I'm certainly not an attorney.
Oh, we got some wrong information. I'm sorry. Thank you for that correction.
Dog, I hope you're doing okay today, brother.
Yes, sir, brother. Yeehaw.
Yes, sir, brother. Yeehaw. And here's where all the worlds collide.
We think that what's important right now is we're finally starting to get an enormous amount of horsepower in this case. When Dog and Nick came in, they came in with a team of social media people, a team of investigators, a team of a legal team, and the case literally went nationwide overnight. So we're kind of getting reorganized. We're getting refocused. We're trying to get the people that want to be involved in this case refocused, where we've got one goal and one mission. And the truth is, everybody involved in the search. We don't all have to like each other or get along, but as long as we've got a common goal, then I think with Dog leading the charge, we can win here.
Finding Sebastian, exactly, Tony. And we have Seth.
May I interrupt real quick?
Go ahead, Doug.
May I interrupt? So, brother, let's get down to the real nitty gritty and let's don't do the blame game. But who do you guys think was responsible for Sebastian's disappearance? Everybody was blaming it on his father in the beginning. Everybody thought he wasn't at work. He wasn't a real sheriff. And all that now has been proven. So what would you guys say without getting, sued? My lawyer will take care of you. I don't think that's a conflict of interest, but
and we have just a couple seconds left. Just cautioning you. Yeah, quickly, Tony.
Okay.
We're not going to make a statement on that.
Okay. And I think we have Seth's audio, I'm being told. We don't have a video signal, but Seth, if you're there, we have a couple of seconds. Where is your head this morning, Seth?
Just trying to mull over all the intelligence that has come in to try to find out if any of it's going to lead me to my son.
Right. Are you hopeful this morning, Seth?
I'm hopeful every morning.
That's the way to be.
I'm hopeful every night.
Anything you want to say to everyone who's searching and wants to find Sebastian and bring him home?
I appreciate everybody that's goal-oriented in finding my son. Sebastian is the only goal. Finding him is the only thing that matters to me.
We are out of time. Thank you all. Let's bring Sebastian home.
Well, isn't it ironic to go back and listen to When the Worlds Collide? Shelby Lynn, I heard that they very much can go back to the grand jury. Yes, they can. Absolutely. With Betty, they can try the exact same charges if they wanted to refile those. They can try additional ones. They can put it before a new grand jury. They can find other violations. Yeah, this is why I was like, in my opinion, this is actually might be a better position for the attorneys, because if it goes the way, it might go. And again, I'm not an attorney or anything of that nature, but they could easily wait till the appeals are done, see what happens there, and then retry after that too. Thank you for the support, but I don't think that this is a bad deal. I think there's a lot of distractions happening right now, and there's reason for it. Again, thank you for the support, Shelby. So now we are going to go to the very next day. So after Dog makes his appearance on Court TV alongside Tony, Castor, and Seth, Dog the Bounty Hunter makes an appearance on Jennifer Coffindoffer. So this is September 20th, 2024. This is why, for me, Jennifer Coffindoffer is a part of AtNight. I see her as a part of the team. But she also was friends and was a huge piece of when Tony came into the picture. Let's go watch.
True crimers, welcome to Break the Case. I'm your host. I'm Jen. True crimers, welcome to Break the Case. I'm your host. I'm Jen Coffindoffer. For those of you who have not joined us before, this is a true.
I am speeding her up. This was when I was in Vegas. I was watching this in my hotel room before the races, and I was ready to throw shit. Like, this was so frustrating to me. I'm going to fast forward to when he comes on. I don't give a shit about her intro. She drives me nuts, but she is a huge piece of AtNight Media and Tony Mathis.
To Sebastian, or to what happened to Sebastian. So without further ado, come on, Dog, join me on stage.
Hello, how are you, ma'am? Yay, FBI.
So glad to have you here. Listen, I am one that gets right down to nuts and bolts. So we're going to start on in. Dog, first of all, tell me, how did you hear about the Sebastian Rogers case, and what enticed you to go ahead and bring your skill set to helping find him?
Well, hearing about it, I'm going to blame on my new little partner, Nick the Hat, because he's a internet sleuth. I mean, I'm sorry to say kid, but young man is fantastic. So he said, he knows about the bounty hunting. And when he was young, he watched the show, and he said, Dog, if you get in on this, and I have found missing children, by the way, and if you get in on this, everybody's, all your followers, all your friends, all your peeps are going to get behind you. So that was the reason that I first initiated in. Then, I'm a bounty hunter, truth and justice, right? And now that I'm in the case, first of all, I thought, someone, maybe his real father could have done something. And because that's what was the rumors on everywhere, right? Then after looking into where he was, what was going on with him, now getting to know him, it was not the real dad. So now it's a bounty hunt. I may have to say, on your show,
who I think it is. I'm not sure if I should.
Deanna, I'm not sure if they actually have connections. Maybe it's one news or like agency, I guess you would say, like news agency. They're not really like mainstream media, but that he hasn't fabricated emails on or something. I have no idea though. Truthfully, no clue yet. And thank you for being a member for a month. I saw somebody else shoot off a member. Maybe I didn't. Shauna, thank you for being a member for 3 months. Lady V for 4 months. And if I missed anybody else, Lippy for 3 months. Sorry, guys, I'm back and forth. The Caffeinated Duchess. Will you have her say Hellfire and Brimstone, please? Which one? The Caffeinated Duchess. Were you talking about Smiley? And thank you for the support. Sorry, I missed some of those, you guys. I'm bopping back and forth over here.
But now I'm going after I hope they do believe. I hope they bolt, because I will chase them, as you know, anywhere, even into Mexico. So, that's the reason I'm in it, and the reason that I'm going to absolutely, with all the help I've got, we're going to find where he is and who helped him get away, or if he is passed away, who did that. You know what I mean? So we're all praying that he's still with us.
Absolutely, dog. So this is so interesting to me because when you think about it, right, this goes to the point that Sebastian's name wasn't getting out there. It was, in fact, a Nick who came to you and let you know about what was happening here. That shows to me how little attention was being brought to him more on a nationwide stage. In other words, dog, you weren't getting in your car and hearing about Sebastian Rogers. And I think now people are. They're hearing about it even more. People like yourself and many other people.
Well, I think people, Jennifer, were scared because the stepfather, while the volunteers were out volunteering, to help find the boy, he one lady's got him on video threatening her, saying, "You better get out of here. Just get out of here." Well, she's saying, we're here to help find, your son. So
That was Bullshit and Bobby. Bullshit and Bobby told the story. Now, do we know if she has videos? No, we don't know. But did he have good reason to tell her to get lost? In my opinion, yes, absolutely he did. He absolutely had good reason to tell her to get lost. She was driving by his house over and over again with kids that were posting stuff in Facebook groups. Again, these people are asinine.
Sebastian, the cops are here. That's enough. Then the volunteers on the back of a horse was saying, or riding a horse, sorry, were saying they were harassed too. Then the dog handlers, the bloodhounds, those people were.
Where's the proof of that? Where's the people on horseback that were being threatened? We've never heard that. We've never seen proof of any of that. Where did that come from? That's never been established that was factual. The dog handler, which one? Steph from California that didn't even exist, that flew on a private jet that she hasn't flown on since Kobe passed away, who wasn't a dog handler, who used photos of somebody else's spouse. Or Canine Jules, who's had a different story every turn around. Which one? Which one are we going with? Because there's been proof of none of these.
Harassed. Now, I did a Brian Laundrie, which is coming on, and I'd like to have you on my dogcast too, please. But I did a Brian Laundrie, and I'm starting a new dogcast. And the reason you should have seen the volunteers. FBI retired, CIA retired, police that were there. The same dog lady that went there from Florida, she had 3 different dogs, a bloodhound. All those people, not just Dog and his team, but all those people started getting leads and leads and leads and leads. And that's been throughout my whole career. It's someone, as you know, you don't look in a glass ball and genie, rub it. And it's people that in confidence will tell us who did it, where they're at, why they did it. And now there's $100,000 reward. So I just can't believe that, the stepfather would allegedly, let's be sure that word's, even though this lady's got him on tape, would run people off. That is, I've done this 44 years, captured over 10,000 fugitives. I understand that, probable cause in your world, you got to have probable cause. But I was trained, probable cause means probably. You probably did this, or you probably broke into this place. So there's enough probable cause that I'm creating, Nick and I, that even if we don't find Sebastian alive, that the perpetrator is going to be arrested.
Okay. That statement right there, again, leads to my theory of what's happening and what I believe that their intent has been all along. I'm going to play that once again because this is what I believe. I believe he became very beneficial. Nick and AtNight became very beneficial to Tony because Tony isn't capable of really controlling the public optics. He was able to control a few Facebook groups, and he did a really shitty job of a cleanup crew. So I believe that what Dog is telling you is what exactly they are attempting to do.
Would run people off. That is I've done this 44 years, captured over 10,000 fugitives. I understand that, probable cause in your world, you got to have probable cause. But I was trained, probable cause means probably. You probably did this, or you probably broke into this place. So there's enough probable cause that I'm creating, Nick and I, that even if we don't find Sebastian alive, that the perpetrator is going to be arrested.
I think it's great because I've seen this evolve from you. Obviously, I've been keeping a very close eye on what you've been saying in the media because I wanted to see.
I think that pretty much wraps it up and sums it up of why their involvement is in here. We're not going to stop. We're going to continue to go over these words. But I think this is the motive of the team. I think this is the motive of AtNight, Nick, Dog. They believe, based on what they feel, that Katie and Chris did something. They're trying to build a case against them and take it to the grand jury. That's exactly what I believe. And they've been saying that for months.
How things had been evolving.
They're not working on evidence. They're not working on finding Sebastian. Their belief is that they can build probable cause, target, and change the public optics. So when it is taken to a jury, that they're indicted.
Since you first got involved. And one of the things was
and that is why it's also beneficial to them to put doubt in Sumner County. So if Sumner County doesn't charge them, they can say that they're corrupt. That's why the whole Betty situation has been. All of this has been for the public optics of building, poor Betty, she's being targeted by Sumner County. Look how corrupt they are. They won't help this father out. They're not communicating with this father. Look how corrupt they are. We have all this evidence. Meanwhile, they don't have evidence. But I genuinely believe that that is what they are doing and have been.
Notice that you made comments, that you thought he was alive, and then you made other comments that he may or may not.
Outer Banks, welcome to the Cabana. Thank you for becoming a member. You probably are going to get a lot of shit for becoming a member over here, but just because I'm going to let Smiley scream at you.
Did y'all not see it? It was Duchess. See it. It was Duchess.
In other words, welcome to the Cabana, Outer Banks. If you ever need somebody to randomly yell at and blame, just yell Duchess. It seems to work for other people. Betty, Smiley, they make up a lot of stories about Duchess that have no fact to them, but here we are.
And it's starting to evolve that now you think you might know who you believe based on different clues that you've been given, who might be responsible. And I wanted to bring everybody's attention to that this wasn't Dog going in saying, I think so-and-so did it or so-and-so didn't.
No.
Nothing happened or he walked away. I've seen an evolution. Tell us, Dog, what is your final conclusion? And then we'll talk about how you got there.
Well, let's talk about before the final, Jennifer. Let's talk about how I got there.
All right.
You're a former G woman, fan. So I got to watch what I say. So we first thought that he was, and still I don't know if he's alive, okay, or if he's deceased. But I first thought he was absolutely alive, the way people were talking and that this and that. Now, the reasons I think he may not be with us still is that he had to do a special drug for sleeping and another drug for something else. But I guess there has been rumors that there's 2 drugs from one side of the family, and then his dad says there was only one. Now, that one drug, he didn't need no drugs. That one drug, a heavy sleeping pill, was when he was with the mom. Sebastian was with his real mother, and about 2 to 3 weeks before he disappeared, he started doing that sleeping pill. It wasn't that he had to do the drugs all, 13, 12, whatever years. All of a sudden,
Angel, if you rewind it, I did play that part twice. You probably heard it by now because I'm behind in the comment section. I'm feeding these animals over here. But if you rewind it, he did absolutely say we are creating probable cause. Yeah, that stood out to me all along. But they've said stuff like that. There's going to be more. This timeline will probably be 5 parts by the time we're done. But I think people that might not have seen it, how they're building the optics, the same exact layout that they're using in the Canadian case, they did in this case. And I'm really hopeful that Tony and people like AtNight do not touch it, because I don't think they will, though, because they don't have intelligence agencies in the United States, let alone in Canada.
All of a sudden, I'm not exactly right because I haven't read the court papers, but it sounded to me like the real dad was there was a custody change, that he was getting custody of the child. And a couple weeks, 3 weeks, whatever, before he was to receive Sebastian physically, he disappears.
Mhm.
Now, I lost a daughter, okay, Barbara Katie. I still to this day have her key ring. I would never throw things away that are Barbara Katie's. And, I have a lot of kids and a lot of them won't either. I would search and search. If Barbara was missing, one of my kids is missing, I would not stop searching. I would not stop searching. Now, guess what side of the family has stopped searching? Again, this is all guessing and what's the word? I can't say it's absolutely true, but alleged.
It's conclusions you're making based on your past experiences, what you've seen people do, and what you're seeing in this case, I think.
Yes. And then his favorite color is green.
It's complete hearsay. And once again, he uses his daughter. Again, I hate that anybody has lost a child, but he's using it as emotional manipulation, and it has nothing to do with it. His daughter died in a tragic car accident as an adult, not a missing child. But he is doing the same thing that we've watched Tony do. He's trying to be familiar or emotionally invest people in things to amp them up about the situation. Carrie, rumors must change after leads change situation. It's crazy. Like they're so obvious now too. Like the way they move. Hey T, hey everybody coming in. Sorry, I've missed a lot of you. Yes, I do. I know a little bit about that. Demon, I've heard because of her going to the property. And did she take a video or a picture? She's problematic. Did she work for the FBI? Yes. But are there FBI agents that are problematic? Yes. I mean, look at what Chris McDonough did in his law enforcement career. He went after a child, and that whole thing, we should do a deep dive into the professionals and how much they influence and impact cases like this with their bullshit. I'll be honest, I'm glad that these people are no longer in these agencies. I'm glad that they have diminished themselves to YouTubers.
His favorite, he loves animals, okay? So green, he loves animals. And there's something else that I can't think of it right now, but there's another thing that he absolutely does. So those things were not put out there. The mom had custody, live with the mom. That's the way that you find these little guys or girls like that, is they're experts in some things. And he was, then there's pictures of him, for somewhere dressed like a girl, looking like that. So, I mean, it's just, there's so many things that don't add up on the mother, the stepdad. Then he allegedly says, Dog the Bounty Hunter will never, ever, ever find Sebastian. So, so did Andrew Luster. I don't know if you remember that case, 87 counts of rape. They'll never. And I caught Luster in 4 months. So there are so many TV shows out there where,
Andrew Luster was a wanted fugitive. Has nothing to do with the missing child. He cannot name a missing child's case. But here he is, once again, doing what he does.
Oh, dog, you can't find him. And usually it's the parent or the girlfriend that goes, oh, you'll never find him, dog. Oh, yeah. And they're in the back room. So the never, never, never. Yeah, I'm going to find him, or I'm going to find out what happened to him. So all those things that side of the family are saying, conclusive evidence. What does that mean? That means to me, that's like, man, what's the deal?
That pointer lever right there, that is the extremism coming out. They're very similar mindset, and how they maneuver is shown in those statements right there. I'll replay that.
Then he allegedly says, Dog the Bounty Hunter will never, ever, ever find Sebastian. So, so did Andrew Luster. I don't know if you remember that case, 87 counts of rape. They'll never. And I caught Luster.
And these are, again, things that have been taken out of context, or we've never heard proof of these statements being made.
In 4 months.
Dog the Bounty Hunter isn't searching for Sebastian, though. So how would he ever find Sebastian?
So there are so many TV shows out there where, oh, dog, you can't find him. And usually it's the parent or the girlfriend that goes, oh, you'll never find him, dog. Oh, yeah. And they're in the back room. So the never, never, never. Yeah, I'm going to find him, or I'm going to find out what happened to him. So all those things that side of the family are saying, conclusive evidence. What does that mean? That means, like, to me, that's like, man, what's the deal? Where's law enforcement in Tennessee? Why haven't they went over there? And then he said on a show that he took a lie detector test on Nancy Grace, and Nancy Grace said, "Are you sure? You know, she's a good interviewer. Are you sure that you took the lie detector test? Oh yeah. Did you pass? Oh yeah." And then I talked to a Tennessee officer, and he says, "Well, you know, I can't really tell you if he took the lie detector." I'm like,
Chris took a lie detector. Robin Rogers even confirmed that Chris had passed a lie detector. Shut the fuck up.
right, you can. That's public information.
Katie and Chris took him for the TBI. Seth took one for Nancy Grace.
Well, I think he might have. Well, did he pass or fail? You know, he flim-flammed around where, you know, did he pass? Did he fail? Did he take one? I don't know if he even took one. Now, the real father has taken lie detector tests. Then I put out there, and this is also true, that there is a drug, you know the name of it, that will, I don't think it's sodium pentothal, something, I think that's a gas chamber stuff. It's close to that.
No, sodium pentothal.
That's it. Oh, good. So you can take that in a needle form, shoot it, and however through the vein or whatever, and you talk and you tell the truth. It's like Wonder Woman's rope when she throws it around the guy and he starts telling the truth. And
okay, before I forget, because my replay viewers will be here on this one too, and there's a bunch of you in here that seem to like enjoy these rabbit holes that we go down. We've watched some of this stuff before, but is this helpful going back to see how Tony and AtNight maneuvered in the beginning? Because I'll tell you again, my concern is people like Tony Mathis, AtNight. Yes, Seth is a problem, but he is the father of one missing child. There will be the next Seth Rogers. There will be the next victim, the next tragedy that AtNight dog Tony leech onto. Seth is one person. For me, this is important and valid to go back and see how these people maneuver, because to me, these are the most dangerous characters involved in these cases. And I will do anything to make sure that it is publicly known that what these people do to victims and their families, and bring as much awareness to that as possible, because they are trying to modify the already existing gross playbook that these people and these characters use. Is this beneficial to you guys? Is there anything you would like to see me add in this timeline? That's what I'm asking for you guys. So far, upcoming after this one, we have Coffindoffer. We have them on Vinnie Politan, which we watched at the beginning of part 1. We have them with Vinnie Politan again. We have Seth's own channel that we're going to. We have the Lore Lodge, Seth's channel again. We have Tony Mathis on Justin, on the lab. We have Nick Hong and what they did on their channels and their X accounts so far in this lineup to come yet. If there's anything else that you can think of or that would be beneficial to you, besides Hank not squishing his squeaky, he's making sure you guys know he's fed and happy now, and he's got his toy again. But if there's anything else you would like to see added in there, the Lore Lodge is in there. When he goes and talks about the Texana court case, which is very interesting because where's that lawsuit that you were filing on Monday against her? If there's anything else you guys can think of that's beneficial to add in here, and we're looking at it from the lens of how Tony and AtNight have moved. He's got all of his squeakies out, you guys. He's went from one to another. He's just making sure you guys know that he's here.
That they used to use that in the Korean War, and they mix it with nicotine. And they get the Korean GIs that they capture, and they give them that, and they tell, you know, secrets. They did a lot of stuff. So that has been used. I mean, that can be ordered still on by a doctor. Go in a room, lay down, boom, and then someone start questioning you. So all of a sudden, someone comes out, dog is going to kidnap the stepdad and administer this stuff to him. Well, if it wasn't illegal, yes, I would. And I'll pause there. You better believe I would.
But your point is just that it's out there and you want to set the record straight. It's not something you're going to do. It's not something anybody.
Crispy Treat, agree that the lab is not credible, but Tony uses him as a place to use his voice. And Josh is always willing to let Tony get up there and say a bunch of stuff and threaten other characters and things like that. That's why he's being pulled back in it. He has been somewhere where Tony has felt very comfortable going over and spewing shit all along the way. If there's any other ones that you guys can think of, though, to add into that timeline of our review, I think this is what's important to me. And it might not be important to everybody, but it's important to me because these characters are dangerous. Sorry, I'm going to continue to say it. I don't care what anybody else feels. We've watched how they maneuvered, and they are dangerous. What they're doing to the dignity of victims, children cannot consent. They don't even know what they're talking about. They don't have facts, and they are trying to change the public optics of a missing child's case and intentionally trying to get people not to look for the missing child. It's wild.
But he's done. It's something you would do if
Correct.
you could do. So
Yeah.
I understand your point. I have a question for you, Dog.
Sure.
There was something that happened pretty early on in the investigation, and that was that the Proudfoots, both of them, left their home. So they have an autistic child who supposedly walked away. What do you make of that? And have you seen that happen in any other case?
Never. It's all bullcrap. How he got out the back, through the gate, the shoes. You know, he did not want to be.
Demon, if you want to help with that, because you have a very good mind, and write rumors down, like if you wanted to compose a list of the rumors that you guys can remember, we could do that as a group activity. That's extensive. The neighbor, we know, like there's a lot. The dog handler, the neighbor, we could do all of those. We've done quite a few already, where the rumor started, what Facebook group, what creator turned it into content, how it trickled down. I've done quite a few of those. But if you wanted to do like a recap of all of them in one, it would probably take us 6 to 12 hours. But if you guys wanted to help with that and lay out the rumors, I'll go gather clips of where and who, and we could do it as a group effort. I'd be game for that too.
Barefooted.
I just will be gone a little bit for a few days. And I've got some other things I want to put in there too. But we could attempt to do something like that.
So was he given enough pills, the new pill, to be completely out? The shoes were taken off and his cell phone taken back and put in the room. Okay. And what is the loud thump that someone heard and didn't go check? You hear a thump come from your baby's room and you don't go check. Even when I hear a thump where my dogs are, I go think what's going on. Nothing at all adds up. And then why don't they do any interviews? The father wants to do the sodium pentothal. He wants to be hypnotized. He wants lie detectors, which he's passed.
He's saying that Seth wants to do all those things. Why would anybody? Yeah, that absolutely, Demon. We could do that. I could make a community post and then we could just build off of that. Great idea. I'm game for that. Absolutely. It would just need to take gathering clips and gathering like what rumors people want debunked. Watcher, I do a lot of that, but we also do a lot of timeline stuff too. So the specific rumors, like Dog has regurgitated so many rumors that have never been sourced or factual to begin with in just these few condensed interviews that he's done. Complete bullshit rumors that were started by a neighbor on Brooke's channel or, things like that. I think that's what Demon's more specific, like pull in the clips of where he got that rumor, where it started, and then kind of carry it through.
Was it Greta? It was Nancy Grace gave him one from one of the top guys in the world and he passed it, right? So why won't the stepdad or the mother, why won't she do something? Why won't she come out there? Why aren't they fighting as hard as the real dad? Why aren't they out there? Is everybody that stupid that they don't see who was instrumental behind this stuff? Absolutely. And
Well,
the
of
heat is
course,
on.
you have to look at means and opportunity.
Lippy, that's something I think we could do, like multiple of us do a whole situation with, because there's been so freaking many and so many. Lippy has done some great videos, but I think we could do, shit. Holy crap. I've got lists and lists of the rumors of some of the things that, actually, I think I might be dreading even think about doing a live like that, because it would be one after another after another.
Is such a huge one. And alibis are also very important. And when I look at Seth Rogers, I recently got information from his employment. And Seth Rogers was on duty. That was a big item I wanted to drop. I haven't posted it yet. I will. I've had it for over a week. The bottom line is, at least at this point, from what I can determine, he has an alibi. And as you know, Dog, that is the number one thing you are going to look at. If somebody, I'm not talking about somebody orchestrating somebody,
but they have to continue to put that in people's minds, Lisa. That was a huge tool of theirs that worked pretty well for quite a few people. Is they're not out there searching. But here's this grieving father, this vulnerable grieving father who is doing everything. Meanwhile, we haven't seen him search at all since March. And he told us that law enforcement didn't want them searching. We know that Chris and Katie helped put up billboards. They were on the ground searching. We know that they were just as active with what we saw, the same as with Seth. But they've continued to try and paint that narrative to continue to control the public optics. Seth is the one dedicating all of his time. That's why he needs money. That's why you need to donate to his GoFundMe and his Cash App. And he's out there spending all this money. Meanwhile, United Cajun Navy left him with 10,000 flyers. Other people have been donating stuff to him.
But,
Right.
but I'm talking about them physically taking Sebastian and doing something. It's impossible because of the alibi. But I want to move back and talk a little bit more about Sebastian and when he disappeared and some of the actions that took place. Did you make anything of the fact that instead of calling 911, they phoned the local sheriff's department directly, which of course wouldn't necessarily be taped? Any idea on that? Any thoughts?
I don't understand. All I know is 911. So I thought that if you called any, if I talk to police, sheriffs or police, I have to call on a special phone, their cell phone. So I don't know if, I thought when you called into a police department, they're recording it, but you would know more. And why wouldn't they call 911? Because that's made public. And then let's go.
When Dog calls into the police, he has to call a special phone, like a cell phone. What? Again, because Chris was in Memphis at the time, he was still at the job. If he would have called 911, it would have routed him to Memphis, and then they would have had to reroute him over to Sumner County Sheriff's Department. He skipped a step by directly dialing to Sumner County. That's it. That's all. They don't live in city limits. They're not in Hendersonville. They're not in Memphis. He directly dialed Sumner County because that's where they live. Yeah, Dog only knows cell phones of the guys that he feels trusted that have his back to call.
Go back to the camera.
Those essentials,
Okay. Nick and I interviewed a week or more ago that till Nick got in trouble about stuff, then that now he can't even, contact anybody. So we interviewed seen an interview on a lady that was Native American, a Hapa, in Hawaii, that means half breed, Hapa Native American and Hapa Latina, Spanish or Mexican. She was, I think, married to the stepdad.
Hold up. Back that up for a second. I want to hear that again.
Go back to the camera. Okay. Nick and I interviewed a week or more ago.
Nick and I interviewed, he's talking about Nina. So Nick and Dog have been in contact with Nina. Not shocking. Again, the date of this is September 20th, 2024.
That till Nick got in trouble about stuff, then that now he can't even, contact anybody. So we interviewed seen an interview on a lady that was Native American, a Hapa, in Hawaii, that means half breed, Hapa Native American and Hapa Latina, Spanish or Mexican.
He tries to correct himself. I'm going to play that again because listen to what he does here. He says that they interviewed a person, and then he says we saw an interview. So what is it?
Go back to the camera. Okay. Nick and I interviewed a week or more ago that till Nick got in trouble about stuff, then that now he can't even, contact anybody. So we interviewed seen an interview on a lady that was Native American, a Hapa, in Hawaii, that means half breed, Hapa Native American and Hapa Latina, Spanish or Mexican. She
referring to someone as a half breed is racist. He's talking about Nina, who is Native American and Hispanic. And he just referenced her as a half breed on Court TV or on Jennifer Coffindoffer's, and she doesn't even blink an eye.
Was, I think, married to the stepdad.
But he catches himself. He says that they interviewed, and then he says, well, Nick can't have any contact with anybody. So we saw an interview somewhere. Which is it?
And they tried to take her baby. He physically hurt the baby. He hurt her. It seems like 3 or 4 of his ex-wives have all been beat up and made police reports. The guy's been in jail for that. Okay. Now, what she says is
where's the proof of Chris ever going to jail for DV? Where's the proof of any of that? You guys have dug high and low, and nobody has been able to provide any documentation that Chris has ever served a day in jail for anything, especially DV. Where is the proof of this? This is, again, dangerous allegations with zero proof whatsoever.
I think the last wife She said he's military. He's got cameras around everything. Everywhere. So where's the cameras in his house? When you have a child like that, where is the footage in his house of Sebastian's room? No one has said anything about that. Nick is very.
And can you imagine if it came out that they had a camera in Sebastian's room? The invasion of privacy rumors that people would be going with. How dare they invade his privacy and not allow him? Can you imagine? They would be comparing him to Ruby Frankie. Can you fucking imagine? You can have cameras for safety reasons, but there's also privacy and dignity too that comes into play. So Dog's over here. Where's the cameras of his bedroom? Are you fucking... What are you people doing?
Very good. And there's a couple other people I know that are very good on camera stuff. So we're digging because, once it's in the cloud, it's in the cloud, right? Well, a lot of people don't realize once.
And yes, there are times when they are needed in the bedrooms. There is, but those are specific needs to be determined by each and every family member. There are specific things, nonverbal, situations that could account for situations where it's needed in other spaces. But that is a totally different situation than what they're trying to put off here. And I'm going to rewind that one more time because I just caught something else. Oh, these people piss me off.
So where's the cameras in his house? When you have a child like that, where is the footage in his house of Sebastian's room? No one has said anything about that. Nick is very good. And there's a couple other people I know that are very good on camera stuff. So we're digging because, once it's in the.
Very good on camera stuff, like the Texas Roadhouse that had nothing and law enforcement had it for months before you guys got involved.
The cloud, it's in the cloud.
Or like the intelligence agency that had the satellites that never even had satellites. Which one?
Right. Well, a lot of people don't realize once that something is recorded, it's there. And of course, I think you got to get a warrant for it. But again, probable cause.
Doug, let me run this past you. So
Okay.
Katie Proudfoot was in the military, and I want to expand on this camera angle just a little bit. Katie Proudfoot actually worked for a company that managed installation of cameras. And
Right.
I always found it very interesting. Just imagine, you work for ADT or something along those lines. I'm not saying she worked for ADT. I won't name the company she worked for. And you don't have any cameras, or they're not working, they're not covering. You have an autistic child. He's 15 years old. I mean, what do you make of that? The lack of coverage with somebody that was their job.
That is, another thing. There's an old saying, all roads lead to Rome. I hope it's not the Brinks company you don't want to mention, but when do Brinks let you ride around with your husband in the vehicle? When does that? She works there, doesn't she now? When do they let you have your husband in the vehicle without cameras and cameras going everywhere? There's a lot of crazy camera stuff going on. So, but of course, Brinks is going to.
Who sent Dog a message to tell him to put out her employer? I wonder who amped him up to put out Katie's employer. Granted, it was already out there, but seems like he was being fed a line. She didn't work for ADT, Lisa. She worked for Brinks. She worked for Brinks, and it's not connected at this point until law enforcement says something else. It's not odd. A lot of people have a lot of jobs. A lot of people don't have cameras. A lot of people, there's nothing odd about it. You can make anything into anything.
Turning it. There's places where he was at a Walmart we're checking on. Excuse me. There's places where he crossed the line we're checking on. There's a lot of leads. You would not believe how many leads we get per day. And now that our lawyers got on, leads are coming more and more and more. I don't understand about these trolls and this and that, but the lawyers do. So
Oh, since the lawyers got involved, leads were coming in. Fucking seriously? The lawyers are what caused people to start calling in leads. Not because of Sebastian citing or information in regards to Sebastian, but because of their attorneys. Their attorneys that don't even know what they're representing. They're attorneys that just lost the first anti-slap suit in Pennsylvania.
The more the lawyers jump in and say, you know, we'll file this restraining order, that restraining order, the threats, all that, whatever. You know, more leads. Someone else knows what happened. If there's two people that did it, you know, all leads to me allegedly lead to the stepfather and the real mom. If they did, then there's got to be someone else that knows about it. And I don't know if there's a death penalty there in Tennessee. I think there is. But even if the mom knows and the dad knows, the first one to walk away and tell, you know this, the first one that talks walks, even in the federal system. And why is the FBI, when they're only, you know, involved in not only interstate, you know that, state to state stuff, why are the feds in on this? And, you know, I know the feds good. I went to school. I had a lot of stuff since the 80s. I had a Fed guy that trained me. And I know the feds now, when I talk to them, all they can do is listen. But why are the feds in on a child that is missing from Tennessee?
Why has nobody made a stink about Seth not having cameras at his place? He left him home alone for 12 to 13 hours when he did a shift. You don't hear anybody bitching and moaning about whether he had cameras in his home or not. Only Chris and Katie's, right? And anybody, well, yo, that's where he went missing from. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit. We don't know exactly what was going on, but why are the questions only to Chris and Katie? Only doesn't matter what. God.
I want to explain that really
Okay.
quick, Dog, just really quick.
Yeah.
So what the FBI can open in different cases is called police cooperation cases. There's a special jurisdiction that we can do that. And when we do that,
they all have to continue to put doubt in the actual law enforcement agencies that are investigating this. That's why his team, the Essentials, you know, the people that work really hard, they constantly do this. Oh, we back the blue. Well, they diminish all of law enforcement's involvement. It's to continue to undermine law enforcement, say they're not, because like he said, they're trying to create probable cause. They're trying to build a case, just like he mentioned the death penalty. He knows exactly what he is doing. They were trying to strong arm people and change the public optics of what was going on.
then we get the money, resources, you can assign agents, blah, blah, blah. So you can full on help with a local investigation, even though you likely are not going to be dealing with it in the adjudication now. But let me take your point a step further. And this is where I wholeheartedly agree with you. To get a $50,000 reward, and I want all of us to think about the Michael Vaughns, the Summer Wells, all the Harmony Montgomery, all these very famous children who have gone missing. Why are we seeing a $50,000, which is
that made me fucking sick the first time I heard it, and even worse this time. These famous children that went missing.
Blah, blah, blah. So you can full on help with a local investigation, even though you likely are not going to be dealing with it in the adjudication now. But let me take your point a step further. And this is where I wholeheartedly agree with you. To get a $50,000 reward, and I want all of us to think about the Michael Vaughns, the Summer Wells, all the Harmony Montgomery, all these very famous children who have gone missing.
These very famous children who have gone missing.
Why are we?
They weren't famous before they went missing. They weren't famous before the internet decided to exploit their tragedies. They weren't famous until their parents were demeaned, picked apart, kicked at their worst times, and publicly convicted of something without evidence. They weren't famous, and they're not famous. They're missing children who cannot consent for their dignity to be smeared by a bunch of clowns like you guys. maybe why she doesn't work for the FBI anymore.
Seeing a $50,000, which is a high threshold for the FBI to be able to achieve. And that local case agent has to run it through his boss, has to do an amazing write-up to show that they think that money is going to be fruitful. And it goes clear on up to headquarters. So, Dog, I totally agree with you. That reward is significant.
Yes, and that we've added, you know, our volunteers have told Nick we're adding another 50. That's $1/10,000,000. You know, that's a lot of money. And again, if there was more than one person involved in this, they're going to be charged in Tennessee where it's all, you know, each person is guilty of the same crime. So somebody's got to, you know, drop a dime. It's not ratting, it's saving someone's life. Especially, you know, I follow Jesus a lot. And the Bible says if you know, Jesus out of his own words says, if you do.
This was the public pressure campaign to think that, oh, we're going to get somebody to turn on somebody and give us some information because there's money here. We're going to pay for information. This just goes to show what Dog has done in his career. In order to catch 10,000 bounties, fugitives, even though this is a missing child and not a fugitive, he has had to pay people for intel to turn on their own loved ones going through addiction and things like that because there's been money attached to it. Dog has had to pay people, except the IRS, to build his portfolio. Disgusting.
Do something bad like this to a child, you need a rope hung around your neck and you cast into the sea with a weight put on it. I don't know if there, you know, a lot of people tell me, is there any unpardonable sins, Dog? Is there something, you know, that you can do that you cannot?
Do you have the second anointing, Dog? Did you become Mormon and get the second anointing? Oh, these people make me sick. Faith manipulation, emotional manipulation, you name it, they use it all.
Not repent for.
And by the way, we don't know anything horrific happened to Sebastian. We have no proof of any of that. We don't know what happened to Sebastian. Sebastian's still missing.
I'm like, you know, I don't know.
Sorry, this one's really bothering me.
Out of Jesus's mouth, he said, you know, that person needs a rope around his neck and put into the sea, the bottom of the sea. So can you be forgiven? You know, the Bible says, though, on another part, that you can be forgiven for any sin, but Jesus himself said, so, you know, please, people, you know, somebody's got to know. As you know, Jen, someone else has got to know. And like you said, go ahead.
I totally agree with you, Dog. And I want to add something, that the reason it's important to get people like yourself involved in cases like this is sometimes people are not comfortable with going to the FBI.
And again, please understand that when I bring up politics, religion, things of that nature, I am not coming for your independent choices. You're grown adults. You can believe in whatever you want to. You can vote for whoever you want to. These things are inlaid in these propaganda pushing machines like AtNight, like Tony Mathis, for a common denominator, a familiarity, a comfortability. They are trying to push on people's what your belief systems are, and they use that to attempt to manipulate people. It's extremist. What their beliefs are not typical. I'm not coming for any of you. I don't give a shit about your religious beliefs, your political beliefs. These people use it to harm others and to get a pass for what they're doing. They know how to play these games. They know how to switch the public optics up. Tony came in as a spiritual advisor. Then he became a brother, family. We know people in common. Dog does the same things, just masked differently.
They don't want to go to local law enforcement because they don't trust that their identity is going to be preserved. They know that if they call the FBI somewhere, somebody's recording something, and same with local law enforcement. The reason that your involvement to me was so important is because it allows people who do not want to be identified the ability to give a clue. So, Dog, I want to ask you this.
Yes.
Approximately, tell us when you first got involved compared to now, how many tips a day are you getting when you first got involved?
Right. It shouldn't be political, Lippy. It shouldn't be political at all. But they use those noble causes that are a political divide for their own personal missions. It's what they do.
Compared to now?
Well, it grows daily, okay? Right away, you know, I've used 833 Tell Dog on Comet Conte and a couple things you and I and Nick been in on together, a couple of fugitives. You know, we've done a lot of interviews on local or on national television shows, you and I. So I've used that tip line since Brian Laundrie 3-4 years ago. And we got we're working up to about 2,000 tips, and Brian Laundrie was over 4,000. And a lot of them, though, are, you know, Dog, we love you. When are you going to get your show back? Da, 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 da. But we have got a lot of tips where, you know, he could be, every tip is he's alive. Okay. That's one thing that I'm encouraged about and want to encourage his dad and everyone else who really loves him. You know, I called family members of the mother and said, listen, your daughter could be in danger.
I called family members. He called family members of Katie, insert Yada, and others. Insert Trip to Virginia by Seth and Tony. Insert rumors about Katie's family. Yada came in actually, I think. Was it August? July, August?
This is
It was after the ROs came down.
dog. You got to call me back. No calls at all.
I'll have
No
to-
calls from any brothers. Nothing. I called everyone. No calls. Matter of fact, I called a couple. Said this is your.
Lisa, I've never been a channel that you have really cared for. You say these things are manipulative, but that is assuming that people are just stupid. Well, people that follow this rhetoric are stupid. I'm sorry, I'm going to say it. It is stupid to believe this stuff. And if you feel like you need to create a theory of what happened on one soul missing child, you're missing the bigger picture. So if you think it's your right and you need to find all the information, the rumors and the speculations, when you could just go to the TBI website, if you actually cared about the facts, you would go solely to the FBI website. But when you hang out with some of the biggest grifting, true crime misfits, vultures that have gone after people's tragedies, I can see why you would say that you want to see all sides. You're not looking for all sides. You're looking to target families of missing children. If you cared about the facts, you'd go to the TBI website and realize that's the only facts that are publicly available. The rest is rumors and speculations. You're not in this for a conversation. You're in this to target parents. That's what your statement says. I'm in this to gather all the rumors and speculations and target which side of the family I think is guilty without any evidence. That's what that said. You're welcome to be here. But I'm going to continue to push back on you because that's ignorance. Complete, utter fucking ignorance. Well, we can believe what we want. Yeah, you sure as fuck can. Yep. You sure as fuck can. And you're a part of the problem. It's not our right to target people at their worst time. I can't imagine what would happen if this was your family that they were doing this to.
Your last call, because I don't want to be harassing them on the phone, which, but, and no one of the family has called me back. Where's the stepdad's big bucks mama? She
Let
big
me ask
bucks, sister.
No, that's an assumption you just made. And that's pure ignorance. I don't think that everybody that disagrees with Chris and Katie or dislikes Chris and Katie is green team. Actually, there's a lot of people that I associate with that do think that they've had suspect movements or could potentially be involved. They work on facts, though. They work on law enforcement facts. And until Sebastian is found, everything is on the table. That's, logic and facts. We have no idea what happened. So to rule anything out is ridiculous. And it's not our jobs. We're not interrogators. We're not out here, or we shouldn't be out here, but it seems like you think you have a right. That's the difference between you and me. I will continue to push back on the people that you hang out with and associate with that think it's their right to pick a side, and then give you all the speculation and rumors about shit that we don't even know was happening in their lives. But tell you a story. Whoever can sell you the best story is who you deem guilty. I don't believe that any of them at this point in time, based on the facts from law enforcement, are involved in his disappearance. Will that change? I have no idea.
Let me tell you, she got big bucks. Where's her giving some money
Good night,
for Sebastian's found? Where's that money at? Private planes, this and that. Hey, put up some money, Mama Cass. Big money, Mama. Let's see some cash.
I love this point. I love this point. You have you all coming in. You have the FBI coming in, but you have family with money.
Yep.
Seth works at a incarceration facility. He doesn't have money. He's just making ends meet. All of us have seen his little apartment. I mean, he's just making ends meet. But there's money on the other side, and I think you bring up a point. I want to talk to you about something else, and I'd love to.
You know what? Here's the fucking thing. Who cares about they make him because he's lower income. That's he didn't work. He didn't have a successful career. He didn't enter the military. The income disparity here between the families is not their fault. I get so fucking sick of it. I get so sick of, well, poor Seth, he lives in this apartment and they live in this, nice house and he has family members with money. They live in a very common fucking neighborhood outside of Nashville. Have any of you fucking been involved in what the housing market looks like? It is so fucking wild to me.
Your response on this. Very early on in the investigation, law enforcement put together a probable cause affidavit signed off on by a judge to search the dump. The dump where both the construction site near the home as well as their trash could be taken to.
Yes.
Chris served our United States Navy for 16 freaking years. Katie served our military. Seth didn't. His lack of success is not on their, like, they try to fault them that, well, Katie married up. What?
Areas of the dump. But what do you make of that? Because law enforcement tried to say this was routine. Doug, talk to me about how routine dump sites are. Come on.
It's not routine. Number one.
Exactly.
A few years ago, I got in trouble for taking somebody's garbage from their house. Then laws were made. It's put out there beyond your property line. It's garbage. You can get it. So it's a lot of times you'll see on the show where I take the garbage out with gloves on and I find a lot of clues. People forget they even do that. And a dump ground I heard that again, the family members on the mom's side kept people away from the dump ground. I know the dad, I think, works at a concrete company, or the stepdad, some kind of a concrete company. You know, that I don't like that. Remember the
What are you even fucking talking about here? This is all just rumors and speculation. Everything he is fucking saying is rumors and speculation. Katie's family now was keeping people away from the dump. Never happened. Chris doesn't work for a concrete company. He's a crane operator. I forget how bad these were.
The guy that a lot of the mob would put people in.
No wonder why they quit having Dog go on these interviews. He fucked it all up.
Concrete. And again, I'm not saying that. I'm just trying. It's like a puzzle that I put together. And there's a lot of pieces missing, but it's all starting to like a circle. You know that it's a circle when you get all those things together. So it's a puzzle. And if they weren't involved at all, then I extremely apologize. But why aren't they out there? Why aren't they on your show? Have you asked them to come on?
I haven't asked asked for the Proudfoots to come on. No, I've had Seth on.
Will you ask the Proudfoots to come on?
I would ask the Proudfoots to come on.
Yeah, will you do that for me? Because you're an FBI, you know. I mean, you're not going to give them no true serum and do all that, but you're good. Can they handle your questions? You know, I think that's the way they prove. Okay. Here's another thing. And you're a woman, my wife's a woman. The pictures that I see of Mrs. Proudfoot, she was slender. She was, you know, now all of a sudden 60, 70 pounds since the boy's been missing. And I asked my Francie, what causes women to eat and gain weight?
Do what? I forgot this motherfucker. These people are just so fucking ignorant. The ignorance. Actually, Lisa, I have pushed back on some of the things that have been said by Chris and Katie multiple times. I have had issues with that. You probably were too busy hanging out with your friend Kim and NC over there. Don't worry about that though. Just continue to misinform. And again, he stated that he worked for a concrete company. He factually is a crane operator. I'm not saying he didn't go help somebody with a car or something like that. I don't fucking keep these people under surveillance. It's not my fucking job. And if you think it's your fucking job, then you don't belong here. If you want attention, you'll get it today, because I just don't have any give a fucks left to fucking coddle people like you who think it's your right to rip these people to shreds. Seth gets criticized on Seth's behavior and the people he has chosen to align himself with and the things that he has allowed to happen by smearing the dignity of his own son by these clowns over and over again. He chose to be aligned with these people and continues to be aligned with these people. Many of us begged and pleaded with Seth to do some research, look at what he was surrounding himself with. He got it in even deeper. And he is okay with all of these people, you know, looking out for his best interests, right? While saying the worst things about his son and his ex-wife who helped him bring that child, the missing child, into the world. You came in on the perfect day. It's Monday. Don't give a fuck today. Don't give a fuck tomorrow. Didn't give a fuck 5 months ago. Keep talking your shit. But don't be ignorant. And that's all you're spewing.
That's the way they prove. Okay. Here's another thing. And you're a woman. My wife's a woman.
Did you hear what they fucking said, Lisa? Open your goddamn ears. Seth himself has stated what his careers have been, what he did for a job. They're shaming Chris and Katie for having success, and poor Seth lives in an apartment. Their fucking words, not mine. They are the ones using the disparities of income to poor Seth. Poor Seth. I don't think money and things of that makes you successful in life, but that's what these people are doing. Follow the fucking story or get the fuck lost, or I'll help you out.
Pictures that I see.
Are you getting your information from a supposed wannabe JD?
Of Mrs. Proudfoot. She was slender. She was, now all of a sudden 60, 70 pounds since the boy's been missing. And I asked my Francie, what causes women to eat and gain weight like that?
How do you fucking know how much weight she's gained? 60 to 70 pounds. Are you fucking joking?
And Francie said, it's guilt, shame,
stress, health conditions, hormones, but guilt and shame, sure.
that you're sorry about something.
Oh, yeah, she sounds like a rocket scientist too.
I know that if a woman loses a
Did you have her get on the scale when her son first went missing? And then right before this, you had her get on another scale? Fuck off, dog.
child, she don't, eat a bunch of hamburgers or try to, put on weight because she's heartbroken. So what is that about? All those signs. And those people don't know that I look for those kind of signs. 40 some years I've done this. Little bitty signs where you drive by something, oh, and you back up, oh my God, there he is. So
Well, Chris Proudfoot also, dog. Chris Proudfoot is almost unrecognizable. And I say that not to be disparaging, but it's just facts. If I saw him on the streets when this first started, and then I saw him all
He shaved his beard.
this time later, I don't know if I could tell that was even the same person. So very interesting. I think a lot of people in the audience and other people have noticed that, dog. What is with all the weight gain? We can't say unequivocally, but again, you're saying based on your experience. When these things happen, when somebody loses.
Look at her covering it and sweeping up for dog hair. Fucking
This is a mother. This is what I always compare to.
God, these make
Look
me mad.
at the Petito and the Schmitz.
Yeah.
Look at their response, how they happen. Now, again, they're not everybody. Everybody does react differently. But look at the juxtaposition between the Proudfoots and them. I'm just saying it's pretty stark, is all I'm saying. Dog, I've got another question for you.
Yes.
So as you may know, there was a young man named Connor Jack Oswald. Now, he went missing 16, 17 years old. And 2.5 years later, he was found. He was homeless. He was alive. He was again on the spectrum. And then just recently, about a week ago, I posted about another.
This Connor Jack Oswald is a very interesting case. So Connor Jack went missing from California. He actually had police interaction in Nevada. They thought he was homeless. He was actually kept overnight. Then he was released. He made it to Utah and he was missing for quite some time. He was also on the spectrum, but he was found in Park City. And they never tied it back. He had police interaction and was arrested in Nevada after he'd gone missing. It is it's a wild story. If you don't know about that story, I highly encourage you to go research. It's actually one that is it's just alarming because it shows how his information, whatever happened, whatever happened in, whatever happened in Nevada, it didn't pull up that he was a missing person.
Young man who disappeared from his job. He literally walked away from his job, left behind his cell phone, left behind everything. Autistic, 16 years old. He was just found in a remote area, in a desert type area, or I should say remote. I'm not going to say exactly. Let's say arid type area.
Okay.
My question for you, and we don't know what happened to him. I think they only have found a skull, so it's going to be quite difficult. It was 6.5 miles from his job. Dog, what do you think the possibility is that in this suburban neighborhood, I know you've been there, you've seen the area.
Yes.
What's the possibility that he did just walk away and never been seen on camera and nobody's seen hide nor hair of him for all these months?
I think the possibility is about 1%. Why wouldn't they let the dogs take the scent right from there on? Why did they run the dog? The dogs, as you know, they can smell so many thousand times better than a human, especially when the kid's barefooted or a sock on, not a tennis shoe. Why? The guy's got military training. Well, I'm checking to see how he got out of the military, what that is all about right now, too. How did they stop the dogs from tracking him?
September 20th, 2024.
Why did they not want to do that? All these things. I mean, again, I hope to God they didn't do this. They were instrumental in him leaving. But, autistic like that, he wasn't really bad, but, 14, 15 years old. I don't know. I'd have to, we'd have to ask the real father if he thought that he could make it without any kind of supervision or anybody being around or, stuff like that. I just, I don't know about that, but it's, man, there's a lot of questions that are up in the air about this. In the very beginning, it was like, the the real father did it, and all those videos of him in the jail were some kind of transferred over. You can't do that to a jail, you know.
What? What videos is he talking about? What videos is he talking about? I'm just done with this person for today. I'm just done. Sorry. I don't even want to give that person any more energy. They can either go watch the fucking how this is all broke down in their own words, or they can fucking go sit somewhere else. My tolerance level is none today, and I know where these people associate. Sorry. I get a little less tolerant with certain people when they try to play games in my face. Where are these videos of Seth in the jail? What is he even fucking talking about here? What videos did you see, dog?
That now it's Nick and I completely changed our mind after working on it 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's really troubling because I know early on I always want to take the position.
Terry, it's always the ones that come into when you're listening like to the stupidity of Dog or AtNight or Tony or somebody that want to sit and like distract and poke at other things that are just like, that's not what we're even talking about. Listen to the fucking things that these are saying. These people have, in my opinion, used a parent of a missing child for their own personal benefit, and they will move on and do it to another family over and over again. And then they come in and no, not today. Sure, I can go back. I don't know how far back you want me to go. I'll go back about a minute.
I mean, again, I hope to God they didn't do this. They weren't instrumental in him leaving. But, autistic like that, he wasn't really bad, but, 14, 15 years old. I don't know. I'd have to, we'd have to ask the real father if he thought that he could make it without any kind of supervision or anybody being around or, stuff like that. I just, I don't know about that, but it's, man, there's a lot of questions that are up in the air about this. In the very beginning, it was like, the real father did it, and all those videos of him in the jail were some kind of transferred over. You can't do that to a jail. You know that. Now it's, Nick and I completely changed our mind after working on it 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's really troubling because I know early on I always want to take the position of, first of all possibilities are possible. We have to.
They completely changed their mind after working on it for 3 weeks. Not facts and evidence, but okay.
At each of the different, situations and what everybody said. But I've become very, very troubled when you add up all the clues. I'm still not dismissing that it's a possibility. You gave it one.
That's what I'm saying. Where are these jail videos, Crafty Girl? Where are these? How did they ever believe that Seth was the number one suspect? That's what I'm really curious about too. And a lot of the things he says were directed at Seth. Why did they, what gave them the perception that Seth was the number one suspect besides Seth running around saying that he was a suspect? Otherwise, nobody else had really said that. Nobody's been named. Factually, nobody's been named a suspect by law enforcement. Kylie, but yeah, I can understand that, but there's no videos about that proving or disproving, I don't know. You would think Dog the Bounty Hunter, working with this elite agency of intelligence people, would have his facts pretty honed in, and
that he did walk away.
There's been you're right though with the misinformation. It's been so deep. That's why going back and looking at this, people forgot about the shit that they said. They said publicly that they were trying to build probable cause, create probable cause. Their words, not mine. Create probable cause. Now we've seen what they've done for the last few months. I think this playlist is going to be shocking to some people who have not seen how Tony and AtNight have moved.
But this is my issue.
And they've used Seth to do it. And Seth has allowed him. He's consenting too.
Issue with that, Dog. I really believe in this situation that somebody would still be complicit in keeping him hidden or doing something horrible to him, because the fact that he not hide nor hair.
Agree, Kylie. Agree.
Of him has been seen. In the case I just told you about last week where they found him, he was actually seen wandering. You could see him in the streets.
Right.
People get mad at me, and just let me address this. People get mad at me because I don't give people like Terry, Lynn, Julie second chances. I will give them certain things as far as I can understand how they were manipulated, they were played due to their own emotional instabilities. But at some point in time, they have to take accountability for their actions and how much they got involved in this. And when they got pushed back, they started downright fucking getting worse and worse and worse and completely intentionally misinforming people. There's zero accountability from people like Terry, Lynn, and Julie And that's why it's a no for me. It's a no, it's a no, it's a no. But I don't fault other creators for giving them a second chance. That's what they want to do. But people get mad at me because they're like, nonsense, thinks she's better. No, I'm not going to say that that's okay. I'm not at all. Julie has done some mixing and muddying of the water with her own personal situation. And I think people feel bad for her, but she's using that as a crux to attack other families over and over again. And that's where Terry Lynn, very similar. Terry Lynn inserted herself as a main character, was all in on the bullshit. And then you guys know. But just don't expect me to change on that. I'm an equal opportunity hater.
Right.
We don't have any of that. So you're telling me not one Ring camera, this is a suburban area, not any place around, not one camera has seen him? I have trouble with that.
We found some Ring camera stuff coming next. Stay tuned. Oh, yeah. So we found some Ring camera stuff. Okay. Certain times when they were supposed to be there, they're not. Certain places they're supposed to be. Alibis, like you said, everybody will lie for everybody, but the camera does not lie. Photos, they used to say 1,000 words, and now they can change them. But the cameras, if they change them, the footage and the whatever they're called now, the little cards, they can find out if that's changed. And there are some Ring cameras and some other camera stuff we're just now getting into. So before we get it and drop it, then somebody better.
The law enforcement officers had this forever. Are you walking the dog or is the dog walking you? Hank still tries to walk me. Troubleman.
Because
law enforcement had all this footage. They had been collecting. Was there stuff that he missed? I'm sure there was. Were there people sending stuff to them? Yes, I'm sure there was. But we've seen what they've came out with.
There's no way a plea bargain could be made or something can happen. That after the little boy is found or we find out what happened. Right then, it's over. They're going to the penitentiary, whether it's federal, which now is worse than the states, or the state. And whether it's a woman or a man.
Layla, I'm not though. I get that. I get that reputation just because I just talk shit and don't give a fuck. I can still like people and still think they fuck up. I mean, I've done the same thing. Fuck. It's all growth. Just because I don't agree with somebody on every fucking thing they do or say doesn't mean there's not value in some of the stuff I see them do. Or I fucking find some of these people humorous as fuck. Do I agree with everything they do? No, but do they give me a fucking laugh? Abso-fucking-lutely at times. Yep. Chico, so for me, I will never demand somebody apologizes because if she really cared about what she did or said, she would have apologized and taken down some of those videos. I know that, and I'll use this because I saw Clue give the comparison herself. Clue stated, she doesn't think it's fair. Clue, I don't think, did a parody imitating Chris drinking and pretending he was shit-faced. Clue, in my opinion, and this was a huge realization for me, it's very similar to what I did in Marvon and Dre. I was harsh as fuck on Dre and Marvon, and I left all of that up for transparency because I wasn't going to go back and be like, oh no, I felt this way and cover my tracks. I left it all up for transparency, and I've seen Clue do the same thing. It's every bit of it's up. So, well, I disagree with that. I did the same fucking things. I made mistakes. We all do. It's about growth. It's about doing different things and taking ownership of it. And I don't give a fuck if it pisses people off that I said that. I did the exact same thing. People were fucking fed up and pissed at me that I wouldn't take down my posts and what I thought about Dre. They were fucking pissed. No, it was already there. What am I going to do? Go and delete it to try and hide it from the internet? It's the internet's forever. I fucked up. I took accountability for it and learned my lesson. And here we are. Julie has gone a whole other distance. And I feel like if I will have to say though, I do enjoy her spouse. If her and her spouse did videos together and kept it to that, I think it would be an amazing thing for her to do and just leave these missing cases alone. But I do find him funny.
And you go to the prison, federal or state, for harming a baby with autism, a little boy, you got a problem. Who is it right now? Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, whatever his name is put in a federal prison, isn't he?
Yep.
Protection and all that. And remember Whitey Bulger?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I saw.
Ooh, look at that comment. Sorry, Sheila, I pinned you. TL sent boo pics to a convicted murderer to try and get an interview about the CC that testified against him. Yeah. There should be, Senrisa. There should be, but yeah, I don't think they've ever done one. I don't think they've ever done one of, I could be wrong, but to my knowledge, Miss W, you're correct. I've never seen one of them doing one against Chris, Katie, or Seth. And I could have missed something, so don't hold me to that, but I do not believe that they did parodies. They've done parodies of other creators, and creators are a free-for-all. I don't give a fuck there.
Saw Whitey Bulger in San Diego, and my friend said, no, it couldn't be. I said, yeah, it's him, bro, on the walk. And they put Whitey Bulger in the most protected prison in America. And what was it? 2 days later, they plucked his eyeballs out. And the guy did it. You know, he's doing life. Why does he care if he gets seen? Goes in. So they're even in prison. They can't protect a baby, a baby snatcher or someone like that.
A murderer of an autistic young person.
Oh.
You're right. A case like this, whoever's responsible, if again, Sebastian Rogers was murdered or otherwise died, and then that crime was covered up, no matter what, those people are going to have a big problem in the penitentiary. Dog, let me ask you this.
Yes.
What are you going to do in the future? What are your next steps? I love hearing about this camera footage that you're honing in on. Anything else interesting?
The camera footage that law enforcement had from the Texas Roadhouse days end.
That you guys are looking at.
Well, I hate to be like the stepdad, no comment, because that's like the Fifth Amendment back in the day. You're guilty as heck. But there's things I don't want to say because they could wipe it out. They could catch it. They could threaten the one person, two people that are talking to us. Because if I say that, then they'll threaten them, cut them off of all the money they're giving them. There's money in that family, sister. So I just don't want to say the camera stuff. The how do I say this right? As you understand this, and you may want to say it later. The drone was in the air.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you know how signals bounce off from phones on towers, whether the phone is off or not.
Mm-hmm.
So technical stuff like that, which, then it's not probable cause. Then it's not a technicality. Then
it's not probable cause. They got to be careful with what they're creating for probable cause. This makes me fucking sick.
When you bring in these experts, it's a fact. It's not, oh, it could have been. Oh, it could have been. So we're working on some factual stuff. But we still need people calling, Jen. We still need anybody with info. Please call me or you or anybody. FBI, anybody.
Let me ask you a couple more questions, Doc.
Sure.
How is your human source development going? I want to add really quick that in the FBI, we were required to have human sources. It varied with different people who was in charge, but typically 3, sometimes.
BFAM. A lot of people think I just am mean as fuck. No, it's a lot of these people I mean to. I actually find value in certain things that they do. But the facts, like when you push back on misinformation, people always think you're mean. Or if you are speaking on a creator that they like, Jay for Justice. When she did the dog handler thing, people were fucking pissed at me. And I was like, Jay, what are you doing? But she's actually gone back and reviewed some of her own streams and been like, oh, God, what did I do? But it doesn't change. Like, I'm sure how she feels. I'm sure she's got questions. I'm just very blunt and to the point. But that dog handler situation outside of Jay was seriously my favorite notes that we've ever taken. Just Steph's lies. Steph and Julia's lies. And I still believe that Steph was brought in intentionally by somebody connected with those people for the distractions. I think that like, oh yeah. Like, whew.
Up to 5 that we had to have human sources, people giving us information that helped our cases or other cases out. So human sources, I think Dog will agree with me, is about the number one way FBI agents, bounty hunters solve crimes. How's your human source development going, Dog?
Our human source development is outstanding and growing and growing and growing with tips, suggestions. Oh, I saw, maybe this is it. We've had this week like 4 or 5 pictures that, of course, none have been him, but sent to us.
It was, sorry, we're going to derail just for a minute because the comment section. The other night, it was really interesting for me when we were having the conversation with Mal, Pika, and Tia, when they came up here, there were certain things that I was listening to and I was like, I can see that. But a lot of times people get so caught up on a creator, like on us as creators. They think we are some sort of superhuman characters almost. We're just as fucking fucked up as everybody else. We're just behind a screen. But one thing for me, I think that there's a separation for me with a lot of this, with a lot of people. My mods don't know what I'm ever doing. They don't know. They're not included. Sometimes I ask for advice or like, hey, I think I'm going to do this, this, and this. What is your thoughts on it? But most of the time they'll give me their advice and I still do completely the opposite anyways. And they can tell you that. I don't really check in with anybody, or I value people's opinions. But when it's stuff with the facts, I know how I want to lay it out and I know what I want to accomplish with that. So for me, it works. Does it always land? No, it doesn't always land. And maybe I should have taken advice, but I know like how I want to. And I think that separation for me with my chat, with my mods, allows me to shut this off at the end of the day. I can shut this off. Do it. Kyle and I have conversations about it. Yeah. Do I have phone calls occasionally and we'll talk about some of this stuff? Yeah. But most of the time when I'm on the phone with my mods or other things, we talk about a lot of other stuff outside of this because they're not caught up in everything I'm doing for content. So we have been able to develop relationships that exceed outside or excel outside of what my content is. Shit. They don't have to be here. They don't even know when I'm going live or anything. And I think that separation for me has not, I don't have the situations like BJ does with her 7 different group chats for different levels of people and stuff. And I think because I keep myself at a distance from other creators, I don't get close with other creators really. I mean, I have good relationships with some. Don't get me wrong. There's some I really enjoy. I developed a really good rapport with. But we're all humans. We all fuck up. Oh, yeah. They can tell you. Yeah, we don't have mom meetings. They have no idea. They come in they probably sit in the bushes for like 10, 15 minutes. What is Becky on today? Do we even want to be seen with Blue in her chat today? Because we're going to get blamed for this shit. I think that has allowed me, because I'm a control freak. I'll say it. I'm a control freak about how I want shit laid out, what I see. And I can tell you, like, I can vocalize it to one of my mods, but you can tell that they're like, okay. And then when I show it, they're like, oh, fuck, I get it now. I get it. But even Kyle gives me advice and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm going to do something opposite. But it's kept me out of, have I had real life situations? Have I had people go at me? I just have a no give a fuck, because at the end of the day, this is not about me. This is about what is continuing to happen to victims and their families. I don't have to like these people. I don't have to be invested in their daily lives. I don't have to know who's guilty of what, or if they are guilty of anything. All I know is a child is missing, and this has not been awareness from jump. It has been targeted exploitation and continuing to pick a villain, separate and conquer. And they're going to continue to do it in case after case after case. And there's nothing we can do besides bring awareness and continue to push on the back end of things, continue to find avenues to do better for victims and their families. Dignity has to be first and foremost when it comes to these victims. And they don't care.
That here's Nicholas. He's working at a restaurant, and they look a little bit alike him, but one is like 16 taller, so all around the United States and Mexico. And the other place, excuse me, I'm getting all excited. The other places that aren't, like Hawaii is an island, okay? But a lot of people, I lived there for many years. Oh, when you go back to the United States, I'm like, bruh, Hawaii is the United States. But there's states like, what do they call it? We're looking everywhere. In the United States, we've got everybody. It is incredible what sources we got. Because like you say, when you call the FBI or the Sheriff's Department, please leave your name and number, social security number. We'll be right back. And what name are you calling for? This case, that case? People don't want to leave their name because they don't want it, like you said, on a recorder. Or what if the agent...
That dog handler stuff, the reason why I think look how Julia Valenti, the dog handler, was in my chat the day that all went down. And we were warning her, look, because I knew there was problems. And I'd taken it a little bit further just to verify what I was hearing, because I was like, this can't be actually happening. People are not buying this. But I tried warning her, and the way that she went into that and put herself in by lending credibility. She wanted to be seen as credible. She was so worried about her credibility and her service to the military. That situation caused me Nicholas. It caused me so much like, what the fuck is that? That was a big turning point for me in this personally. because Jules Valenti lended credibility to Steph, claimed that they were strangers. But that makes me believe that somebody on the other end that Jules was connected to was saying that she was legit, that these stories were true. Something bothers me, and I don't know who Steph was initially contacted or connected to, but she was out of California. There's just something that has always set me. Could she just have been another interesting character that told stories? Yeah. But do I believe that there's something more to it? Yeah, I do. And I will never not.
Doesn't like that. Or what if, with us, we don't care who you are, what color, tribe, religion, none of that. Male, female, not him, shall be, babu. Leave a tip, 833 tell dog. And you're
Oh, sorry, Doc. Let me ask you. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead and finish your thought.
Be sure you interview the whatever foots they are.
Let me ask you another question. How are things going with law enforcement?
Look at what Duchess has been doing while I've been live streaming. Kyle just sent me pictures of his project today too. When he's done with this project, you guys, I'll have to show you. Sorry, he just walked in the door. Duchess, that's beautiful. Can you come refurnish some of our furniture for us?
Can I hire you to do some?
Yeah. Kyle's like, where are you at? Love you. What the fuck is this? I got to listen to that again. Sorry. I got distracted looking at pictures of people's amazing projects while I'm sitting here complaining of my ass hurting.
Leave a tip, 833 tell dog. And
Oh, sorry, Doc. Let me ask you. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead and finish your thought.
Be sure you interview the whatever foots they are.
Let me ask you another question. How are things going with law enforcement and your
whatever foots they are? Fuck off, dog.
Interaction with them generally? Are they welcoming you? Are they not welcoming you? What's happening?
Well, I pay no attention. For 40 years, and the first 20 they hated me. We do the same thing Dog does, but he makes millions of dollars. Well, number one, I was on A&E, not CBS. And then they started, thinking, in the beginning, they said, oh, those are his friends. And he's splitting the bounty with them. I'm like, oh, really? I'm bringing in, the bike gang guys that I rode with. And they're, yeah, So now I just know that, I get letters from.
What biker gang guys did you ride with their dog? Asking for a friend. You going to name names? It is, Miss W. It is completely misleading. I haven't seen it since it initially aired, and going back to it is it's a mind fuck. But now you see how much they set out front exactly what their intent was of why they were coming in. Tony was failing to do his cleanup crew and switch the public optics. He was not able to gain enough traction. So here comes AtNight. He got aligned with them, and we're going to see what Tony has to say about them coming up too. This is going to be a multi-part series because it is so much going on.
Law enforcement that says dog was instrumental in the apprehension. Okay. No more. And, I'll do it. But in this case, boot a door down and grab myself. I will go to the highest authority and say, here's the proof. Here's who did it. Here's where he's at. Here's what's going on. You guys take it from here. You got to have respect for Big Brother, or they're going to cut you out.
You got to have respect for Big Brother.
Now, the feds that I work with now, and some of the local brothers, the sheriffs, the cops,
some of the local brothers.
They know that. I've already made Dog the Bounty Hunter.
He's still using the Hawaiian.
When I was young, they said, yeah, you're a flash in the pan. I said, you know what? I'm going to take this flash to the grave. I've already made a name for myself. I am Dog the Bounty Hunter, 10,000 arrests in 40-some years. No one.
10,000 arrests in 40-some years. No proof of that.
Can ever break.
He claims he's found missing children. He says that in this interview, that he's found missing children, but he doesn't know their names. He hasn't been able to say one name of a missing person or a child that he's found yet.
That record. Now I'm working on a legacy.
Now he's working on a legacy.
And my son Leland, God bless.
This is why Dog the Bounty Hunter is letting AtNight Media use his name and his likeness, because it keeps him in the public eye, and people think that Dog is still doing something instead of living out his best life at a retirement center, probably the Villages in Florida, riding a golf cart around, doing some weekend gigs at your local church extremist group.
Bless his soul. He's trying to catch
pushing a book,
daddy, but never will. So now I don't really need the I love it. I love this. I cannot quit. I love the recognition. I love this, but I don't need it like I did 20 years.
Revival. Revival just said he found Flat Stanley.
Years ago to prove that Dog the Bounty Hunter is really real.
So what you're saying right now, Dog, is you're just clarifying your motivation is you want to do something really good to help find this child.
Right.
It's
Yes.
not about money. It's not about prestige anymore. It's not about
No.
getting another find. It's
No, it's good. And,
that's your point.
as you said,
There's probably reasons why you haven't heard about him if you're not in the United States. Because a lot of people outside of the United States know him as the racist bigot. His own children have nothing to do with him because of how poorly he treated them, controversy of how he treated his previous wife, Beth. There's been nothing but controversy surrounding this man. That's why he was a Z-list celebrity star. His own TV shows canceled him numerous times. There's been, I don't have much good to say about him. What else am I missing?
That he looks like Joe Dirt, but has a wig since he was a kid.
Kyle's home. Kyle just
Joe Dierte.
said yet, I am very religious, or I walk in
I'm very religious.
the
Okay.
feet of Jesus, right? I try to be. I repent.
I love the people that have to tell us about their religious beliefs, and I am so religious. Meanwhile, I just accuse people of heinous things, but I'm a Christian. Love thy neighbor. Do not lie, do not cheat, do not steal, do not try to create probable cause against potentially innocent people. But I'm a religious man. Yep.
Constantly, okay, all the time. And I know that when I do these kind of things, and I'm helping the one that Jesus said you should be put in an ocean with the weight. Is there any way that if I, flip somebody the
Hey, the Duke, you guys are supposed to be enjoying your vacation. Why are you painting and doing something?
bird off when I'm on my chopper right now, and I'm in a new club that's Christians, but they're ex-outlaws, soldiers of the cross. If somebody comes in front of me, you know how hard it is for me not to flip them off. So what if I do all of a sudden and die? The last thing, and Jesus says, well, the last thing you did was flip the bird. And I'm like, oh my God, what about Sebastian? Come on in, but you get to sit in the back. I do a lot of that for Jesus and me getting to heaven and blessings and stuff, especially as I get older. When I was young, I thought, yeah, okay, Jesus Christ. And I was raised assembly.
But he read the Bible when he was in prison for murder.
It's not to be a good person.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Right on.
He read the Bible in prison, though, according to some of his stories. But then he also, in some of his other stories, he didn't know how to read when he was in prison. He's contradicts himself all the time. So, and he was in prison for murder.
God really stuck. And now I thought I wasn't going to die, Jim, until I was 65. I didn't think I'd ever die. And now I'm starting to realize, one of these days.
Duchess, I did too. That's why I think I was talking to Duchess about like what I was doing with this series, or like with these streams of going back to this, of showing Tony and AtNight and the players involved in those sectors. And I think even like Duchess probably looks at me or thinks I have 5 head when I'm trying to explain to him like what I'm trying to lay out. And then you watch these and you're like, what the fuck? But just wait. If you think this one's bad, I've got better ones upcoming that are going to make you guys go, holy shit. You might have forgotten, or they've just been pushed intentionally out of the public eye because they're fucking big whoopsies made by Tony, AtNight, and their teams.
Old doggy going to meet Jesus naked, stand in front of God, and hope to God he says, well done, my son. Come on in.
So I want to synopsize really quickly, and I'm glad you.
What did Crispy say?
Regardless of a prison cell, a lot of people find him there.
Next thing you know, he's going to be singing Folsom Prison Blues. When I was just a baby, my mama told me, son, always be a good boy. Don't ever play with guns, but I shot a man in Reno. Fuck. He's going to try to be the next Johnny Cash. If he gets a guitar or a banjo out, I'm done. Cancel me from the internet.
You've had that awakening, and I'm glad to see you out there because, like I said, no matter what, you have got the mainstream media light back on Sebastian Rogers. You've offered this reward. You're spending time and money. You have this line set up. You are working toward clues. You yourself have made some epiphanies.
Lindsay, I've heard the name before. Should I go do a little bit of a dive into that? If you suggest I should go a little bit further, I absolutely will. I've heard of a few. I haven't really gone far with the religious biker groups. There's some out here that are around, you know, belief systems that are wonderful. They do a lot of amazing things. But if I need to go look into that one, I absolutely will.
You believe in the case, and essentially your bottom line, which I want to synopsize, is
guaranteed they're not associated with the Jokers, the Hells Angels, the Banditos, or any of those.
and I'll do it carefully.
Yes.
You believe that there might be 2 or more people that would be involved in him becoming missing.
Yes.
You don't know for sure whether he is with us on this earth or not, but you're leaning toward that he is not, and that foul play might have been involved.
Yeah, I hate to say that. Maybe yes.
Lindsay, ding, 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 ding. Yes, ma'am. Yep. It actually started a little bit before that and then really amped up during Beth's illness, but really played a huge role. He was actually doing tours in churches during the 2016 election and then through the 2020. Yes. Yep. I've actually detailed some of that previously.
And you're going to continue looking at video type evidence that you are working toward developing. You're keeping your lines open. The tips are coming in. You're following up on each and every lead. You are not shutting off Big Brother. Whenever you get something that's important, you forward that to local law enforcement and or the FBI.
Yes.
And you have some human sources, some people that are talking to you about different things that you do not want to get in trouble, if you will. You want to keep that open. So you're keeping.
All I know, if that's a protocol to get into heaven, that we all have to be naked, I know some of the people that are in heaven that I would never want to see naked ever. I'm passing. I mean, we all know that that's probably not happening anyways, but I'm passing. If I ever get a ticket, I'm saying no if we have to go naked. I don't want to see everybody in their birthday suits. Sorry.
That's why, you know what I always call myself, like whether it's talking about tennis or whether it's talking about anything else, I'm a vault. Like once you tell me, I'm not repeating it, because how in the world am I going to keep all my great sources if I ever tip the hat? So you're keeping those in the hat and you're hopeful that that might lead to something.
Yes. And the sources build and build and build. And when you tell a source, I will not say nothing, and then you go on TV or podcast, whatever, and say it, the source is like, oh, you know, he's a rat. I'm not telling him nothing.
Sir, you're working with a self-admitted rat. What? Crispy, he said naked. Dog the Bounty Hunter said we have to go naked. He said naked. Not me. Lindsay mentioned it and I agree. That's what he said though. If you rewind a few minutes, he said that's going naked. No. I'm passing. It wasn't just a random thought by nonsense this time. It wasn't just me. That wasn't just a random thought by me. Lindsay picked up on it and he did say that. I just tried to brush past it the first time, but then when Lindsay said it, I was like, yeah, no, I'm passing. Yeah, right. Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
So you cannot do that. And you know, let me tell you this too. The FBI, CIA, all them got.
Oh,
agree, Carl.
Dog, we lost you. Dog, can't hear you.
Well, it's very interesting too, because in the parts, no, you're good. You're good, Crispy. When he said it, I was just kind of like, okay, leave that alone. And then it was oh, I'll go look into him though. It might be something interesting to look into. But this cracks me up. She's putting her glasses on to hear. I know. What's she doing? The first parts, though, when Tony came on, Tony started name dropping Coffindoffer right off the bat. One of the first interviews that they did after he came on as the spokesperson outside of Pascal was Jennifer Coffindoffer, and he calls her a good friend. So Tony and Jennifer Coffindoffer had some sort of previous existing relationship, and then Seth came into, and then she had some sort of relationship with AtNight previously too, like Nick the Hat. So there is connections through Coffindoffer that I've always seen problematic. I see her extremely problematic. But look at that pause right there. Look at the pause. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I've assumed too, Demon, because she was connected and good friends with Tony, his own words, And then that's where they went right off the bat. She had a pre-approved, and that was that weird interview that we watched, I think part 1, part 2. I don't remember which one at this point, that we watched in this series. And then now that's where AtNight Media takes Dog the Bounty Hunter right after he was on TV. Yeah. And I still love the fact that DTOS said she has to put her glasses on to hear. Dog, come back to us. She can't see him or hear him anymore.
What happened? Dog?
Yeah, there you came on.
There you go. Go ahead.
So I said, the FBI, CIA.
Are those like those 3D glasses? Fuck. Now I'm just getting rummy at this point because what the fuck is going on? We might need this clip too. Dog, you there? We gotta go back to that and watch it again. Oh my god. We gotta watch it in real speed. Oh. You guys are amazing. This chat, I love it. Again, like people get, oh my god, nonsense's numbers have dropped. I love it when it's the small chat because you guys get cheeky and you start talking shit and pointing out things that are just incredible. And I get to engage with you guys more and catch up. I prefer it when it's small. And then the rewatch crew always has a ton of amazing comments too. So keep watching my numbers. I don't give a shit. We're going to still do all this. Leave us alone. We're having fun.
He's a rat. I'm not telling him nothing. So you cannot do that. And let me tell you this too. The FBI, CIA, all them got.
Uh-oh. Dog, we lost you. Dog, can't hear you. What happened? Dog?
Yeah, there you came on.
There you go. Go ahead.
So I said, the FBI, CIA.
How did the fucking glasses helpers find him? Oh my god.
Uh-oh. Dog, we lost you. Dog, can't hear you.
Can't hear you, so I'm putting on glasses.
What happened?
My secret spy glasses. Come back to me, dog.
Dog?
Yeah, there you came on.
There you go. Go ahead.
Dear Terms of Service, I'm mad at you right now for pointing that out because what the fuck is this? Oh my god, that's great. Oh, that's great.
So I said, the FBI, CIA, all those guys, cops, this and that, get warrants to tap phones, to look at cameras and all that. Well, so does Doggy. I got that you would not believe. You know how many people when I call up to say.
Between that and hold on, let me see if it'll load this time. Oh my god, between that and this one, like I don't even know what has happened to these people. Let's go back to this one.
Is Ellie had Katie's dash cam and said that he did make it home.
Did she trim this part out? Why is it pausing on that part now? She must have went in and trimmed that out. Damn it. Oh, well, I got it clipped.
I need this and that, a copy of this bill, that bill, looking at. Well, we can't do that, ma'am, sir. Have you ever heard of Sebastian? Yes. This is Dog the Bounty Hunter. Ooh, is your supervisor around? Well, I'm on a recorded line. Can I get your cell number? I give it to them. They go home, get their cell, call me. Hey, listen, here's the info. Don't tell anybody where you got it. That's what we're getting right now. So,
and for those of you who that might seem like, no, that doesn't happen. It happens all the time. I am here to tell you, people want to help. And there are so many people working in bureaucracies that are hamstrung and they want to help, but they feel like they can't. So they find other ways. You can think it's wrong. You can think it's right. I'm telling you, it happens. Go ahead, Doc.
Well, and you know what about the truth serum? I had a judge once. They wanted me, accused me of a crime I did not commit. So while you're in the courtroom, they go, how much do you plead guilty or innocent? I said, innocent. And judge, I demand sodium pentothal. I want a test right now. I want you to strap me down, put me in a hospital, give me that. He goes, in chambers right now. Go back there. He said, dog, you know how many lawyers will be out of a job? You know how many prosecutors will be out of a job? You know how many investigators will be out of a job? And dog, you're a bounty hunter, you'd be one of them. So case dismissed. Because if you're willing to do that, like Peterson. Did he really do that? Scott Peterson, give him, boom, yeah, he murdered.
He would never take
No.
the lie detector test. You
No,
know
but
that,
look
right?
at how
That's where
many
you're going
millions
with.
of
He's
dollars.
like, he said he would, and then he backed out of it.
But see how many millions of dollars there wouldn't be any lawyers. What would you need one for? So I love lawyers. I love cops. Did you do that? No. Hook him up. Yes, I did. I'm sorry. Here's the body. That's what I told Seth. Will you do it? He goes, when? Make an appointment right now. And then the other guy, the stepdad's like, dog was going to kidnap, allegedly, he said. Dog is going to kidnap me. See, this guy talks through, Indians say, through many face. I'm half Apache. Many face you talk through. So come on out with it, just like the real father and the mother. Come on out with it. That's your baby. Is it all? Yes.
I want to say this. You have worked with so many people over 40 years. You've worked with a lot of nefarious people. And the one thing I know about you is I think you truly can weed out, when somebody is feeding a line of bull and when
Right.
somebody isn't acting in accordance with how they should be acting. But let me ask you this. This will, and I hate that I've kept you so long.
No, it's all right. I love this.
I want to be respectful of your time.
I'm good.
But I want to ask you this. When it comes down to the fact that the parents are not cooperating, and I'm not talking about, and I don't want to say they're not cooperating because we don't know about with law enforcement,
Right.
but we know about socially they're not cooperating. I want to ask you, what threats have you verified that they've made, and how have you verified that?
Well, I don't know too much about the internet. Okay. So Nick is again, does that stuff for me. So I heard that the dad.
Oh, again, hearsay, and Nick was his source. Again, back to interesting sources, connecting the dots piece by piece. I just loaded our clip of Smiley.
Dad said, or through the stepdad, I'm gonna get dog. I'm gonna kill him. Well, I want to say, Brock, get in line. You know how many guys after 10,000 arrests don't get me? Get in line.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure that any of them are credible, but I do know that he said dog will never, ever, ever find. And where's the mom not calling me? Another thing, excuse me, on my show, you see that we're driving in the car. Beth is usually driving, or Leland, and it's called discernment. And I go, turn right, turn left, turn right again. And Leland and Beth will go, oh my God, there he is. Now I work on discernment also. Discernment is a gift that God has given anybody and gives me discernment. There'll be many times when a guy will walk by me and I go, hey, come here. You're lucky it's a weekend. I'm not on duty. Oh, dog, yeah, I know you're wanted, buddy. Or a girl. Or I'll say, are you a judge? How would you know that? And then when I get like, whoa, doggy, are you a basketball player? No, I'm a swimmer. So when I get out of that spirit realm, I know this is hard to understand, but I'm a very spiritual person. When I get out of that spirit realm and thinking, it's dog, I lose it. So I am getting in the spirit realm for this little boy. I'm asked, the Bible says, come to the throne boldly. Don't ask God, please, please help me. In the name of Jesus, you're going to show us where this boy is. So I'm not a weirdo, but I'm different than most bounty hunters, in the United States of America. And I don't stop. I got a reputation. Oh, he missed one. He missed.
Holy shit. I got to play that back. Sorry, I was finding my charger. What the hell? He means discernment. Yeah. We're going to back that all up right quick because that's interesting. I'm going to play that real speed. But just as a quick break, in case any of you missed it, I will edit this like better later, but this is just what I threw together so far.
So on one hand, I want to believe Ellie, but on the other hand, I'm so freaking, absolutely freaking tired of Ellie. That's just me. And I begin to wonder as well. On the other hand, I'm so freaking, absolutely freaking tired.
And you guys all know, if you rewind this, I didn't do that. I didn't do this. It's not slowed down. I didn't cause any of that. I didn't cause a glitch. This was as we were watching it. It was there. We saw it. We rewound. I clipped it. That's not slowed down. That's real speed. There's no filter on it. No, nothing. I don't fucking know. It's Monday. It's Monday, and this is what happened. This was her stream from today. Here you go again. Just one more time. Oh, man. What have I done?
So on one hand, I want to believe Ellie, but on the other hand, I'm so freaking, absolutely freaking tired of Ellie. That's just me. And I begin to wonder as well. On the other hand, I'm so freaking, absolutely freaking tired.
I don't. I gotta find music to add behind it. I don't know what's going on there, but still dying. Okay, let's back to this shit. Whew, this is too much. These people acting too much now.
Another thing, excuse me, on my show, you see that we're driving in the car. Beth is usually driving, or Leland, and it's called discernment. And I go, turn right, turn left, turn right again. And Leland and Beth will go, oh my God, there he is. Now, I work on discernment also. Discernment is a gift that God has given anybody and gives me discernment. There'll be many times when a guy will walk by me and I go, hey, come here. You're lucky it's a weekend. I'm not on.
That's a combination between dessert and something else. He's trying to talk about dessert and something else, and he's got discernment. I can't even say discernment the way he is, but he's trying it here.
On duty. Oh, dog. Yeah, I know you're wanted, buddy. Or a girl. Or I'll say, are you a judge? How would you know that? And then when I get like, whoa, doggy, haw. Are you a basketball player? No, I'm a swimmer. So when I get out of that spirit realm, I know this is hard to understand, but I'm a very spiritual person. When I get out of that spirit realm and thinking, oh, it's dog, I lose it. So I am getting in the spirit realm for this little boy. I'm asked, the Bible says, come to the throne boldly. Don't ask God, please, please help me. In the name of Jesus, you're going to show us where this boy is. So I'm not a weirdo.
I'm not a weirdo. Okay. Again, this has been. Now, do we see why the summoning, the prayer? This is the connecting factor again between. I'm just gonna walk away.
But I'm different than most bounty hunters, in the United States of America, and I don't stop. I'm I've got a reputation. Oh, he missed one. He missed that little boy. Oh no, never. I'm gonna find out who did it. Not just my discernment and me. Your help, everybody as a family. Everybody, we need to find out where is Sebastian.
Well, I agree, and I wanted to really keep focus on Sebastian in our session here, and I appreciate you really focusing in on Sebastian, talking about Sebastian, what you all have done, giving your candid view on what you think maybe not might have happened specifically, but who might specifically be responsible. And yeah. I just really appreciate your time. Dog, this is a case that for many here, viewers, and for me personally, I've been on this case since the beginning, and I just really quick, not to divert too much.
How was this keeping the focus on Sebastian? How was this keeping the focus on anything to do with Sebastian? Can anybody answer me that? Because all this did was take the focus off of Sebastian and put blame on other people and misinform the public once again with misinformation, disinformation, and intentional bullshit rumors and speculation. He even called him Nicholas. And Seth Sean.
Many people know this, but I have a brother. He's not autistic. He has cerebral palsy. And my brother looks so much like Sebastian when they were young. I've actually posted picture on Twitter. So it's a special place in my heart. I think it's a special place in a lot of hearts. Whenever somebody with autism, they're not only a child, he was 15, but they're also not fully capable of understanding good guys from bad guys. They can be taken advantage of. We know Sebastian Rogers has been taken advantage of. We've all seen the court records. I'm not going to go down that tunnel because it's dark and it's sick. But what we need to know is that anybody responsible or anybody that looked the other way and that happened in their home, I think has some special answering they need to do.
Well, criminally too, that's accessory during, after, before, the fact. They're going to prison. They may not get as much time as the actual people, but they're not going to get no probation, parole in any state. Any kind of southern, western, southern, blah, blah, blah. They're going to the penitentiary or the federal penitentiary.
Right. And what I was referring to, Dog, were other allegations from a long time ago that people haven't necessarily had to answer to the piper. I'm just saying, for me as an investigator, and you brought this up early, how one if one has been involved in domestic violence in the past, that's a great indicator. That's all I'm saying. But you have to add up all the puzzle pieces and it starts coming together. Dog, you got to promise me to keep our audience in the loop, to keep us in the loop.
Yes, yes.
You know, you guys have an open line to me. You have my personal cell. When something breaks, please give me a call.
Absolutely.
Let me know. I'm going to have you back on to update us. This channel is all about Sebastian. And Dog, I can't thank you enough personally.
Oh, aloha. Stop it.
Time, your money, and your efforts toward bringing light to Sebastian Rogers. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And you're FBI, young lady. So thank you too, because you know, even though I'm Dog the Bounty Hunter, you're the real deal. So thank you. And together with all our friends and Nick, Francie, my wife, everybody, we are going to find out what happened to Sebastian.
Amen.
Amen. Aloha. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Aloha.
Yes, ma'am. Aloha. Bye-bye.
Oh, whoo. He just fell. His exit was amazing too. Let's watch that exit again, the dismount.
Even though I'm Dog the Bounty Hunter, you're the real deal. So thank you. And together with all our friends and Nick, Francie, my wife, everybody,
all of our friends with Nick.
We are going to find out what happened to Sebastian.
Amen.
Amen. Aloha. Thank you.
Oh, bye-bye. Look at her throwing an amen in there.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Aloha.
Yes, ma'am. Aloha. Bye-bye.
Man, I would love to have a one-on-one conversation with Jennifer Coffendorfer. That's somebody I would love to debate. I would love to debate Jennifer Coffendorfer on the known facts from law enforcement. And as previous law enforcement, how does she think doing what she's doing has helped? Hey, nonsense. Hope you are well. Something just hit me. Betty kept lying. This is federal. Her case going to the grand jury made her case federal now? No, her case goes back to, so the grand jury opted not to indict on those 6 criminal violations, but it doesn't mean that they can't re-indict, or it doesn't mean that they can't resend them to another grand jury. It just goes back to the initial stages. And if they choose to violate her on anything else, ask for the same charges with additional evidence, it doesn't make it federal. No, she's still got the appeals going on right now too. Yep. I know. I understand, Demon, but that is one person I would absolutely have no problem questioning her, because I would love to know, as former law enforcement, how does she believe that what she is doing is actually helping these families bring awareness to their loved ones? I would love to know. Yeah, and still no docket update, which I've heard from some people. Other people, Tebow said the same thing, that they might not update the docket. I don't know, though. I guess we'll just wait and see. The appeals are still ongoing, and then if they choose to charge her on any other violations or anything, then that will go on with that. Oh, she's got Zoom tomorrow, court, Brad. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah. I believe that the grand jury probably opted to, I mean, that's a pretty huge risk for them to be passing around false documents. But again, it'll be interesting to see what comes out. all we did was review what they put. Yeah, I would shoot glitter is forever. That's why I would be open to a conversation. There's people like this I would love to have a conversation with and pick their brain of what is beneficial out of this. This is an awareness, and as somebody that is former FBI that claims that they are victim centered, where is that victim centered? Because this whole entire interview with Dog the Bounty Hunter was not informative about awareness for Sebastian or bringing Sebastian home. It was a targeted hate campaign and misinformation that she didn't push back on or correct a single thing that he said that she knows is not true, or she knows is hearsay, or she knows is not valid, or there's no source to it. It's crazy. Do you guys have a little bit more in you? Do you want to continue a little bit longer? Like I said, I'm distracting myself, so I am up and down. Now I'm trying to do the pacing thing because it hurts to sit, stand, move. I'm just trying to do some things. So if you guys have a little bit more in you, I'll keep going if you want me to. Because next up will be, well, we can watch this again. We should watch it from Betty's perspective, though, because we've already watched this in the first go around. So I think what we'll do is we'll watch it, this same interview from Betty's behind the scenes perspective. So this was October. This actually aired on October 11th. This is Betty's take, though, from when what she was viewing and what she was recording when Seth and Tony were on with Vinnie Politan. I do have the other clip of the actual interview with Vinnie. We played that in part 1, though, at the very beginning of this segment or this series that we're doing. But we'll play it from Betty's behind the scenes look. Did you see her outfit?
Yeah, it looks cute.
Isn't it adorable?
What happened and
I was telling you guys the other day, quick side note, really quick. I was sharing with you guys the other day, my girls have a semi-formal dance for the end of the school year that they will be attending. And the one picked her dress, and it's adorable. It fits her perfectly too. And she's been practicing in her little wedges that have a little heel to them. And the other one I was telling you guys, she wanted like a pantsuit. She is definitely more the tomboy, doesn't like dresses at all, doesn't like skirts. So we found her this jumper that's all black. It fits her perfectly. And then I got her chunky black boots, like really like her, like it's all so her. And it is the cutest thing. It just came in today and she just tried it on and it fits her perfectly. And she is so happy about it. She loves it. She's like, I think I need more outfits like this. So she feels secure in it. And it's the cutest thing. Seeing them like smile. Both of them love their outfits. That's all I care about.
Oh my God.
what is
Huh?
happening in all?
Oh, well, Dog the Bounty Hunter was just shaming Chris and Katie about their weight gain. He was just saying that Katie has gained between 60 and 70 pounds. And I find that to be disgusting. But then Betty was filming Seth from this angle too. So there's that.
What the
So again,
fuck does she have to say about any of that?
this is Betty's angle because Betty was in the room when they were recording this Vinnie Politan episode. And this is where a lot of things were said that are just not true.
My professional opinion, I would say something along the lines of Chris and Katie did something to my son. They're using Sumner County to cover it up and to hide themselves from the actual law.
Yeah, and that's super sweet. Thank you for saying that.
It's all about Chris and Katie.
And his professional opinion too. If you want to see more of that, like the other view of it, you can go to part 1 of this and rewatch that. It's the October 11th interview with Vinnie Politan. But this is Betty's angle of that.
Proudfoot, who Katie Proudfoot is the mother of Sebastian, and then Chris is the stepfather. And they brought an action to restrain, to stop Bullhorn Betty from allegedly.
So this is just an order of dates. This is October 11th, the day after they all started coming out because of Betty's court hearing on October 10th, saying that they had a plan. Don't worry, don't fret. We have a plan. That was Betty, BJ, and the other ilk over there that were doing that. October 11th, they go on Vinnie Politan, do this, make some bold ass statements. By October 18th, they are filing or did file for the injunction against Granny and Barbecue, which we know that Granny wasn't even on the horizon of any of it until the beginning of October when BJ started getting involved with Nick, and he was doxing Granny and her family on September 25th. And then him and BJ formed something. And by October 2nd, the plan had switched to include Granny. Granny was never sent to cease and desist or anything. But 7 days after this, 7 days after this interview that filing dropped.
Harassing them.
From the East Coast to the West Coast, we are everywhere true crime is. We are asking for the public's help. We are searching in the woods. We are doing what it takes here on the Bullhorn Betty channels to find.
So Betty uses that, and then she does her little intro thing. Let's fast forward to more of her angle. She didn't put this out till a little while after because they were trying to, be mysterious about who was all there. She has thrown a fit and accused Duchess of going out to eat with and being at a biker rally with Chris and Katie, which never happened. There's no proof of it, never happened. Duchess has never met Chris and Katie in real life, and even if she did, so be it. But Betty has told people over and over again that how could you be out partying with the parents of a missing child? Ma'am, after this interview, you guys all went out and celebrated a birthday, I'm pretty sure. So rules for thee, not for me.
We know for a fact that there's no proof that Sebastian walked out of that home. And it makes you wonder what else they're lying about, Vinny.
Have other people contacted you based off of Ms. Griffin's conduct on her social media accounts? Hundreds. Okay. How often was that happening? Daily.
There goes my internet.
Daily. Is it possible for you to avoid the media circus that surrounds Ms. Griffin's conduct? Absolutely not. Okay. Have people gotten your personal phone number that way? Yes, sir. Have they gotten your email? Yes, sir. They message you on Facebook? Yes, sir.
He's asked, why are you afraid of Bullhorn Betty? Take a listen.
What are you afraid of from Andre Griffin?
What am I directly afraid of, sir? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Well, when you make a video threatening to bring a gun from another state, directly in videos related.
What was he saying right there? Something upset him in this. Let's see.
You make a video threatening to bring a gun from another state, directly in videos related to me, my wife, my family.
He seems like he got angry, whatever is being said right there, because he sat back in his chair.
That's a threat. Plain and simple. She also
Oh, yeah, he's mocking Chris.
said she
That's what he's
was going to bring him a machete for the record.
Gosh dang it.
Okay, let's bring back in Seth Rogers, Sebastian's dad, and Tony Mathis. Just quick clarification, everyone's watching that. Was she threatening to bring a machete to go after the Proudfoots?
Well, Vinny, you being one of the better investigative reporters in this case, you know that if you take a 4 or 5 second clip out of an hour-long video, you can twist that and turn that into anything you want it to be. When she
Give me a second, you guys.
was talking about the things that she was going to need.
We're glitching. Give me a moment. I don't know if it's because everybody's home and on Wi-Fi or what. Here, I got it. Or if it's because my computer is dying. Give me a second. Thank you, babe.
Need to be walking through these heavily wooded areas. One of the things that she mentioned she would probably need is a machete, but you don't get to see all that because that doesn't fit the narrative. Does that make sense?
Well, on top of that,
And not once has she been out there walking through the woods where she would need a machete to cut down any brush or anything like that. We have not seen that, and Betty films everything.
I get.
if she had stated that she was going to bring a machete, don't you think the felon that made the video for the Proudfoots would have actually clipped that in there?
Can happen. But I want to bring in our special guest joining us tonight, Sebastian Rogers' father. Seth Rogers is with us, and the Rogers family spokesperson, Tony Mathis, as well. Thank you both for coming here.
I personally choose, and I see what you guys are saying, and I'm not going to, you're grown-ass adults. It is what it is. But I believe Betty did this so people would go after Seth's looks so they could cry victim further. Because why else are you posting this of him?
What's your reaction?
Betty don't give a fuck about Seth, if we're being honest. Betty just is looking for attention.
Seth and Tony, to what happened today or yesterday in court with Bullhorn Betty, and what are your thoughts about Bullhorn Betty and what she's been doing?
Well, Vinny, first off, thank you for having us tonight. Let me be crystal clear about something. That entire family lied under oath to get those protective orders. This family has spent more time trying to silence people than they've spent looking for Sebastian. We know for a fact that there is no proof that Sebastian walked out of that home. And it makes you wonder
Really?
what else they're
Then where is he in the home?
lying about, Vinny. It also makes you wonder what would happen if Sebastian would have been able to file a protective order against his stepfather.
Seth, your reaction to it.
Oh, did you see that little look at the side right there? This was all predetermined.
Seth, your reaction to what happened and what is happening in all of this.
My professional opinion, I would say something along the lines of
In what professional capacity are you giving your opinion?
Chris and Katie did something to my son. They're using Sumner County to cover it up and to hide themselves from the actual law.
And let me ask you, Seth, and we have no independent information. We know that police are saying there's no suspect. No one's been named as a suspect in any of this. But this seems to be, at least from my perspective, Seth, is it a change in the way you are seeing what has transpired through all this? Are you
It's
seeing
the evidence.
things differently than you did before?
It's the evidence. I still believe my son is alive. I still believe he's somewhere. But the fact is that he was at their house last. There is no evidence that he ever left the house. And they, as Tony has stated, they have spent more money and time trying to get people to not speak about Sebastian than speaking about Sebastian. Sumner County hasn't come out since April with anything, and Katie won't come out and speak, won't ask for help to find Sebastian. I really have to say that she never loved her son. And on top of that, I have the DCS reports that I've written, that I have literally took me an attorney to get them. Sebastian deserves a restraining order from those two.
You've accused them of lying, the Proudfoots, right? So
100%.
what were they lying? What were they lying about from your perspective? And again, we have no
This actually really, really bothers me.
independent information or confirmation that they said
None of this is about Sebastian.
anything that was untrue or verification that what they said was true.
Well,
either way.
Actually, Vinny,
Well,
they
what were they lying about from your perspective, and what's the evidence from your perspective that they are not telling the truth?
Well, they actually were lying, and it was proven in court that they were lying about what they stated in the protective orders, which was that she had had physical contact with them, that she was following, stalking, and harassing them. And even on the stand, Mr. Proudfoot admitted that he
We broke this down and picked it apart too, and like rebutted a lot of what they were saying in this in the first part of this series a couple days ago. If you want to go watch that, I'm not pushing back on a lot of this. I just am letting them talk because I think you get a better view of the bullshit that they're spewing. And most of you know that none of this has fact basis behind it. Law enforcement has never said publicly, if they've said it to them, they've never said it publicly, that there's no evidence of that Sebastian ever leaving the house. They have used that. That was Tony and Seth's words. They've continued to say that law enforcement stated that, which has never happened. We've searched and scoured through every interview, every statement that they've made. It's not from law enforcement. The fact that they're trying to say in his professional opinion, professional as in what? What profession are you acting as a capacity of? Tony Mathis can't get his shit straight. He doesn't know what he's lying about. He's trying to use this to smear Chris and Katie, saying that they lied about Betty on the stand. But when Vinny pushes and pressures them, is this about Betty or about Sebastian? And he's like, yep, tries to mix it all in together. We don't know what they told law enforcement. Neither does Tony.
had never met her in person. So in my opinion, it's a little difficult to be stalking somebody that you've never met in person. And it goes to the many inconsistencies that have been told by Mr. Proudfoot since the very first interview. Not one of his interviews have matched up, Vinny.
And when you say the interviews haven't matched up, you're not talking about, so I just want to make this clear to everyone watching. You're talking about the disappearance of Sebastian?
100%.
Not about Bullhorn Betty in this case?
Yeah, the Bullhorn Betty lies were just another long string in the lies that they've told since the beginning. If you go back.
No, he's trying to mix them together as one to try and discredit Chris and Katie.
And break the interviews down from the very first interview they did all the way from Nancy Grace.
And we did a whole series on Duchess's channel and went through the interviews of Chris and Katie's, and we were super, super critical.
And beyond before they quit coming out in public.
Just like we did to Seth.
You can see one inconsistency after the next. And the great thing about telling the truth, Benny, is when you're doing that, it's always the same. It doesn't change.
What's the most material inconsistency that you believe has been stated from Chris and or Katie?
Many inconsistencies told about the phone calls, the time of the phone calls, the bedtimes, what happened after he went to bed. Just, that entire 10 to 12 hour period, many, many inconsistencies. Also not rock solid alibis and a lot of time that's unaccounted for. They were also, probably the biggest thing, Benny, is that they told Nancy Grace that they were told by TBI not to take a polygraph, and we found out later from TBI that is 1,000% not accurate.
That's a big one. That's a big one.
All right, that was October 11th. We're going to take it back in time a little bit because we've got a few more from when Nick and those guys came in that I think are of importance. So I'm going to skip back to September 12th, 2024, when the internet was introduced to Hong. So again, this is September 12th. So I kind of got out of order a little bit. I should have thrown these in there before the coffin offer and the dog interview. But you guys can put them in order here. But this one's when the internet met Hong, another AtNight partner. Thank you, sis.
What's going on, guys? My name is Hong. And for those of you that followed us since like the beginning of last year, you may have.
So just to recap, the Tony, I can't. I just looked over and saw what's on the screen. The Tony, Vinny, Seth interview was October 11th. Sorry, and then I had to cough. And then this one here fits before. So this is September 12th, so about a month before, when they were claiming that Nick was silenced. 7 days after he made his public announcement. 7 days after he made his public announcement that Nick the Hat would be now entering the scene with AtNight Media. Then Dog comes out, does interviews. Then he goes on coffin offers. You know how it all goes. But we're going to back it up a little bit just to throw these in because these are interesting as hell.
Have heard of me, and I'm Hartley Live, right? So if you guys follow the case and you guys know that Sebastian's been missing since mid-February, and it's getting escalated lie after lie. It gets bigger and bigger. And now that we're starting to get death threats and all the other stuff that, like, if you guys will be on Twitter, you guys will see that our lawyers are taking action. And it goes to a point that they even muzzle Nick. So I'm here to talk about Sebastian, okay? So Sebastian's been missing since mid-February. It's been 7 months. And these people, like the Dropfoots, Proudfoots, they've been trying so hard each and every day to shut people up, to trying to.
So what intelligence agency, a professional intelligence agency, starts coming out and calling him the Dropfoots? And again, we have not seen any proof of threats, but Seth himself stated when he was on an interview with Pascal that he himself had not been threatened. And law enforcement had not said anything about threats being made either, but that quickly changed. And all of that got diminished when Tony came in. They started the rhetoric again about all these threats. And then it really amped up when AtNight and crew came in.
Fine. This poor kid a special kid that is not even funny anymore. Like, what kind of parents? I'll tell you that.
In my opinion, Dear Terms of Service, it was intentionally trying to make the public believe that if they went out searching that they could be threatened, or to instill fear in the locals in the area to not search or continue to look for Sebastian, when Katie and Chris have been begging everybody to please remain vigilant and look for Sebastian and bring awareness. Sorry, Kenzie's out here again. They were asking people to continue to bring awareness, keep Sebastian's face out there, continue to look. And it seems like the people around Seth have been actively trying to stop people from searching. That is my perception from what we have seen. This is when they were trying to get across that he had been silenced. But everything that they've done, including those blip boards, has encouraged people to think, like, those blip boards, if true, that Hong and those guys were putting up, make Sebastian look like he is a fugitive. Adding Dog the Bounty Hunter's information, misinformation about a reward, nothing about an Amber Alert status or anything, makes it look like this child is running from the law, not a missing child with an Amber Alert. It's actively taking people's attention off of searching for Sebastian. What happened just recently? The America's Most Wanted segment came out. Huge, amazing awareness exposure for any family of a missing child. The first 12 minutes of an opening season, big deal. Amazing awareness opportunity. And what have we seen them do ever since? Nothing but distractions. Julia, Tony goes on BJ's. Then it's been one thing after another that has been, look over here, not over there. Look over here, not over there. Why? They lost the anti-slap in there too. Why are they distracting, continuing to tell people that they want people to look for Sebastian, but people are being threatened? There's been no proof of that. Why? What is this for?
And these, like, what kind of parents will just don't really care about their son, right? And the reason I'm doing live here today, because
And Nick is walking around a cemetery with tape over his mouth. I just want to pull that back again. And handing Hong things to say. You can see the reflection in his glasses.
and these, like, what kind of parents will just don't really care about their son, right? The reason
You can see him
I'm doing live
holding a device
here today, because these are all the TBIs, tips that's going in today.
He's pointing at cemeteries. These are all the TBI's tips that are going in today. What does this mean?
Right, about Sebastian, they're all done. Like there's nothing. They have nothing. No one has anything.
So he's comparing people's headstones to tips being implying that they're dead. They're done.
And
gotcha. And you know what's being called into the TBI how? How would you know when it's been very apparent from your guys' own words that you're not allowed to work with law enforcement? So how would you know what is being called into the TBI and what leads that the TBI is getting and going through? Oh, wait, is because you guys have encouraged people to call Seth's tip line. So people have called Seth's tip line. And then once Seth's team vets that information, then Seth and team call it into law enforcement. So they're pre-screening what could be valid tips or not. That's concerning to me. I'm sorry. It's concerning. You have to trust a PI that knows your son better than law enforcement, knows the ins and outs of this case better than law enforcement, to let them vet and then decide what goes. They should all be going to law enforcement. This could be a major situation for a missing child, and to be that negligent is concerning in my opinion. In my opinion, all tips should be going to Sumner County, the TBI, the FBI, your local law enforcement, only law enforcement. This could be a missing child's life. And you're letting a private investigator, anonymous private investigator that you supposedly didn't know before your son went missing, determine what is valid to police or not. Like, that's concerning. Sorry.
And as we're coming in trying to help, you have a stepdad and a mom trying to stop each and every one to help, let alone even.
And if you want confirmation of what I'm talking about, just the other night, we covered a live stream from Crime Time Buzz where she has people that she's pinning in the comments and they're talking about filing police reports. And she pins one in specific and says that basically this person had interaction with Seth and then they called it into law enforcement. So somehow this person who had a tip that Crime Time Buzz had pinned had communicated with Seth and then they called that into law enforcement. That's where we found out the second piece of how this has been maneuvering. You can go back 3 nights ago, and see that if you would like to.
Step foot in town, trying to even search. And they're here lying, saying, oh, like, we can't go and help find the kid that's lost. Like, use your common sense. What do you mean you can't go?
Again, this is their audio for just a minute, and I'm going to go pull that clip for you guys so you don't even have to. I'll go pull the clip from Crime Time Buzz so you guys can hear what I'm saying. It's their audio that goes back for
Put
just
what?
a minute.
$1,000 on a poster? Oh, I'm sorry, a big billboard to say that your kid's missing. $1,000 will only last for like one day. With all due respect, my shoes cost more than $1,000. So you're telling me that your son is worth less than a pair of sneakers? Like, this is getting out of hand. Like, if you want to talk about it, let's come out. Let's have you guys come out and talk about the day that Sebastian went missing, the little light show that you guys have at the house, that you guys were walking around in flashlights. Let's talk about that. And also, I got to take my hat off to the Proudfoot parents, because if it wasn't for them, the son would have been in jail a long time ago. You wouldn't have the cojones to come here, write letters, call the cops about people trying to find your stepson. That sounds a little too shady to me, you know? And like, what really grinds my gears, for those of you that watch Family Guy, is that is working off a CEO salary and has been spending hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Okay, I found the clip where I wanted to play this. So what I was referencing is right here from
24, Caroline, or before?
Right here is the comment I'm talking about that connects how these tips are being called in and fielded. Just so nobody has to take my word for it, this is where that came from.
Heard?
This is Crime Time Buzz from 3 days ago, just so everybody knows where we're at too.
No, absolutely. I agree. Absolutely not. About what Nicey Marie's saying. I totally agree. That's great, Whispering Winds. Thank you. Yes, he does think Sebastian's alive.
Just so nobody says I didn't show proof of this, here you go.
Sebastian's hair was darker, longer, no glasses, and in a wheelchair at the time, covered with a blanket. Oh my gosh. Was that after Oregon or before? Was that after March of 2024, Caroline, or before? Well, I guess it couldn't have been before because he was at home.
She has made a previous comment on here too, talking about a sighting or potential sighting, this Caroline Miller, but this is the one particular spot.
When was this, Caroline? Wow.
Unlicensed.
Oh boy.
Terrible.
And I know you called because you said Seth was on the phone with you when you called.
It's really disgusting, unlicensed, like, to see how people have been doing this. Like, I can't imagine disliking somebody and being willing to, like, create and concoct lies in their missing child's case, like, and then trying to tell them in their face that I'm concerned for them and I have, you know, they're my concern. I will do anything to help them. Well, we knowingly are sitting here watching these people tell blatant lies about the case of a missing child. That's not helping the father find his missing child by concocting lies. It's truly disturbing.
Thank you for sharing that. But can you kind of let me know when that time frame was and where did you say you saw him?
It's horrific. This is just...
I suspect if this man-made pond, there's a lot of stumps and trees on the bottom. We have those here, and they are hard to navigate, in my opinion. All that woodish to sink and hide a body. Ooh, easy to sink and hide a body. Oh.
Let me back that up one more time, just to make sure everybody heard exactly what was said. I'm just letting their words speak for themselves so you guys can see it. You can see the transcript too.
Oh, boy. And I know you called because you said Seth was on the phone with you when you called.
She knows, Crime Time Buzz knows that Carolyn called and made a report to law enforcement because Seth was on the phone with her when she called. So there you go. So, and the eyewitness had not been in contact with law enforcement whatsoever, but had been in contact with Dog the Bounty Hunter and Nick the Hat and the private investigator before she made her report or before the report became public or something. We're not really sure of the timeline because she doesn't have a specific date that she lists in this supposed FOIA that we know couldn't have happened in the way that it's stated it happened because somebody else had talked to the same police department verifying that there was a sighting, doing what people do best, like verifying information. And this was the email. If you didn't watch those lives, there's a lot of information in those that is just mind-blowing that we're learning as we're reviewing it. It's been crazy. These people have been doing the absolute most, and I have no idea why. Once again. And these are all just recent lives, except now that we're back in the timeline of these guys. But we've reviewed Lolly, Smiley, Crime Time Buzz, all concocting just wild lies for what purpose?
To try to find this kid. And you go ahead, the stepdad goes ahead and say, you make this thing bigger, I will beat the living hell out of you. How's that logic?
That's a good question. We don't know exactly how they ultimately did get that footage, to be truthful. Like, I've heard different stories, but I can't 100% say how they did get the footage.
How's that common sense? And like, I just don't get it. Like, our team and Dog.
It was like this was after they got rejected and needed an excuse to feel rejected and not have both parents wanting to work with them or be involved in this shit. Their child is missing, and that's their first and foremost priority. So turning them down was logical because they're not actually searching for Sebastian. They're causing chaos. They're not bringing awareness to Sebastian. They're not using their intelligence services to coordinate searches. It's all online. Everything they're doing is online. Sebastian isn't online. If he's somewhere, you would think they would be conducting searches. And I'm not saying he's not online somewhere. I have no idea. So don't take it that way. If he's out there, maybe he is. No idea. What I'm saying is they're doing nothing to try to physically search for Sebastian whatsoever. They're causing online chaos with creators and the family. Why?
It's trying so.
They know they're regurgitating lies and concocted information. Why are they doing it?
Hard. Like our team and Dog is trying so hard to.
Do they have an ulterior motive? Are these guys all putting on the facade that they're working together, but one of the groups is actually working against the other one? And they think they're going to get close enough to get information? Are we supposed to put our tinfoil on that tight?
To help Mr. Rogers for free, and like you go ahead and sent letters to cops, whatever TBI or whatever cops that you have under your pocket.
It makes me question, though, who actually thinks they're in control, to be honest. Who do you guys think they're in control in these relationships? Do you think Tony thinks he's ahead of AtNight and they fall in line under him and they, you know, take what he says first and foremost? Do they take Seth's wants and wishes? Or is it AtNight that runs the show, and then Seth, if he gives permission or consent sometimes, but he's in a contract, so he's already done that mostly, so they can do whatever they want? And then Tony, like, who's where in this dynamic, do you guys believe?
To give us more problems.
If Tony and Seth have a contract that's dated previously to that of Tony and AtNight and Seth and AtNight, would Tony and Seth's contract supersede? Or is there probably a clause in the new contract that says how they lay out? What do you guys think?
To arrest people that's trying to help, and let alone, like, guys, like, at the end of the day, it's 2024. 2024 is the year where truth is going to come out.
Yeah.
And the world will be watching on TV once the truth.
That's their intelligence machinery malfunctioning, the spirit box malfunctioning, in my opinion. We've heard that sound from like people like T-Rev before, when they're using an AM FM handcrank radio and saying it's a spirit box. It's mind control, don't you know? They have intelligence satellites in the air that are infecting your computer waves. Look at them go.
Comes out.
They're faster than the speed of sound.
Like, I noticed that. What?
Breaking the sound barrier.
A lot of people here has been saying, oh, like.
It was just Nick's ankle monitor. It must have been like alerting him. You're walking through a cemetery. Like, what are you doing? Did you have permission?
Dogs in for the views, dogs in for the money.
And I am being facetious. I have no idea if he wears an ankle monitor, so don't run with that. I'm just being facetious.
We're not in for the money. How are we in it for the money? Like, I respect criticism, but like, I would take criticism with the people that are the same level as me. I'm not going to have somebody that comes.
Are you guys on Hong levels? Yes or no? Tell me in the chat. Are you on Hong level? Do you want to get on Hong level? Tell me honestly.
Out at night and say.
Did you just say the things that come out at night?
Respect criticism, but like, I would take criticism with the people that are the same level as me. I'm not going to have somebody that comes out at night and say, we're in it for the money, we're in it for that, we're in it for this, and you're there with a $5 tank top and a $15 yoga pants dressed as the Big Show from WWE.
Well, I know who you're talking to in this, but why do we care what you're walking around a cemetery, dude, with a palm tree shirt on and $1,000 shoes and a buddy behind you with black electrical tape on his mouth? And you're concerned about us sitting here in $5 tank tops and leggings? And which would be more concerning optics in this situation? I mean, you tell me when you really think about that. I'll take the $5 tank top and leggings and looking like the Big Show over walking around with a dude with a piece of black electrical tape on his mouth in a cemetery recording yourselves. Thank you. I don't want
it sounds like you've been getting money to come at us to tell us to stop. And like, you finally tried to stop. You muzzled this guy.
Nobody's getting paid. Can you prove that? In all of these court filings that you guys have filed and all these documents, there has been not one single thing to show that anybody has received money for anything. You guys have failed to prove that in any of these frivolous exhibits, photos, posts. With the RO request, it was like 7,000 documents, screenshots of X posts. I mean, it was just the most insane thing. And then the exhibits that you didn't even file with the first initial injunction didn't have anything of that nature. You guys talked about the GoFundMe for the blip boards, but that was, you were not able to tie any of that together.
And you got a loose canyon now.
A loose
like
canyon.
I do not have a filter. I can say whatever.
Not a fucking loose cannon, a loose canyon. Like the Grand Canyon. Sorry, I'm losing my brain cells fastly. They're depleting listening to these guys.
Whatever I want.
I can't believe people listen to this and fell for this. Like, I'm seriously fucking sitting here struggling right now. And I'm the one that was knocked out earlier today, like medically knocked out. And I still have a brain cell in my brain to think that this doesn't sound normal and something should sound abnormal. And this still isn't making the bar. Like, I did this under the influence for a reason because I thought I would make a little bit more sense of it. Nope, still not. And I was under the influence because of a medical procedure. So, but I still can't even knock me out cold and it's not making sense. 3 Sides 360, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. This is fucking, like, did people think this was like going to turn into like a real life Mr. and Mrs. Smith? Like, which one of them is Angelina Jolie? And which one's Brad Pitt? Well, woof, never, woof.
Like, and if
Dumb and Dumber.
And if those people that just think about,
yeah, it's supposed to be loose cannon, not canyon. And he said canyon. Was it intentional? Probably with that fucking asshole. They'd like to diminish women's looks.
And Nick is more like politically correct. Like, I say whatever I want. I apologize for that. If it's not true, I will come back and I will talk about it as not true. But like you.
So when are we going to do that, Hong? When are you guys going to come out and say, like, we've just been playing this all along? Like, come on, dude.
You don't go ahead and start pointing fingers.
There's a kid missing. This might be a new thing that you think you're in it and going to help somebody. I don't even think that's the case, though. I think you guys seriously, like, giggle behind the scenes about people falling for this bullshit. I really do. But there's actually a kid missing here and real lives being impacted. You guys have acted like this is like a video game that you're playing. This is like live action role play. There's a child missing here, dude. Do fucking better. This is fucking straight up screwed up shit. And the fact that people believe this shit and bought into this shit and still are, stop. If there are people really doing some fuck shit, turn it in and do better for Sebastian. Because at the end of the day, we don't have to like any of these people, their behavior, their movements, but to do this and continue to strip the dignity of a missing child, can you imagine if that was done to one of your loved ones? There's other ways to go about this shit. Stop. Please. Do better for these missing. This isn't a game. Your reward protocol. Like, come on.
When you don't even have the facts right. It sounds like you want to make more money than anyone else, the people that's out there. Like,
this is fucking crazy.
It's common sense, guys. It's not that hard.
This bothers me so much watching it again. And knowing that people were so like cheering this group on, cheering them on in this lawsuit. They were cheering these guys on because they dislike Granny and barbecue.
Like,
the harm that they have been intentionally doing that lands at Sebastian every time is in everybody's faces. It doesn't matter what we feel about anybody on a personal level. This is harmful to victims.
It's so easy that a 6th grader can figure it out. Okay? What parents, when the kid goes missing in the middle of the night, and you guys point fingers at
this type of shit hurts justice. It hurts the face of justice, what these victims and their families are already experiencing and going through. There are families out here really fucking going through some terrible shit and failing to get justice for horrific things that happen. And you guys have turned a missing child's case into a game. You actually hurt people's cases and hurt the face of justice for these victims and their families. This is not acceptable.
The dad.
At one time, we all stood for innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Evidence. We rallied around until there was proof or evidence of something else. And then it let justice take its course.
You guys are pointing fingers at the dad, and the dad's nowhere around. I'm going to keep the channel going nonstop because we're here to find Sebastian. We're not here for drama.
You know what? There's cold cases, Hong and Nick, and whoever else is a part of your team. Whoever else is a part of your team, there are cold cases that some of these families might even welcome in your type of bullshit because they need help. They're desperate, and any attention, bringing the names back up, because there's nothing you can do. And a lot of those parents, I don't suggest it. Anybody gets involved with you. But if you're going to bring awareness, don't touch active cases. And this isn't bringing awareness. But there's people that you might not be able to hurt somewhere down the road. I don't know who that is. I don't suggest it again. But active investigations, like there is a victim out there that this could be really putting in danger. Like this could put these kids in danger if they are out there, and shit happens. You guys, crazy stories come to light. That's why people are invested, because there is crazy shit that happens and it's unreal, and people get invested in these types of stories. We don't know though until we know. We've got to stop. Fuck.
Mama, I just want to know where the kid is.
Oh,
like I don't get how once the kid goes missing.
Guarantee you don't want to know any more whatsoever than his family, all three of them, and their extended family and their friends.
Missing. You go and you point fingers at the dad that doesn't even have the kid.
Were people saying stuff about Seth? Yes, absolutely. I'm not going to acknowledge that that wasn't happening. People were asking really strongly worded questions, and like it was getting a little wild for a little bit. Absolutely. But nobody named Seth, in my opinion, that I heard. Now, this is mine. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I never heard Seth ever say that he was a suspect. I'm trying to think until the exact date now. He never identified him as a suspect. He always said that they would all be persons of interest until this story resolved itself. In all of his first interviews, Terry Lynn, the one he did on local news, that changed. When Seth started naming himself a suspect, wasn't in the very beginning of this. He did start publicly saying he was a suspect, which he had never been named. And they kept doing these whole clear Seth Rogers. And he had said very vocally that wouldn't happen during an ongoing investigation. Why did that change? Anybody have any ideas why that had to change? But it's weird to me that this agency, if they had connections, Nick and JLR, he followed JLR, obviously. He would have known it was quite the opposite of who was getting blamed for his disappearance from the jump if he followed JLR. So they come in and try to do a reverse on what this is really interesting now watching this. I got questions.
Like, it's common sense, guys. It's not illegal yet. Just think. Right? Like if you go out.
Yeah.
If you go out and hire a babysitter to go out for the night, like a date night, and your kid goes missing.
Yeah.
You're going to be asking the babysitter where your kid is at.
Autumn, in my opinion, there's so many possibilities outside of the parents. And until those are all eliminated, I really don't have an opinion. And I continue. Oops, did I just hide somebody's comment? If I did, sorry, I didn't mean to. But I don't have a good theory because there's so many possibilities that I can foresee in my head. And what we know from law enforcement doesn't eliminate those. There's nothing that's been eliminated from those, in my head, possibilities of outside the family until they completely, with what they've released publicly or tell us. Right now, anything's on the table is what we know from law enforcement. And I choose to believe that they are continuing to look into this case. Like, I don't know.
You're not going to point at the parent. You know, like it's weird.
And it really kind of, anybody else tell me this? His posts on X, they just seem like useless ramblings trying to be provocative, but yet doing things in like courts and stuff like that. Like, they don't have any cares in the world. And it's like, why are they so willing to play these games? It doesn't make sense to me. He knows that what he is saying and doing is slanderous. Like, what is the goal here? Just to fuck around in the court systems? This just impedes justice for others by wasting the court's times. What's the game here? Anybody? Like, what do they benefit out of this?
And things are starting to show up to the light where that, like, I'm getting stuff saying, oh, like the day after the kid went missing, the mom and the stepdad went on vacation.
Where?
And you have supporters that
where to? Where?
Supporting them saying, oh, they put $1,000 on a billboard. Wow. $1,000. Like, don't the Dropfoots have their own private jet and all of that stuff that you...
Where did you get this information? Come on now. Do you know you're just making stuff up, or did somebody tell you that and you just were like, ah, fuck it. Sounds good. Let's go with that.
You guys, these people has been doing of, like, all you could spend is just $1,000?
It was actually, I think, 1,000 one time, 500 another, and that's amazing. A lot of families don't have the financial availability to dump money into huge things like that. They have a child missing. They have another family to maintain. They are shamed if they go back to work and try to pay their bills. They're shamed if they're not. Like, it doesn't matter what they do. They're shamed for doing it. But a lot of families of missing do not have the funds available to do these things.
Trying to find a...
So the fact that they even are attempting is incredible.
Kid, a special, not even a normal kid. I apologize. A kid, a special needs kid. Like, how horrible is that? Like,
that's what we just know publicly. Let me just say that too, because there's probably a lot of things that they've done with a lot of other organizations, other people, other locals, maybe. Like, these are just a few of the situations that I know of publicly. When Duchess did hers, and then I think when Clue did theirs, they donated to both of those funds for those blip boards that ran.
Oh, every day.
I'm sure they've done a lot more than that.
Like, you just go, live your normal life. Spend this past 7 months, you live a normal life pretending your son is not missing. Like, that's something, I'm not a parent yet, but that's something.
They say horrific things about Sebastian the entire time, the caffeinated Duchess. That's why I continue to question, why would Seth, they diminish Sebastian over and over again. All of AtNight's team, none of them speak of him in any respectful, dignified manner. They can't get his name right. They misinform of his story, his size. Like, why are these grown men attempting to deflect and distract from bringing awareness to Sebastian? They diminish him. They bring people like Dog the Bounty Hunter on, who is, some people are thinking this kid's a wanted fugitive at this point because they misinform so much bullshit. And then it's so frustrating, but why? Why are they doing this? And why can Seth sit there and be okay with these people speaking of his son like this? Defective, not once, not twice, like 9 different streams.
Thing as any parent will not be able to do. And for those people that's pointing fingers that has kids, shame on you. Like, what happens if that happened to your child and like your child went missing? And
shame on you if you're pointing fingers at the parents, sir.
And everybody said you did it. What are you gonna do then? Huh? You have a guy.
But that's what you're doing.
You have a guy that's a CO that works crazy hours in a state prison.
Okay.
Comes back home and then goes out to find his kid, and you guys are threatening him, saying he's the one that killed him.
What?
He's the one that took his kid away.
There have been people that have said that, yes. There's been a lot of people in comment section saying things like that.
He's the one that did this and that. Like,
it's not okay to accuse him without proof either. I have remained that until I see evidence from law enforcement, he's not guilty of being involved in his disappearance. Could he? All options are on the table on all sides for me.
This is the only guy that's been putting out money to help find the kid.
But I lay heavily into somebody outside the family could have easily.
I apologize.
Or he could have chose to walk out on his own. There's too many options for me to even have a good theory. And we've seen crazy shit come true that nobody would have ever put on the table. Like Alicia Navarro walking into a police department in Havre, Montana. Nobody thought that that was going to be the outcome of that situation. I guarantee nobody said she would, at the age of 18, walk into a police department and ask to be removed from the missing persons list.
He's not a CO. He works as a jailer. You see,
and it's just because of the time frame and, you know, how they use statistics, and nobody would have guessed Elizabeth Smart was removed by somebody right out of her own bed.
That's how I am. Like, if I get it wrong, I fix it. But like, also, you're not, like, that's more, the parents are
Thank you, Mama Michelle. People have not even recognized that. Like, a lot of people don't even realize how disrespectful they are to Sebastian. So disrespectful. They're disrespectful to Chris and Katie. But I think what angers so many more of us is the fact of how they've degraded Sebastian and pulled so much awareness away from Sebastian. And it makes no sense. No sense. Like, what did Sebastian do to them?
Step-parents to me,
they seem angry too, because it's everything they do is taking awareness away from Sebastian.
Are acting more like a Chris Watts than any other thing. Like, and like, with all due respect, if you guys look through all of like murders or whatever in history and stuff like that, if you guys are pointing at the dad, you should.
Valley of the Kings. This is why I went back to this, because there's so much between the way the national spokesperson has talked about the missing child, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, and said that he, you know, wasn't interested in the details of the case, but yet he's out here talking about the case details after he said he had no interest in learning them, hadn't even seen certain videos. It's just so fucking confusing. And then to watch these guys come in and just completely smear the dignity of Sebastian. When Tony initially came on the case, he said that he would never, in fact, hold on. Let me just play that clip. Since you guys are all here, some of you might not have seen that clip yet. This is a little throwback of just kind of the direction this has gone. Let me see. Do I have it pulled up right here? Yeah, right here.
I can't tell him that I love Sebastian. It makes me sick to hear people say that never met him. I tell him all the time, I don't love Sebastian. I love you in looking for Sebastian. But the people that keep saying they love somebody they never met, that's That's window dressing. You love Sebastian. We know that.
Right. I could, yeah. Right.
But I've corrected members of our own team when they talk about how much they love Sebastian. What they love is his pictures and the personality in those pictures and his innocence and his sweetness and kindness. But
Yeah.
what we really, those of us that are around Seth, we love Seth, and we're loving Seth and supporting him in finding Sebastian.
Yeah. Yeah. I can understand that completely.
There's a whole world searching for you, who love you, and we'll find you.
And know that you got an army behind you and your dad, and that we love you so very much.
Sebastian, I want to talk to you directly for a minute. You've gained an uncle through this. This is Uncle Tony talking to you. I want you to know, son, that you have an army of people. And when I say an army, I'm talking about a massive army of people looking for you. And the general of that army, which is your daddy, is probably the toughest guy I've ever met in my life. And he is not giving up. Your army is not giving up. We will continue searching for you, son, until we find you. And if it takes another day, another week, another month, another year, another 10 years, the people that are truly a part of your army and the general of your army, your daddy, are not going to give up. We can only hope that if you don't make it home by Christmas, that wherever you are, whoever has you, that they find it in their hearts to give you some sort of love that day that you can't get when you're not home. But just know this, we will not give up until we find you. We love you, buddy.
I can't tell him that I love Sebastian. It makes me sick to hear people say that never met him.
We love you, buddy.
I tell him all the time, I don't love Sebastian. I love you in looking for Sebastian. But the people that keep saying they love somebody they never met, that's window dressing. You love Sebastian. We know that.
Right. I could, yeah. Right. Yeah.
You know, Tony, you saying you don't like people that say that they love Sebastian. I have said that, and I got attacked for that by a hate crime.
You should. You shouldn't.
No,
be
no, I'm going
for
to
it.
say, it's just, I shouldn't have said it that way. I should have said, I have a heart for Sebastian, and my heart
Correct.
goes out for Sebastian.
Correct.
Maybe my choice of words were bad. So that hate creator, here you go. My choice of words were bad.
But I've corrected members of our own team when they talk about how much they love Sebastian.
Yeah, that was a compilation I made a while ago. And again, you can have relationships with Seth. I'm not diminishing that. They have gotten to know him. They talk to him every day like he's a part of their lives. But this child is missing, complete stranger to all of them. Seth was a stranger to all of them too. And when you take on a role as a national spokesperson for the family of a missing child, you have to have professional boundaries, in my opinion, because this is a family going through their very most. And when you have no professionalism and have moved it all into a personal realm like this and have got yourself so caught up in this, it's dangerous for the missing child because you're doing things like having people call in to who knows where this private investigator came from. Again, they could be great, but to take the risk of letting a random stranger that you only met after vet such intimate, maybe very private, necessary details that the person, like, who knows what they're investigating or what they're getting called into. And having that in the hands of a stranger and not law enforcement right off the bat is mind-boggling to me. And from a professional spokesperson, you would think that that would be concerning to them. And then you have an intelligence agency that's not concerning to them. This is, oh, let me just hit this button again. I forgot why reviewing these people drive me nuts. It's stuff like this. This is what.
Because if a dad went and killed his beloved child, he's going to kill his wife too. How's he going to leave his wife alive?
And so if you think that that's a possible outcome, what you're doing to provoke somebody potentially. So you're trying to tell us that this person is capable of doing this while you meanwhile sit here and intentionally provoke that person. Again, your opinion is based off rumors and speculation of him and his capacity of doing that to begin with. There's no proof of that, no evidence of that from law enforcement that is the situation. But you're trying to tell your people that is something that you feel is likely potential, and you're continuing to provoke by all means necessary on social media. And people want to ask who the ones are that want to see somebody hurt.
You know, like something strange is going on. We're going to find out what it is. We're going to get to the bottom of this. Even though that like people are being chased out, we're not like that. Like if you want war, we'll give you war. Like dog is mad.
There's a missing child here. You want war, we'll give you war. What are you doing?
Like the stuff that like these people has been saying, I mean, like honestly.
Did you listen to Dog's interviews? Knock, knock.
Dog's a very peaceful person. He's not the type to talk about anything. Or
he got in line with you for exposure because he knew that you guys were going to provoke people. It would bring him exposure and keep his name relevant. Otherwise, without us talking about him and his alignments with you, Dog doesn't get any media attention or any limelight. Okay, we've made Dog relevant. Dog, you're welcome. We've made him relevant again. Otherwise, he wouldn't have anybody even having his name in the algorithm besides a few pastors at some churches on his book tour.
Gets mad, but if you talk and do something to his team, that's a different question, brother. Like that's a no-no. Like we're all team Sebastian.
You love how he said brother, like Dog does.
Like honestly, to all you haters, you know, I don't care if you
trying to show their aloha spirit, I guess.
Hate. Just as long as you could help us find Sebastian, like I'm pretty sure you guys need the money more than us. You know, like if you
Valley of the Kings, that's why it's so hard to keep up with, because there's so much. People have asked me to cover the misinformation and the Lily and Jack. They've asked me repeatedly, and I'm like, do you realize what is happening currently in this one and the regurgitation of misinformation? Yes, how many times can we debunk the same shit? But they're creating new ones and adding to old ones that are really fucking concerning. And they're taking this opportunity to really amplify certain situations. And it's getting really insane. So although I would love to be able to have the time and energy to do both cases, I just can't. I can only watch a few channels and even follow what I'm following. But I've thought about it. But that case is, the misinformation and rumors that are already being spread are extensive.
You guys could figure out where Sebastian is. You could hate us all you like. You're still getting $100,000. I don't care if you're a hater or you're with us or you're against us, you know? Like, this is Team Sebastian. And what gets me going is that, like, the Dropfoots has his son all protected all these years. I mean, like, I gotta give my props to the family, the mom and dad. Like, the guy's what, 40, 50 years old and still living with his parents? And he has all sorts of confidence going on TV live saying,
do what?
Oh, you're not gonna find him.
Come again. Say that again. One more time. Did I really hear what I thought I heard? Is that as stupid as I thought that was? Did he really just say what I think he did? My God, this is why I only watched these ones once before. Oh, these are frustrating.
Different question, brother. Like, that's a no-no. Like, we're all team Sebastian. Like, honestly, to all you haters, I don't care if you hate. Just as long as you could help us find Sebastian, like, I'm pretty sure you guys need the money more than us.
Okay, thank you. What? What are you talking about here? You can hate. Okay, thank you for giving us permission to point out the obvious that's going on. Like, what are you doing here?
Like, if you
My God, this guy drives me nuts.
guys could figure out where Sebastian is, you could hate us all you like. You're still getting $100,000. I don't care if you're a hater or you.
Oh, you're still getting that money, let me tell you. Even if you don't like us, we're forcing you to take that money. Hong, are you okay? Come back to Earth. Did the satellites that they're testing out suck you up? Is that what happened? Is that like an SOS because you're on some test satellite somewhere? Oh, even if you're a hater, you're taking that money. What is the money that we can read the fine print?
You're with us or you're against us, Like, this is Team Sebastian. And
we're making it through this one, and then we're calling it. This is every brain cell I had is gone. Completely gone.
What?
Nick is still walking behind him with fucking tape on his mouth.
Gets me going is that, like, the Dropfoots has his son all protected all these years. I mean, like, I gotta give my props to the family, the mom and dad. Like, the guy's still, like, the guy's what, 40, 50 years old and still living with his parents? And he has all sorts of confidence going on TV live saying, oh, you're not going to find him. How do you know we're not going to find him? If you know something, let us know. Like, if you notice that, I mean, like, I don't know you personally, but, like, for you to say something like that, I know you can't sleep at night because you know what happened. Like, come on. You go on national television, lie after lie after lie, over here saying, oh, like, TBI won't let us go out to search for your son, or get on Nancy Grace saying, oh, we.
But Seth confirmed that the TBI or the law enforcement asked them not to search in the beginning. Seth confirmed that same story. Sir, what are you doing here? What are you doing?
What was it? We communicated with the police. We helped and everything. What?
Law enforcement said that all parents had been cooperative on their last public address.
Did you do? Because it sounds like for the past 7 months is you went in an RV to vacation, came back and shopped for a Harley, and the day that says you guys can't leave the house, you guys went to a fancy restaurant and dined out instead of searching for your son. I mean,
do what? What fancy restaurant have they been to? I think there's been spotting at Cracker Barrel, Longhorn, Texas Roadhouse. No offense to Chris and Katie or anybody that feels that those are fancy, because some people do feel that those are fancy, but I don't think Chris and Katie would call those fancy meals. And are they not supposed to eat? How many times have the team gone out to eat with Seth? Again, I don't pick that apart. That's none of my business. The man has got to eat. But what are you talking about here?
Does that sound innocent to me?
And where the Harley pictures, again, were skewed for public perception from a Facebook post too.
I don't think so. I mean, like, it's 2024. It's like, think first is not illegal yet. If you think and get all the things together, things are starting to get shady. And, like, something is going on down in Tennessee, to be honest. Like, I don't know what, but, like, Tennessee, something fishy is going on. Because first, Joshua Zimmerman, right? Like just left court, took everything, Mississippi, ran out of court for murder, took all the surveillance cameras, everything, found this guy in Chicago. Our team and dog found this guy in Chicago, which they apprehended. And then this case.
Sir, what does that case have anything to do with Sebastian's case? Nothing even similar. An escaped fugitive versus a missing child. What are you doing? The comparisons that you continue to make, sorry, I put food in my mouth, excuse me. I pulled the no-no. What are they doing? And I forgot how frustrating these were, Demon. I forgot how frustrating these were. There's been so much that has happened. It is impossible to keep up, and that's the plan. That's the goal, is to baffle them with bullshit. It is almost impossible to remember all the shit that they have done and said and all the different pieces and the characters and the overlap and the connections and the distraction after distraction and the reasons for it and why. Ultimately, why? None of this makes sense. And it's super disheartening.
Like, how come every time that there's a case, something like this, it doesn't make sense and is all in like Mississippi, Tennessee, all the weird places, small towns where these people are scared to talk to people that has money. And like these people that has money are thinking they could get away with anything that they want. Well, like, buddy, this is America. It's not supposed to work like that. This is about all the proud foots, drop foots, whatever they call them. The
unlicensed. A lot of people, you will never get people to agree to donating all of the money with this missing child because there will just never be an agreement. But I have even said, like, all we can do is give back a portion. I've challenged people to do that. Just give back a portion. Can I do any more than that by just challenging people to give back something to their communities, to other missing children agencies, places that bring awareness? That's all I can do. I can challenge people and do my part, a little bit of it. If we all did a small portion or just something, the difference we could actually make, but they won't agree to that. People don't do that, which is, I guess, everybody has the ability to choose for themselves, but I think it would be great if everybody did something. And I know a lot of people do. A lot of people actually do.
What is it? The crisp, the what is it? The Kelly or whatever, Katie, drop foot, proud foots that they call themselves. I don't think they're that proud. Like I don't think they should just call themselves proud foots because they're, I mean, like, what is it? They're proud enough to pull a crime and think they could get away with it? That's not true. Like, more like drop foots to me. They're dropping the ball because they're not even playing innocent. Let's say, like, the family's not even playing innocent. The family is just like, oh, kid went missing, great. Let's go on vacation. Like, you want to you want to upgrade a new RV or upgrade the 747, the private jet that the family has? Like, no, it's not supposed to be like that. And like these little counties or whatever, these little, what, like, I wouldn't say deputies or whatever, but like these people are scared to talk to them or even went and go and question them. Like you're here saying you're cooperating. What is it the wife beater?
Who's scared? What are you talking about?
And the child beating, like, in your head, telling that you're cooperating? Because you're not.
Law enforcement came out and said that in their last public address. That's what we have to go on.
You're not cooperating.
You don't have any access to that because you guys aren't working with law enforcement.
What are you cooperating with? Calling people, oh, like, such and such is trying to find my son, or what's that other lady? What's the YouTuber's name? Bullhorn Betty. Yeah. She was trying to find your son, and you have the poor lady arrested. Like, with one phone call. Who will be
Valley of the Kings? Unfortunately, our judicial system and justice system is so far behind. So far behind. This is very, very easily provable defamation and slander. At this point, knowing what we know, it's extremely provable. That's why I don't understand. I don't understand, but our courts are so far behind. They've been accusing this family of so much heinous stuff and then filing lawsuits against people and including the family's name and making it's just why I don't understand it. I don't get it.
able to step foot?
And sadly, the family's only route is to protect themselves if they feel there's a threat, like they did with Betty. And then basically civil courts would be the other answer. Courts don't do shit for victims and their families in the US.
In that town to find your son, when you have the power to have one phone call and get somebody arrested. Like, I wonder how much money are the parents giving, donating each year to have that type of power there. Like, I understand that you're in a small town, you might be a catfish in a pond in there, but like, if you come to PA, you're just a little shrimp in the ocean. Like, a couple of million ain't gonna help you, you know? Like the truth will come to light. Like, and I started noticing that most of you trolls, or I call it.
Is Pennsylvania on the ocean? Last time I checked, you had to drive out of Pennsylvania. What ocean is it touching? Does it touch the Atlantic? The Bering Sea? Huh. Must be the Pacific Ocean. It must wrap around. If you didn't catch what he just said, you're a little fish in a big ocean or whatever. And I'm like, Pennsylvania don't even have any fucking oceanfront property. You could have came up with so many different analogies and you went there. Idiot.
Piglets that's oinking off, oink oink, out here, mainly come out at night. Like, it's getting fishier and fishier. It sounds like somebody's paying you guys to come out at night.
He tried to make a joke and it just landed bad because I'm like, Pennsylvania don't even have oceanfront property or an ocean around it. You could have said like a totally different thing about Pennsylvania and he went there.
Will be able to step foot in that town to find your son when you have the power to have one phone call and get somebody arrested. Like, I wonder how much money are the parents giving, donating each year to have that type of power there. Like, I understand that you're in a small town, you might be a catfish in a pond in there, but like, if you come to PA, you're just a little shrimp in the ocean. Like,
that's what I'm saying. They went from being in Hendersonville to catfish in a pond to a little shrimp in a big ocean if you come to Pennsylvania.
A couple.
His joke didn't land at all.
A million ain't gonna help you. You know, like the truth will come to light. Like, and I started noticing that most of you trolls, or I call it piglets that's oinking off, oink oink, out here, mainly come out at night. Like, it's getting fishier and fishier. It sounds like somebody's paying you guys to come out at night. Like, it's it's starting to get funny to a point that, like, every day there's this lady that dresses as Big Show that just talks and just oinks away every night. And the funny thing is, if the person that's been paying you is the person that caused harm or anything to this poor child, you're an accomplice. So that what? $1,000, that $20, that $600.
In my opinion, they were trying to intimidate Clue, and that didn't work in their favor.
That you got paid from.
They added her in the initial like threat of an injunction, but they didn't include her in anything. I don't think she really backed down to what they wanted or expected. They thought that she was going to come running and give them everything between Chris and Katie, I think. They were trying to throw their weight around. Look at them. Look at them trying to, same thing they did with Granny. But they added Granny to the injunction. But that same type of like, if you fall in line and do what we want, they did that to Granny too. Crazy.
You're getting 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
And trust
right there. Fucking same shit.
me, buddy. Like, I'm not as nice as Nick. I'm not scared of having controversy. I will bring hell down on earth on you so fast that you will think that you're in a.
But this is a good display of how they came in trying to get the creators in line. They tried it with a lot of different people. True crime creators, Laura Lodge, the E's. Like they kind of torture tested a lot of people, it seems.
You're a basketball player because you're going to be having so many court dates throughout this year that it's not even going to be funny. Like, have you ever thought about that? That the person that you're helping, trying to stop the people that's trying to find this kid, actually did it? Anyone ever thought about that? Because I have. The first thing I got, the first thing I got when they said the day of the kid went missing, the family went on vacation. That's done said. I mean, like, I don't even have to say anything. Like, even Chris Watts tried to be like, I don't know where my wife is. I don't know where my kids is. Until this guy can't sleep at night. That's your sins. That's something that's telling you that you did something bad. That's why you can't sleep at night. But you won't let the truth out. That's what's going to kill you. That's what's going to kill you mentally. Because the truth will set you free. And you don't even have the truth. I'm just saying that, like, look at what happened to Chris Watts. Once he told the truth.
This is absolute madness to watch in reverse. I'm honestly kind of dreading where this timeline is going because I forgot how significantly bad these got. There has been so much that has happened. I forgot some of what was in these.
He's happier in jail than anything. Admit to your wrongdoings so nothing will happen to you. But in this case, the family has so much money, he thinks they think they could just get away with everything. I mean, like, now.
Do they own, like, Tennessee?
I understand that.
Who told you that? Your stylist?
Like, you know.
AKA Nick?
Like, you beat, like, the 3 wives that you had, your 3 ex-wives.
There's no proof of that.
You knocked the braces out of your daughter's teeth.
Again, that's Nina's story.
And you're still not in jail because mommy and daddy. So, like, that's what's giving you the confidence to think, like.
But somebody else in a previous interview we just watched tonight said that he had spent time in jail for DV.
Oh.
So can your team land the plane and figure out a story to stick to?
If you did something.
And I've never seen proof from anybody that he ever served a day in jail.
I'm going to be out of it because mommy and daddy got me. That's a shame. You're 50-something years old. Like, is that why that it wasn't your child? That's why the only thing that you spent was $1,000 to find the kid? You know, like, I've never seen, me personally, I've never seen, I don't care if you're a stepdad.
Can you imagine? I just want you to take your stuff back right quick. Imagine if you're the parents of a missing child. I know it's impossible. Some of you might be able to understand that because you might have been. But there's no way we will ever be able to even imagine what they're going through. But just to the most you can. Now think of this. Think of this group coming in, calling themselves an AtNight agency, intelligence agency. Every day coming up with posts, lies, misinformation, and people are believing it. Would you not want to do everything you could to find out what the fuck and who these people were fucking with your family? I can't imagine how fucking hard this has to be dealing with these types of people, these agencies, the spokesperson, while having a missing child. And then you not only have social media, but then you have the national spokesperson and an intelligence agency doing this to your family. I don't think I would be, I have said it so many times, I would be in jail. I would be in fucking jail.
Or stepmom, okay? If a child goes missing,
the unnecessary pressure, stress, harassment, and we don't have any evidence that they've done something.
you would at least try your best to find him, let alone, like,
I don't get it, Rachel.
not giving a crap. That's your son. Like, that is your son. That's an outrage. Like, that's an outrage to anywhere.
I've seen it done, yes, but they prefer a lot of times to wait. But I have seen it done in certain standpoints, yes. Very rare, though.
That's an outrage to the Chinese community and anything.
It's usually, in what I have seen, like a secondary part of like a surgical procedure, and they've needed something to hold on to something. But other people might know too, unlicensed.
That's outrage.
It just depends.
Like, it's not right.
Yeah, I think it depends on the shape of the teeth, like the formation. If they need to surgically remove stuff, they'll use them as like anchors for other procedures and things. Usually, if it's just braces that are needed, they usually try to wait, I think. But I think if there's a secondary thing, that's my own personal knowledge of it.
And let alone, like, why won't you come on? I know you won't come on because you're too scared to. All you're doing is just hiding behind back, writing letters.
We just found out the other day that Alana has like 4 permanent teeth that will never grow in. There's caps on the baby teeth that are still there, and they kept those when she was young. But there's those 4 permanent teeth. There's no tooth growing up underneath it. They're just missing.
Calling cops.
So she'll have to have implants at some point.
Son, whoever's stepping foot in town trying to find this kid. To be honest, like, at this point, it's better if...
I don't know, Autumn. I mean, they've said a few things, but I guess sometimes it can be genetics. Like, it's happened in more people than I ever knew. I didn't know that was a thing.
Someone else takes charge of the case, not whatever TBI or CBS, whatever team that they have over there, because it sounds like they're just a bunch of kangaroos jumping around town, be sniffing around.
Rachel, no, a couple of hers are like mid of the back, and none of them are the very front. But yeah, it was wild. Like, I didn't know that could happen.
I'm trying to find a kid that's been missing for 7 months. Like, guys, like, it's not like a Mojo Jojo contest, all right? Like, it's a kid, a life is in stake.
Yeah, a life's at stake, and you're out here playing games. Sorry, I was pausing, and you guys are playing a game with a life out here. Now the tooth conversation. Sorry, I've been paying attention to that. But you guys are out here causing trouble with an active missing child case and putting people at risk. Wow, Raven, that's crazy. We had a friend, sorry, I'll continue on with this in 1 minute, but we did, like, there's a lot of things that happen with genetics in mouse that I didn't even know. I don't know much about dentistry, though, I'll be honest. But we had a friend, well, Kenzie's dad had a lifelong best friend that his full teeth, his permanent teeth never grew in. All his baby teeth stayed. There was him and his brother both. And there was some genetic component to that caused their permanent teeth to never grow at all. They retained their baby teeth until they both had surgical procedures done to fix it. But that's the only other, like, that was strange. Nothing they could do about it, though. I mean, it was just the genetics. Whatever happened, their baby, they never fell out and their permanent teeth never came in.
And you're here saying, oh, we have every department down to anything to help us. And like when DC comes in and reach out to ask for help, you guys don't even say anything. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but like the marshals this year have a whole department just to find missing kids.
The marshals. Interesting that other people have been bringing up the U.S. Marshals again recently, too.
Okay. And Dog called them to help them, try to get them involved. And to my knowledge,
Raven,
it's a Mojo Jojo measuring contest over there saying, nah, we got this.
No, you're fine. You're totally fine, unlicensed life coach. It just made me think of that. I took it you did good. I'm the one that started taking it a whole other direction because all I can speak on is my personal experience. And then it was just like, the more I thought about that, I was like, well, it really is different because every one of my girls has had such significant different dental issues. Kenzie had to have her palate changed. Aaliyah's going to have her palate changed. Alana has like permanent teeth that will never grow. It's just such a weird, like, no, that's my own fault because I started thinking of all the things I just had learned about the girls' teeth. It was my own fault. But that's a really interesting conversation that you guys are all engaged in the comments too. I'm reading all your comments and your different experiences, and it's like, holy shit. There's some Ravens questions or responses have been like, what the hell? Okay, back to this. Sorry.
We don't need your help.
It's been a long day. I've made it pretty well for 5.5 hours, distracting myself, I will say. My butt's still pretty sore, but I have done really good, and I have to thank you guys for hanging out with me while you guys distracted me.
We know we got good leads, man. We got good leads. Yeah, the rich stepdad, the rich family has been telling us where he's at. We have good leads. No, you don't. All your leads are dead.
Oof.
You have nothing. 7 months?
Oof.
7 months. If I was an escaped prisoner, 7 months, I would have been out of this world by now. To be honest, I could be in space.
Are you sure you're not? Are you stuck? Hong, are you stuck on a satellite? Do we need a rescue mission to SpaceX? Is that what you're telling us? This is your SOS that you're in space? This isn't really what's happening? This is an experiment from space, your SOS? Because you've been acting like you're on another planet this entire time, making allegations that you have because there's no proof behind anything that you've said. Like, are you sure you're not stuck there already? Because we live in reality, and what you are claiming is extremely ridiculous, and there's no proof of anything.
Like, Like, and you're here still running around town saying, oh, we will find this kid. We will find this kid. That's not the case. Like,
what? Wait, what? What?
You have nothing. 7 months? 7 months. If I was an escaped prisoner, 7 months,
I just caught this.
have been out of this world by now. To be honest, I could be in space. Like, and you're here still running around town saying, oh, we will find this kid. We will find this kid. That's not the case. Like, Team Sebastian is, at this point, we should reach out to every branch in this state.
Why isn't it not true that they're not going to find Sebastian? Did you guys just catch that? He just said they're not going to catch or find Sebastian.
Months. If I was an escaped prisoner, 7 months, I would have been out of this world by now. To be honest, I could be in space. Like,
I forgot this fucking shit. Man, I hate watching some of these back.
Like, and you're here still running around town saying, oh, we will find this kid. We will find this kid. That's not the case. Like, Team Sebastian is, at this point, we should reach out to every branch in this state for help, let alone like a little Tennessee bureau. What is that going to do?
Meanwhile, the Sumner County TBI, FBI, and Secret Service were all involved at the very beginning, way before you guys ever stepped foot into this case.
Because you guys are scared that mommy and daddy has money, and you guys don't know what to do.
Oh, they're getting ready to take off in their private jet again?
You guys are scared to kick the door in to ask where Sebastian is. Where's Sebastian? Like this is...
You weren't encouraging people to kick their door in. Were you?
This is something that...
I wouldn't think you would do something like that, would you?
That just really irks me, you know? Like we're just here trying to help look for Sebastian. Like, Sebastian is our #1 priority. All those speed bumps that you're bringing towards us are only speed bumps. And believe me, buddy, our cars are not that low that a little speed bump is going to do something. Like, with all due respect, like, the more speed bumps, the more guilty you're going to show yourself to where Sebastian is. Keep lying on TV. The more lies, the more of the light's going to come out. Like I said, like...
That's the night. What? Are you going to start singing That's the Night That the Lights Went Out in Georgia? What is happening here? People believe these people. People believe this. People have bought into this. Oh, I'm really, really afraid for the longevity of these victims and their stories. Oof.
Like everyone said, Sebastian's favorite...
These families all deserve awareness and to bring their loved ones home, and this just gives me so much diminished hope.
Color is green.
They can't keep doing this to families. People are going to start, oh.
Green will shine as a bright color out from the dark. I would be back on tonight, and like, with all due respect, you know, like, I'm...
All due respect, you've shown none.
On Nick's page, I can't say much, but like and subscribe, and it's my page now, I guess. Like, we'll find Sebastian. Green...
Like, this isn't a game, Nick, with your tape.
Heart Sebastian, let the green come out of the dark.
There's a missing child here that deserves dignity.
Okay? Like and subscribe, and I'll see you to our next...
Notice he's got a green flashlight in his hand and his backpack's green.
Upload.
Whew, that was a lot. That was a lot. I forgot what they started doing right off the bat. This is so frustrating to watch and repeat, and to see how this all fell into place. And when one didn't get control of the optics, another one, oh, this is scary. This really gives me, our justice system is so far behind protecting these victims and their families too. Ooh, it's just disheartening. I don't even understand this at this point. They said so much in that row to row, like so many things. If we were to go pull the clips and put them behind that right there, that interview right there, like one after another, like this is where this came from, this is where it would, oh my God. That's correct. That's correct, unlicensed life coach. That is absolutely correct. That is a big difference. Thank you for pointing that out. This is unreal. Whew, that was a lot. It's a lot, dear terms of service. I was like listening to that. There was just, I would have been pausing every 5 fucking seconds. Thankfully, most of you guys know the source of that. And if you don't, I think people were asking questions. So this is just so disheartening, though. So disheartening. It really is, Captain Ganja. It really is. And they've been like, people are thinking I'm just going back and picking apart these like older interviews for no reason. No, that's why I've been in laying like the current things before I even go back to these, because people need to see this is continuing now. There's new twists, new variations to these same stories that only were created after certain people got involved. Like it is still going on today. This hasn't changed courses because there's another family. They're still doing this to the same family and now piling on to another one. It is mind fucking blowing. And it's hard enough to keep up with the small section of this that I can keep up with. Those few creators that I find to be very harmful right now because they're taking things like Mother's Day and intentionally weaponizing it to say vile, slanderous rumors that aren't true. But why? Like, what's the purpose? Ever since America's Most Wanted has came out, and Sebastian was the first 12 minutes of that segment, getting amazing exposure and awareness for him, people actually... Did you hurt yourself? What'd you do? Did you roll it again? Oh, now we're going to both be hopping along? You want to come sit by me?
No.
Oh, what?
I didn't mean that to be
You're showing me something. Holy shit, babe. In an inside house.
I didn't leave
Oh
the
my
house.
God.
I went to Home Depot once.
Kyle put on 14,000 steps today. 6.75 miles in one house. He's remodeling a bathroom and a master. And it's what, 2,000 square foot home?
Something like that, yeah.
2 to 3?
Yeah.
Something like that. I mean, it's a good size home. It's a beautiful home, but he's working on a master bathroom, and that's just in the house and going in and out, doing cuts for the tile and taking trash out and cleaning up after himself and getting product and back and forth in that from the driveway to the master bathroom and in there. That's a lot. Whew. I just got exhausted thinking about that when I tried to go to work with you for a couple days and sat on a bucket. I literally ended up, I've gone to work with Kyle a few times, and I will admit, like, I physically cannot keep the fuck up at all, especially in Arizona heat. Hell no, I tap. He had me at the end. I was trying so hard to keep up and help. And I was helping do like random things, but he just runs circles. And I tried to keep up with him, but by the end, I was sitting on a bucket in the shower picking rocks off the back of like the texture or whatever that they come on, because he removes them to do custom inlays with the rocks. That's all I could do. I couldn't even muster up anything else. I sat on a bucket and just peeled those rocks off. I had nothing left in me. And I think I fucking hurt for like a week straight after that trip. Oh, and I broke my foot at Home Depot by crushing it with that pallet. We had like, what, 2,000 pounds of material on a cart. and I accidentally ran my foot over with the cart, a 2,000-pound cart, when we were on vacation doing this job. And I didn't take the time to go get it looked at, but I still have an indent that bruises still to this day. I'm pretty sure I broke a little piece in it, but I tried to keep up. I tried so hard. Oh my God, he was running circles around me though. Fuck. I think there's even shorts in my members group of me being like, when you go on vacation with your husband and he takes you to the Home Depot. I think that was right before I crushed my foot because I was happy in that one. America sounds wild. It is. It is actually pretty wild. Oh, anyways, that just got me off. He came over here and was like showing me he's limping. Back to wrapping this up. Holy fuck. Kyle limping sounds exactly like what it feels like after we just watched this. What's the purpose of this? Like thinking back to this and seeing what they're doing the last couple of days, Mother's Day, today, like what's the purpose of this? What does this do for people? I really would like to know, like, what does it do? What does this fulfill? How can you look at that man and say that I care about you and your missing child when this is the things that you're willing to do, create and concoct and fabricate lies surrounding the missing child's loved ones that we really don't know the full story? We have no idea, but they have manufactured a whole like life that they believe is true because the internet says so, right? I don't have any explanation for this. It's truly bad. Valley of the Kings. It's not even a joke. Valley of the Kings says nearly foot gone after visiting your local DIY store on its own is crazy enough. LOL. It's true though. And I did it to myself. When I say I did it to myself, I did. There was a person in front of me that I was cruising. I was the one pulling the cart, like holding and steering and pushing it. I was good pushing at a steady pace. Some fucking asshole contractor popped out in front of me. It would have been one thing if it was him. He had a like 4-year-old son with him. And if I would have, he pulled out in front of me and I was just like cruising like halfway through the aisle already when he pulled out. I did everything to try and stop that cart and pulled it backwards. And unfortunately, it went right over my foot because I didn't want it to hit the little kid that was next to his dad. He was a little tyke, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's how I learned. I got ran over at
He wasn't prepared for his trip to Home Depot with dad. So I pulled it back and tried to like avoid hitting him because I didn't. Kyle was like, what the frick? Like he was angry because I ended up really hurting my foot because of somebody else's idiocracy or idiocy, as Betty says. But it wasn't the little guy's fault. All right, you guys, I'm going to get out of here. I've kept you on here long enough. I don't have any answers. My brain is in so many different directions after rehearing this stuff tonight. I got to go process what we just listened to and like put it all into like perspective of the timeline because this just blows my mind. Why? And if you think about everything, how this has all gone, like the time and dates around these situations, it's fucking crazy. You're probably delirious, Valley of the Kings. It's just Home Depot shit. This is the shit that happens around here. You're just Home Depot shit. There's people of Walmart. There's people of Home Depot too. I've seen people get whacked with doors in Home Depot or 2x4s in the aisles. Not even shitting you. That one time when we were getting fencing in Utah and that elderly guy turned around with this 2x4 and whacked the freaking guy helping him in the head. Oh, they could probably have a whole like America's Funniest Home Videos and Home Depot style, truly. The unavoided accidents and the accidents at Home Depot. It is an adventure. It's lumber and building shit and people walking around with one eye open. It's a trip. All right, you guys, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night. I might see you tomorrow, but I don't know. We'll see how everything goes. Thank you for keeping me company and distracted this afternoon. I appreciate all of you. And we will see what tomorrow brings and continue on with our timeline if I have time tomorrow. Have a good night, you all. Bye.